Alright, y'all, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Elise, and today I'm gonna be working on this Game Jam template. Yeah, it's a Game Jam template. That's what it is. Basically, I do game jams every single week. Well, I host a game jam every Friday on this channel, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. It's a 1-hour game jam. Really a short amount of time. And so it's nice to have a template. It's really nice to have a template. So what I plan to do is work on that template. You know what I just noticed? The white balance is all off. Look how blue my chair looks. What the heck? Do I care? I don't know if I care. It's better brand colors, actually. So maybe it works out. Yeah, so I'm gonna work on this game jam. What do we think? Blue? Yes? I don't know. Game Jam template is so helpful. So I've actually already done two very short jams. One was an hour long. The other one was 16 minutes long. Yeah, it was 16 minutes long. I did that to celebrate getting 1,000 subscribers. We got 1,000 subscribers! And pretty much what that entailed was making one of the worst games ever. But, you know, that's okay. That's okay. So this game that I made using this template, as you see, it has a score and a tie. It doesn't actually need the score. The score I just put up there for the thumbnail. We're just gonna take that. We're gonna take that score down. Actually, that's something I want to work on. So these are the kind of things I want to work on, is make it easier for me to quickly put together a game. So there, I just got rid of the score. This is the theme for this 16-minute game jam was escape. And so the reason why that's 1,000 subscribers, I don't know if I mentioned this, why that celebrates 1,000 subscribers, because that's 1,000 seconds. Yeah, 16 minutes. And so, escape was the theme, and if I just like start moving, that timer begins, right? And so the idea is you're a mouse who has to navigate a maze. Slapped it together pretty quick, but hey, not bad for 16 minutes, right? Obviously, it's a little easy because you can see the finish line right there. So it's like, I wonder which way I should go. The way with the dead end or the way with the finish line? Probably the finish line. But, I mean, you know, whatever. We've got time. When we start moving, the timer starts. When we hit the finish line, we can press restart and the game starts over. And, you know, we can always change the condition for what ends the game or something. Now, there's a couple things. There's a lot of things that I want to add in here. A lot of things. But something that I have in mind is a proper first-person, you know, view. So when I move my mouse here, you know, we don't look around, right? Push the arrow keys, we don't look around. That would be kind of nice, is if we could actually, because, you know, if I want, so I made this other game, this is the one I made in 1 hour. Now, I actually didn't make it in 1 hour. I made it in more like 30 minutes because my computer was having issues that day. And this is even less of a game. I don't know why it's not working right. So I must have broken it along the way, which is just very exciting. The timer was supposed to start when we start moving here. But the game is about jumping up on this, right? So as you can see, you have to jump backwards. I can't actually turn around and look at this. So stuff like that would have been really nice. It's actually kind of amazing. Like, I think I made something better in 16 minutes than I did in 30 minutes. But that was the first time I was dealing with the template. So that's just it, right? I want to get some practice with the template, see what pain points there are, and what things I might want to add in and make a little easier. So that's what I'm going to work on today. I'm just going to work on improving this template, something that's easy for me to just slap a game together. Now, obviously, both of these games were reliant on, like, racing, right? And so what if there's a different game type? I don't know. These are just the game types that I tend to be working on for the game jams. So I guess I need to start thinking of a different game type, and maybe we could you know, make for that. But here's the thing, like, in theory, I could use this for a different game type. You know what I should do? I should just try to jam out a game right now. I should just try to jam out a game and see what the pain points are and then work on it. So I'm going to make a running list of things that I probably want to add in. And then we'll see what works out priority-wise. Maybe even run a poll or something. Hope you guys are doing great. Thanks for hanging out with me today. So I'm going to say first person view cam, right? Or like look cam. Really, that could be third, or we'll just say looking cam. It doesn't really have to be first person, right? Because in third person, you might want to look around as well. I would say certainly. Something else would be different game type. But like, I also want it to be, you know, not necessarily. Let's do something simple. I have a little, before I try to jam out a game, I'm going to do a really short jam. But first, you know what I want to fix? So what I've added, let's make a new one so you can kind of see what I'm doing here. So I'm going to create a new scene. This is the way I've been doing it. So I have these two jam games that I made. Again, ridiculously short. Not like week-long jams, 2-day jams, month-long jams. We're talking less than 60 minutes or less jams. Not that this couldn't be used for that, but that's not the original use case. So let's create a new scene. And in this new scene, I'm going to add a blank node. And in that blank node, I'm going to add my UI. So I come down to my scenes list, and I find the UI. Oh, Olaf is here. We got Olaf. I sing a song to members of Hyper Game Dev. We got Olaf. I'm singing a song to members of Hyper Game Dev. Olaf, oh Olaf, welcome to the stream. Oh Olaf, welcome to the stream. Olaf, oh la ha 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 la ha 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 oh laugh. Welcome, Olaf. Good to see you. You're welcome for the song. I'm also sorry for the song, but you're also welcome for the song. That's what you get for supporting the channel. Sorry, and you're welcome. Love the Godot emotes. I love them. And so if I create a blank scene here and I drop in, let's say, the UI scene. So I put the UI in here. Now we got UI. Let me make sure. This is something else I keep forgetting to do, is setting this as my main scene. I have been making that mistake. Where even is that? Like, if I wanted to quickly get there without searching, where is run? Application run. So it's the second one. Okay. And if I just reset that, it becomes blank. So we could open it. So jam scene. So actually, I haven't saved this new scene. So let's save it. We'll say jam scenes. I need to start making folders for them. This is going to be test 1. So many folders come in here. Test 1 is what we'll call the scene. And then I'm going to go to project settings, hit up run, and open this. No, not test. There is a test scene folder, to be fair, but whatever. We'll just get in the habit of this. Test 1, test 1. Great. Now it's my main scene. Beautiful. All right, so if I hit play, what we're going to get is the UI here, which is super nice. Folderception. So many folders. I know. And I'm like, what's up, Ash Cattle? I'm trying to be more organized. I am. But, like, you know, sometimes in my path to be more organized, it gets less organized. But at least there's names on things. At least it's not just like explosion of files. It's explosion of folders. And then just test here, test there. Yeah, it is what it is. Welcome, Ash Cattle. Good to see you. So if I want to add the score back in there, right? So the score is not here. We have time on here. But I do have some different settings here, for example, and I've set these up as export variables. Right now it's set up as a racing timer, which means it's going to check to see if the player has started pressing the movement keys. I don't think it's going to work since we don't have a player in there. Oh, it does work. Beautiful. So yeah, wonderful. Great. It doesn't even need a player. I love it. I love it. So I got my keyboard all over my face here. If I press these keys, nothing happens. If I press WASD, bam, we start moving. So that starts the timer. If I turn off racing timer and we play it, and now I try pressing WASD, nothing happens. So this is like really helpful to getting this whole thing started. So if we want to auto start the timer, click on that, and then the timer will start going. If I want the timer to count up, we click on that, and now the timer should be counting up. Beautiful. Stuff like that. We can change the length. So I think I want to add at least something more in here which shows or hides the score or the time. Right? Because otherwise what I've been doing is I've been opening up the scene, finding the panel, and then showing or hiding it. which is just, it actually really slows me down because I'm out here trying to just like hurry up and make my game. I want to be able to just click on these and call it a day. So I think I want to add that first. And then I'm going to try to just throughout this stream today, just jam out some games so I can really get a sense of what I need. Because, you know, a lot of my 1 hour jam entries have been about a timer and you have to do something within a certain amount of time. But I'd kind of like to, oh, you know what else? I'd like to have more room for different types of genres, potentially. Dude, I need to add in infinity or like, you know, instantiation, stuff like that. Like, so that way I can quickly, let's say, generate a scroll, an endless scroll or something, or have like enemies spawn in repeatedly. That would be an awesome thing to have a template for. Because for me, you know, even though sometimes I do value making everything from scratch, and I might still do that, I think it's really nice to be able to just assemble a game, to be thinking about what's my idea, and I just want to try to arrange that idea more so than let me code everything from scratch. And then maybe that idea entails a mechanic that I haven't added to my template, hopefully even. Adjective says regarding, reply, Resident Evil, rapture ensuing, raisins edible, rally everywhere, racing engine, rabbits eating, ragdoll effervescence, razzmatazz entertainment, roly anytime. That one works, right? Don't know what you mean, but I hear you, adjective. I hear you. Okay, so let's see if I can... Sometimes just chat doesn't make sense, and you know what? I respect that. I respect that. You just got takeout today, and it's the best day. Congratulations! You deserve it, I'm sure. So this then stands for really edible. Like that probably isn't what it stands for. I don't know why I thought that. I'm sorry. So let's just type this up. So I'm gonna say an export variable, right? But I'm gonna want that on the UI here. So this, and I you know, again, like something, not again. Sometimes I say again, even though there isn't an again. I think that's an autistic thing. I want it to be kind of organized. Like when I click on this, it says racing timer, timer visible, timer length, timer auto start. I think there actually, I'm gonna look this up because I think there's a way to like add more organization in here. And I actually want to do that. Godot export inspector organize. I feel like there's a way to do that. You just found the only add-on for Godot that I don't think I want to live without. Oh, what is that? Don't tell me it's orchestrator. No, I respect the visual scripting. I do. Very much respect the visual scripting. To-do manager, so much easier to jump back and forth. Oh, so first of all, I'm still on Godot 4.1, which I need to deal with that. But yeah, in Godot 4.2, I know that they added support for different colors if you type in like a to-do, right? Like comment, right? And then you can say this is this. In Godot 4.0, I'm quite sure, or 4.2, or sorry, 4.2, you can get this to actually color it differently. And so maybe what Ashkettle is talking about is it'll actually organize these in a way. That's very exciting. That sounds awesome. What's up, Killa? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're feeling good, all that. Much love. Organize exported variables. Yeah, tell me how to do that. Tell me how to do that. Collapsible sections. Ooh. Pull them all into their own window, double click and go to that file. Whoa. Wait, that sounds cool. Godot. And I wonder if you don't even need the 4.2 thing. Why not update Godot quickly? I guess I could. I guess I could. Because I'm scared. Because I'm irrationally scared. Oh, this is 3.x. Let's go. Oh, so this is actually 3.x. Oh, and it does a similar thing. Oh, wow. So I wonder if this wasn't, like, made official in 4.2. Oh, I see. But this isn't in the script. This is in here. Interesting. Oh, cool. And then you can click on these and it opens them. Okay, this is definitely cool. I like this. I like this. Yay, doing well. I'm doing well too. I'm a little tired. I'm actually thinking about like not doing Wednesday and or Thursday streams next week. I'm a little tired, but I'm doing well. I had to get to a doctor's appointment yesterday at like 9:30 a.m. and then come back here to stream. It was rough. It was like, you know, like a 40-minute drive both ways. But so I'm just a little tired today. But I think maybe I will stream Wednesday, Thursday next week. I think maybe I'm just tired from yesterday. But we'll see. Thanks for asking. Appreciate it. Thank you for the love, Keela. I just grabbed the latest. That's the early version of it. Oh. Have I fixed the bugs? Oh, from yesterday? Yeah, I definitely fixed the bugs. So today, I'm actually not working on the game that I'm working on. Today I'm working on a game jam template. But I'll tell you what. As I said, totally worth adding this. Thursdays are pointless. Changed my mind. Thursday. Just Thursdays in general. I was going to try to code again Wendigo nights, but still scrapped. All right, well, you know, that happens. You know, you gotta find the right project for yourself. Milo art here. Milo, oh, Milo art here. I said Milo, oh, Milo art here. I said Milo, oh, Milo art's here. Milo art's here. Oh, Milo art's here. Welcome, Milo. You're welcome for the song. I'm also sorry for the song, but you're also welcome for the song. Should have invested in attaining super speed so you could skip traffic. Oh, dang it. Dang it. Why didn't I spec my character to have super speed? I'm always letting agility fall by the wayside for carry weight. I want to carry junk. I'm trying to loot stuff. All right? I'm trying to loot stuff, not speed around. But you know what? It would have been nice. Welcome, Milo. Good to see you. Yeah, that to-do manager looks awesome. It looks very awesome. It makes me wonder if, like, that's somehow implemented. So, yesterday, the game that I'm working on, Killa, I found out the problem. It was wild. And Psychonic Joe, big shout out to Psychonic Joe for helping me solve this problem. But pretty much what that... Yes, the answer is yes. We fixed the bugs. And the bug was a very unexpected bug. So the bug that was happening, and this is what I worked on yesterday on my game, my main game. Basically, what would happen is I wouldn't be able to attack things. So we set up a way to destroy buildings. It looks awesome. The helicopters don't have any destruction effects yet. But these houses, we can just break apart and they, like, you know, explode. It's freaking sweet. And I love it so much. It's obnoxious, and it's more than I could have ever hoped for. But basically, they wouldn't explode anymore. And that was the bug that we were having. And the reason why they wouldn't explode was because if I got rid of the helicopters, suddenly the clicking stopped working. The clicking would just stop working if the helicopters weren't spawning in. This was a really obscure bug. Again, massive shout out to Psychonic Joe for helping me solve this problem. So like, let's just kill the spawns. So no more spawning helicopters, right? But it works now. Now I can keep the helicopters from spawning and everything's fine. So what was the problem? What was the problem? Well, I combed the code, so you can see we can still attack it just fine. I combed the code on the helicopter script, and the line that jumped out was doobity doo. This one. Messenger copter unit stopped. So this is the only thing that really communicates outside of here that sends a message, and basically what it does is it tells a zone around the player to get bigger. When one helicopter arrives, there's a zone that pushes out further. Another helicopter arrives, it stops at the new position of that zone, and that zone moves further. Another helicopter, so this way, the helicopters line up behind each other, as opposed to if that zone wasn't there, they would all just kind of line up on top of each other. So instead, when they reach this thing, it increases like that. And so that zone is around the player, and you can kind of barely see it. It's like this very light sphere around the player here. And that was basically because its size was keeping the raycast. So when we click on things, there's a raycast that detects stuff. For example, the house, like when I click on stuff, there's a raycast being shot out and we're clicking on it. And so what was happening is that before any helicopters came to that point, the zone was blocking the raycast from clicking on things. But once one helicopter had arrived, then the zone got big enough that the raycast could see through that zone, and then I was allowed to click. So the fix became to come to the camera, super obscure bug, come to the raycast and add in, this was, again, big credit to Psychonic Joe for helping me sort this out. The solution was to add this line right here. We basically say that the raycast excludes that zone that I was talking about, which is called player proximity, area player proximity. So that way, even before a helicopter has arrived, it just doesn't even look at that. So it sees through it right away. That was the solution to that bug, and it fixed it, and now everything's better. Super weird, super unexpected, but we got there. Thank you for helping to vote that we work on that yesterday. I appreciate it. But today I work on the jam template. Today I work on the jam template because I want to have more tools at my disposal so I can make great games like you make, Killa. You make so many great games every game jam, and you know, I want to have a better shot, especially since I get less time than everybody. So I'm giving myself some help. Milo says, I spent it all in charisma, but lost it all in the tutorial somehow. That tutorial Riz guzzler just will get you every time. I don't know how I feel about that. Horn the trumpet, Milo's here, yeah. Nice explosion animations. Thanks, Killa, yeah, I worked on that all night. I spent like an extra hour streaming just to get those all put together. It was worth it. Thanks, and that's only one object. I want to set it up for like everything. By the way, what are your pronouns? Just curious, not trying to offend or harass anyone. I think, honestly, asking someone their pronouns is the opposite of offending or harassing. Like, literally what you're doing is you're unoffending and you're trying to avoid harassing. So literally, good on you. I use she, her pronouns. Thank you for asking. I should put it in my YouTube profile because they let you do it. The thing is my original vision for this channel was that multiple people could be on this channel and potentially, let's say someone else guest hosts the game jam, or someone else does a different engine, you know, on this channel but like I'm kind of starting to realize maybe that doesn't make sense and it's never gonna happen. So I might say, okay, fine, it's my channel, I'll put my pronouns on there. Thank you for asking. She, her. Glad you fixed the bugs. Would you add a hand animation too while hitting? Yeah, so that's kind of a tricky thing. So like right now, the animation, all that it does is it puts the arm in a certain position, and then the bones via code stretch out to reach the helicopters. Honestly, that's something yeah, maybe later. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be tricky because I'm not really sure how to do that at all. But like, because we do have an animation. It's a whole complicated thing. That's a maybe. In an ideal world, but for me, I just kind of want it to be good enough, and then, you know, look at the game and say, okay, you know what it really needs? It really needs that hand animation. Yeah, that's something to look at. I'm also planning on remaking the character entirely at some point, so that will change like the position of everything and how the bones work. And I'm gonna keep this in mind next time I remake the character, because the way that the bones are like rigged, it doesn't really make it's not really built well to be animated nicely. So I kind of have to reimagine that a little bit, but that's something I do want to do. I feel like I should have thought of that. I did wonder if the protagonist had extra collision, but I think you tried testing that. I forgot about the helicopter using collision to stop. Yeah, right? It was kind of out there. It was kind of an out there thing. And yeah, some of y'all were saying like maybe there was something happening with the player collision, but it was what didn't make sense to me is what does it have to do with the helicopter? But then when I saw that one signal, I was like, oh, okay, that signal, there's nothing else on the script that could even possibly be causing this problem. It has to be that. So really going through line by line and just analyzing, what does this do? How could this affect the problem? That's kind of how we got there. And when I first saw it, I was like, that's probably not it, right? But it must be, and it was. All right, so I want to add, I wanted to learn like how to organize my export variables a little better. I'm very curious about that. Group, export group? Oh, I like that. Cool, add export group. So I wonder if there's more like that. GDScript add export group. Like, I wonder if I just like search this, I can find some other things. GDScript exported properties. Yeah, tell me more about these. Tell me more about these. Subgroup, category. Oh, we're trying these. We are trying these. Change the name of your category or create additional categories with the export category annotation. This is powerful. This is powerful. Wait, color no alpha? Export a color property without allowing its transparency to be edited. Oh, okay. That's kind of different. Dude, this is awesome. Export a string property as a path to a directory. The path will be limited to the project and its subfolders. Oh, cool. So I could like then change the path of something. This is interesting. Export enum, yes. Love that one. Export exp easing, a floating point property with an easing editor widget. Oh, that's awesome. What? Okay, I'm gonna try that right now just for fun. Wait, but don't I need to like tell it what the range is? Dude, the more I use Godot, the more I'm starting to enjoy the documentation. I'm gonna put it in dark mode because I just feel like that's nice. Oh, but then we lose all the colors. That's okay. The more I'm starting to enjoy the documentation because I can actually appreciate how to use these things. This is amazing. Hey, what's up, Dragonblade? How do I wrap it to a range? Flips the curve, way more intuitive for editing attenuation. I don't know, I'm just gonna try it. Because I would think I would need a range if it's... I might be misunderstanding this. I might be very much misunderstanding what this does. I just want like a let me just search widget. What else has widgets? Flags, 2D physics, 2D render, 3D navigate. So you can just export all kinds of specific things. Export range. If hints are provided, the editor widget will not cap the value at range boundaries. Maybe this will do it. Export range, float minimum, float max, float step. Oh, this is dope. I'm just having fun now. Okay, so let me try this. I don't know why I would really need this for the timer at this point. I'm just like kind of having fun, which is sort of what this stream is about, honestly, today. Is not only making Game Jam template, but just like exploring stuff in Godot that I wouldn't normally bother to explore. Explode. Export range. So we want to say float minimum. So let's say minimum 0.0. Maximum I don't know, what's the maximum time? I probably wouldn't want more than 10 minutes. I don't know. 10 minutes seems like a long time for a game jam game. 5 minutes, 1 minute. 5 minutes seems long too. Let's try 5. 5.0. Okay, and then, oh, but we have 99. That's not what 5 minutes is. It would be 5 minutes in seconds. 5 minutes in seconds. I don't know what it is. 300. I'm sure I can just math it. 60 times 5, 60 times 600, whatever. I don't give a crap. You creating a game jam for Godot soon? Oh, hey, Medgard, welcome. You know, I already do a game jam every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. It's a 1-hour game jam, and you can join using any engine that you want. It's ridiculous because it's 1 hour. I do have another game jam that I plan on doing. It won't be as frequent, so I do this other one that I'm talking about every Friday, 1-hour game jam. And I host it on itch as well. But I have another game jam idea in mind, which would still be for any engine. And the idea is this, that everybody tries to make the same game. So we like vote on a game like Space Invaders or something. I don't know, some game people are familiar with that's pretty simple to make. We'd spend 1 or 2 weeks making the game, and everyone would just make their own version. And they could use their own art assets, right? They can change any of the visual aspects that they want. But the idea is that the game plays exactly the same. For the most part. So that way we all can like share notes and actually finish something that there's precedent for. Less pressure to like come up with, to like innovate a game, and more about like trying to just finish something and see how other things are done. So that is a game jam idea that I have, and I'm going to give more details soon. I don't know when, but soon I'm going to give more details on that. But I do a game jam every Friday anyway. Welcome, Medgar. Good to see you. How have you been? So we want to say 300 seconds here, and we don't need to play anything. I don't know why I hit play. What does this look like? Oh, look, we got a slider. Dude, I love it. Look at that. This is the kind of cool stuff that I want to find in this documentation. Because look, this is like, I'm making this template for myself to use in game jams, ideally, you know, some of these short ones that I've been running. And I mean, it would be nice to have things like this. Now, this honestly doesn't make a lot of sense for this application because I normally want to do a very specific thing. Like, I don't think I want 71.743. Like, that's not really what I want. But, you know, it's like a very awkward timer. But in general, it's just kind of nice to, like, know that... It's nice to know that I can... use this if I want to. Yeah, Dragonblade, I agree. And that's actually part of one of my tasks today, different game type. That's part of my task, is to incentivize me to make something other than that. Definitely my goal. Medgard's doing good. Let's go. Yeah, I'm doing good too. I'm a little tired today. But I am doing well overall. Thank you. We just hit 1,000 subscribers. How couldn't I be happy? But I am a little tired. But I'm doing good. I got my tea. I'll be all right. You fully switched to Godot from Unreal Engine! My 1050 Ti kept being out of breath. Dude, I think that's the same one I have. Yeah. 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 Wow. Yeah, Medgard, you know, something you said it helped me not want to use Unreal Engine anymore. Like, you helped me not want to use Unreal Engine, and I had no idea that you were also going through that journey. Medgar, so I used to stream Unreal Engine. I did about 30 streams, you know, just like these long 8-hour ones, working on a game. And Medgard, I met Medgard through those streams, and Medgard would like help me out and give me great advice. And then Medgard one day was like, you know, I was just reading about Unreal Engine, and it just wasn't made for solo devs. It wasn't made for solo devs. It was made for giant teams and things to work together, and you know, people in one department and another department to be able to collaborate on this big project. Thank you for the love in chat. I appreciate that. And I was like, wow, like, oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. That sounds correct. That sounds correct. Um, and now I just kind of don't. I'm like, yeah, that's not the scale of games that I want to make. I don't want to make games that are massive, giant, take me 10 years to make by myself. And so I wanted to look for something that was more suited to the kind of projects I make. So that's really cool to hear that you like also are going through that journey. That's really awesome. I love Godot. I hope you're liking it too. Good afternoon, Rio. Hello. Yeah, we hit 1,000. Let's go. Yui's an amazing game. Yes. Oh my gosh. Honestly, it's so much fun to use Unreal. It's so much fun, and I miss it sometimes. I miss it, genuinely. With that said, I feel like more at home in Godot. I feel like it just fits me better. But Unreal Engine is so much fun to play with. I've started on a template too, but it's nowhere near ready. Ooh, exciting. Oh, I bet it's gonna be good, ass. Thanks for the like. Thank you for the like. Look, Rio makes a good point. Thumbing up this video means more people are going to see this live stream and be recommended it after we go live. So whether you're watching it now or later, smash that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. It really helps. Thank you if you guys can do that. I appreciate it. I think I remember that from a Godot stream. I don't remember what you remembered, but yeah. So... Still haven't had any proper exposure to Unreal or Unity. Oh, I mean, Unreal is cool. Like, Unreal is cool. It's fun. It's powerful. And you can do some cool stuff. Okay, so I do want to try to make for a different game. And so kind of what I think I want to work on today, too, is like instantiation. So being able to make maybe even like an endless runner sort of thing, like side scroller, and it just constantly moves, or like enemies spawn in, you know, randomly, just like an easy way to quickly spawn in things, something that could lead to a different game type. And so what I want to do today as well is even do a couple mini jams, just like right here, right now, maybe like do a 30-minute jam right here on this stream, maybe 2, maybe 3, and just see like, okay, let's force myself to make, you know, a Space Invaders type game. See how easy it is with this template. It's not what I need to make that more easy. Yeah, totally agree with you, Dragonblade, that this incentivizes making a racing game, and I think I need to address that. Also, this range doesn't make any sense for this, but I love that this exists. I'm addicted. I guess what I really want to do, so I don't get too distracted, which apparently the Godot docs, once I know what to look for in them, can be very distracting. So I think what I want to do is I just want to set up the category thing. So we have categories, subgroups. What's the difference between group and subgroup? We're going to find out. It's possible to group your exported properties inside the inspector with the export group annotation. Every exported property after this annotation will be added to the group. Oh, okay. Start a new group or use export group double quotes to break out. Storm run, ran on in. Storm run, ran on in. Storm run's a member, Storm run's a member, and so Storm run gets a song. Storm run, ran on in. Oh, Storm run, ran on in. Oh, Storm run, ran on in. Welcome to the stream, Storm run gaming. Yeah! Welcome, Storm Run. There's your song. You're welcome, and I'm sorry. Thanks for coming in. How you doing, Storm Run? Hope you're doing good. Export group. My properties. Got it. The second argument of the annotation can be used to only group the properties with the specified prefix. The second argument. What is the second argument? Can only... Let me see. String name, string prefix. If no prefix is provided, groups can be added with an optional prefix, which would make the group to only consider properties that have this prefix. What? The grouping will break on the first property that doesn't have a prefix. So I would have to add the prefix to every export that I do after that or something? Show me an example. Car. Oh, cool. Your cat likes that? Let's go. Let's go. You love my voice? Oh, let me just also for your cat. That was just for your cat. Thank you, Rio. I thank you. That's very kind. That's extremely kind. Maybe with the members here and the patrons here on YouTube, I will get better at singing. That'll be my motivation. Cool. So it'll actually look for these. That's awesome. So I mean, this is timer stuff. Okay. Okay. Now the problem is I don't want to say timer racing. Timer for racing, right? What if I say timer for racing? The problem with this is going to mess up other references that I have. So I have to go fix that. I have to go fix that now. Racing, timer for racing. I mean, if I can use a prefix, we're going to use it. You can do every voiceover for your game. Yeah, I could. That's true. That's true. Something I was thinking, I mean, you know, one day I have like a really big, obnoxious game idea I want to do, and it's very cinematic. And I do want to do motion capture animation for all the actors in the cinematics. Not quite the same as voice acting, but sort of. Timer for racing. And is that the only place? Yes. Okay. I think that's going to be the only place. We'll find out. Cool. So then what I can say is at export group. So I guess it has to be, I don't know, at export underscore group. And we want to say timer stuff, timer settings. Honestly, it would be kind of nice that this only appears if timers are there, but we'll see. And then we'll say, I'm just playing around, you know, this is going to help the template just be easier, you know, and I think this is such useful stuff. Timer. So the prefix that it's going to look for is timer, and that's it. So if I come up here, ooh, nice! Timer settings, and it's collapsible. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. I love it. And then if I were to add in something else, at export variable score something, I don't know, whatever, false, right? So that is separate now. And then what if I come down here and I say at export variable timer something equals false? Will that show up in the list? It won't. So it does have to be, you know, if I press enter, right, and put this in a separate section, then it's not going to group it in here, which is good to keep in mind. But if I backspace this, now it will be in that group. Maybe. It's not in that group. Why? Is it because we divided it here? Interesting. So there can't be something in between. That kind of confuses me a little bit. But I guess that's nice. I mean, at that point, I might as well just group it. I don't know. The prefix kind of seems not that helpful. I was kind of hoping it would be looking for it regardless of the order, so I could just slap any order, but whatever. Okay. All right. I guess it just helps it all be more specific, so something won't get wedged in that doesn't belong in there. All right. Interesting. Heard. Got it. What else you got for me? Medgard says, by the way, the Godot devs released a Godot multiplayer server SDK for creating multiplayer games on servers. Check out W4 Cloud SDK. Nice. There was something Dragon Blade was telling me about. It was like a separate thing. What was that Dragon Blade was saying about that? But it wasn't that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I am the only interest I could ever Didn't look that good. Oh, the only thing that I ever think about with multiplayer is leaderboards, because I'm terrified. I'm absolutely terrified about oh wow, literally it just came out. Super terrified about the work involved. But like, you know, the more tutorials I watch about it, the more it seems kind of achievable. Oh, you were saying, oh, okay, there it is. You said it's called Knock'em W. Knock'em W. Probably don't need to be more specific about that. Or Nakama, not Knock'em W. Nakama. Gotcha. So this was an open source game server, and it has... you can use it for any engine, right? And I'll at least put a link for that in the chat if anyone's interested. It has the most stars with Godot, for whatever that's worth. For whatever that's worth. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, check it out. And then this is what Megard's talking about. So if you want a more official thing, there is something nice about it being official, you know? Early access. Ooh. Cool. Interesting. Thanks for the heads up. We appreciate heads ups here. Okay. So we can add a prefix to the group. Export multiline. Tell me more about the group stuff. What's export multiline? Oh my gosh, I've never looked at documentation this way, where I'm just like, ooh, what's this? All right, Stormrun. Thank you. What's up, cats? Good to see you. That's for the cats. Don't worry, it's for the cats. Export a string property with a large text edit widget instead of a line edit. We can add text. Oh, I love export variables. It's so cool. It's like you can just build your own inspector, your whole own inspector. I just think that's awesome. There's a small difference between the two that might be a deal breaker for some. What is it? I don't know how to analyze it at all. Groups cannot be nested. Use export subgroup to create subgroups within a group. Oh, cool. So if I wanted to say extra properties. So we could even have like timer visible. Ooh, what if I did this? Again, I'm just kind of having fun. This is what the stream is all about today. If we say timer visible, and then we do subgroup at export subgroup. So we'll just say timer here. And then I'll say timer settings. I'm going to not use the prefix. It's good to know. I don't know that I really need it right now. Timer settings. So, I mean, it'd be kind of nice if this didn't even exist unless this was true. But that's fine. I kind of want this to be false, you know? Like, wait, oh, have I actually made this do anything? I think I haven't made timer visible do anything yet. Pretty sure. So that's what I want to do today. In part. Many things today. And then timer settings as a subgroup. Oh, look, it already is good. Look at that. Sweet. I love it. But yeah, I bet there's a way, because in Godot, the inspectors, you often click an on and then everything appears. So I do wonder if there isn't some way to do that. W4 is fully opened, but missing features. Nakama has a lot more features and flexibility, but they are limiting scalability behind paying. Ooh, oh, that's a big advantage that W4 has, that it's totally open. That's dope, but it's missing features. Well, if W4 just happened, you know, maybe or W4's version just happened. It might, because just in case you guys don't know, W4 is an official Godot, like, publishing company kind of thing. Like, they publish games, they help do things for Godot, and some of the founders of Godot are part of that business. Some people even say that's a problem, that there are founders and people who are, you know, have so much power over the Godot open source engine, but then they're profiting on this in this company. But whatever, that's kind of a separate thing. But that's what W4 is, and so it can help people, for example, get Nintendo Switch ports and stuff like that. It does. They do different things, but that's what W4 is. And now they have this way that you can get your games to be multiplayer with a server. As I understand it, which is pretty cool. You can self-host the W4 SDK. Are you able to do something like that with Nakama? It's kind of the monetary side of the Godot yeah, nice, well said. As in, the Godot engine is fully free, but W4 things might not be. Right. So, Dragonblade says you can self-host the Nakama SDK. It's fully open source. It's made to be scalable by connecting multiple servers, but the code is locked behind payment or hosting on their stuff. Interesting. Interesting. It's, you know, it's dope that there's even, that we can even, like, have these conversations, you know, that, like, Godot is growing to the point where there are these options, and we can say, this or this. Like, that's good. This is good that this is a discussion that's possible. If you know how to do it yourself, it's not a problem. I won't. I might be overthinking it, but it would be kind of cool if we could press on and then it appears. You can also change the name of your main category or create additional categories in the property list with the export category. So I think this might be like these gray bar headers might change that. The list of properties is organized based on the class inheritance, and new categories break that expectation. Use them carefully, especially when creating projects for public use. Whoa. The list of properties is organized based on the class inheritance. I don't understand what that means. But okay. At export category. Jam. I don't know. I just kind of want to see what it does. Oh, nice. And then there's the category. Jam. Dope. I mean, I'd almost think that I could say, I don't think we can do if statements up here. I don't think that is a thing, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. There's no way this is gonna work. But technically, I don't know. So I'm just gonna check, because genuinely, I just have no idea. Unexpected if in class body. Yeah, it's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Yeah. So maybe we can't set that up. But it would be kind of nice. Maybe I can look for it. Let me see. So export group. I think this is all the settings. So I don't think we can do that, but it's fun to think about. So we'll just have this on here. You click on this, then these are available. I think that'll be fine. I'm quite okay with that. Dope. I could even, you know what might make more sense? You know what makes more sense to me? Instead of doing these subgroups, I mean, maybe the subgroups. So what if we say timer? What if we give this its own category? Now that I have the tools at my disposal, we'll say timer here. So that's this whole, whoa, wait, okay. I thought that was just a coincidence that it's got that icon, right? Because that would, wait, what? Is that what they meant by class stuff? Did you guys see what just happened there? It changed the icon. Wait. The list of properties is organized based on the class inheritance, and new categories break that. So so by adding new categories in here, the inspector is going to like interface with that based on things. So check this out. Right now, this says jam, and it's got a little box. I'm gonna say, did, I don't know, it's the word. It's got a box. Okay, if I say timer, look what happens. It becomes a timer. Come on, that's a little cool. That's a little cool. What if I say node? Wow, it's got a little node icon. What if I say Godot? I don't know, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Oh, it's got a Godot icon. What? How does it know? That's sick. What else do I have to choose from? What if I say panel? Is it gonna have a panel icon? That's so cool. Yeah, it's like a little quality of life thing. I get down with it. I think it checks the strings and sees if they've got an icon database to choose from. I love it. I love it. Also love the conversation about setting this up. For the sake of simplicity and keeping things close by, I think W4's way of going might be better, especially if you're a solo dev. It's interesting. Small games will never reach to have that problem either. Oh, I see. It's the minimum amount required before getting payment requests. This is cool. This is really cool. I'm glad that we can have this discussion about what is the best way to host our multiplayer games. It's really exciting. I don't know what the best thing is. I mean, to me, in the long run, I would like to see W4 be better. Because, right, it's closer to the engine itself. And it's going to have more access to that. But maybe right now, Nakama makes more sense. I don't know. Cool. I love this. I just love this. I'm having a blast. I know I need to do more stuff, but this is too fun. So timer, and then we can say timer settings in here. So it's not just taking up a ton of space. And then get rid of the subgroup. And so we'll just have all these settings on here. I kind of want to put this outside of the subgroup, of the group. Maybe like this. So the timer section, timer visible on, and then we have timer settings. Nice. And so then I could do another thing here where we could do score. I don't have any score settings right now, but I have a feeling I might add some, especially if we do a different game type. So I'm going to say score. Doubt that'll have a new icon, but whatever. We'll see. And then we'll say score visible. And we'll have score settings here. Okay. Nice. Score does not have an icon, which makes sense. That makes sense. I kind of wish I could, like, use an argument to define what the icon is. I don't know, that'd be kind of cool. But I'll take what I can get. I'll take what I can get. I think the most important thing when looking for server providers is trust and transparency. I've seen forum posts on larger cloud systems where people end up paying 1,000 times the price after a limit. Whoa, that sounds terrible. Interesting. Yeah, and like, there's also, I mean, something that came to my mind was like, what if things aren't maintained anymore? Or, I mean, if it's open source, that gives some hope that it will continually be maintained. But still, I don't know. Would I trust something like from W4 more than something that isn't W4? I don't know. Probably not necessarily. Supernovera, welcome. How you been? Hope you've been good. Good to see you. Welcome back. Hello. How's your game dev life going? I'm setting up a game jam template. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Score settings. I don't know what the score settings will be. We could say time will tell. Time will tell. I love that. Agreed. Maybe Nakama is a good option for now. I guess it's tough because you want something that is going to be sustainable in the long term. I do want something in here. Variable score something. I wanted to have the drop down, okay? I want it to have the drop down. I want to see it the way it's going to look. Dope. Okay. So let me actually set up timer visible and score visible so we can actually use these. So on the score panel, I'm going to check to see if it's even visible. So we're going to look above it. I'm going to say, look up here. Terrible. Is that how I've been doing this? Is that how we've been looking for these things? Like over here in the time panel. Timer for racing. Get owner. Oh yeah, get owner. I love get owner. I'm obsessed with get owner. Get owner is super useful. I want to say get owner. It'll basically just go to the top level of the tree. Get owner. This is for the score. Score visible. If get owner score visible, then we'll say, I think we can just say show. I think if I just say show, that will work. So right now, it is off. So will the score be invisible? No. It is not visible. That is not what's happening. So that didn't work. It might be that I need to be more specific. I'm a little surprised, actually. If get owner score visible, we could say, I mean, I could just drag, can't we say self? Self visible true. And then I'll just have it be off. Oh, maybe it did work. Actually, it might have worked. I think we needed to say, have like an else if I wanted it to not work. So we should say it's off by default, right? And then say, if that's true, show. Now it's gone. Gotcha. And then we check this, then it's going to be there. Wait, it wasn't. It wasn't. Didn't work. Let's see, self-visible true. Maybe I needed to say self-show. That worked. Can I say self.show and that be acceptable? No. Okay, fine. I don't fully understand how to use the show, but that's okay. That's okay. If you self-hosted it and your server lags, you can upgrade the server. This is over my head. I like it. Oh, cool. Haven't been doing much dev, but I have been working on art. Nice. That's very important. That's like a huge part of game dev in general, is being an artist. Nice. Nice. I'd love to see your art sometime. I'm trying to work on art more too. Just a little bit. Maybe not as much as you, but I'm trying. Interesting conversation. You don't trust W4 or Nakama Cloud for hosting. They're using AWS, Azure, GCC, Oracle. Anyway, I will go directly to them, cutting out the middleman. Interesting. Yeah, but see, you can do the things that they're offering, right? So for people who can't do that stuff on their own, it's a good option. But right, that makes sense. All right, so this works. I'm happy with work. We don't have to have it work in the best way. Score show or not. Beautiful. And then let's do the same thing for the time. Go into the ready function, have it look for its owner, and this time we'll just say if time visible, and then we want it to be by default off. So I come up here, time should be gone. Let's make it visible. Or you don't want to. That's true. If you just don't want to do it. Fair point. Fair point. That didn't work. Timer visible. Oh, I got to type it correctly. There we go. If you need just a leaderboard for your game, both are overkill. Really? Okay, maybe just learn it on my own then. Interesting. So now the timer can be hidden or shown. Does anybody remember how we put it on top? I don't remember. Let me see. Godot run game on top. Or run preview on top. I don't remember how to do that. Placing windows on top. I forgot. I did it in my other project. Project settings, display window always on top. Well, that sounds pretty straightforward. That sounds pretty dang straightforward. Display window. I didn't know it was in display. to me, I'm like, oh, display, that's like what's here. But no, display means like the game preview. Mode windowed. Orientation, mode, aspect. Wait, where's always on top? Where is always on top? Show me the image. Whoa. Oh, this is kind of an old version. It might be somewhere else now. To bring a similar pop-up window, you need to hover over the resize option on the left top window. What? This is old. This is 4 years old. I don't think this is going to help me. This is still old. This is like the same question. Where is it? Let me search. Always on top. Oh, it's right here. Wait. Why didn't I find it before? Wait, it's definitely not here in this list. Viewport width, viewport height, mode, initial position, initial screen, resizable, borderless, mode, aspect, scale, orientation, VSync mode. But if I type in always, there it is. What? Wait, is it an advanced setting? Oh, it's an advanced setting. I'm advanced. Come on. Medguard caught it. I didn't even think that they would be hiding these things from me. Okay, there we go. Thank you. All right, always on top. So the reason why I wanted to do that is because I wanted to just witness it becoming visible or not visible. Okay, because that's in the ready function, so that wasn't gonna work anyway. Okay. Still, at least I can click on here. This is still nicer. This is still much nicer. All right, works the way I wanted to. Put them both on there. Bam. Something has been added. We can now toggle the score of the timer. Great. So here's what I'm going to do. I am going to try to jam out a game. That's my next step. I just kind of wanted to add that in real quick, set up some categories over here, neaten this up. I'm going to jam out a game real quick. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to make maybe a Space Invaders type game. I keep going with that because it just keeps coming to my head. Just like show me a GIF. Inspire me with a GIF. Yeah, just like stuff moving. Enemies advancing and you shoot them and they go away. I tend to be bored. Honestly, I find shooting games really boring. Not like not to play, but to make. But you know what's also boring is racing games. Not to play, but to make. And so I think I need to I think whatever is holding me in this mind prison of like, don't make shooting. I need to let go of that. Frogger. You know, I did do Frogger for one of these game jams in Godot. And you know what was a problem that I ran into? Which one was that for? Which jam was that for? Thank you for that suggestion. That's what I don't like about Godot compared to other engines. It opens another window for playtest. Nothing big, but annoys me. It does annoy me too. Yeah, I wish it was nested. I wish it was nested so badly. Yeah, I miss that from Unity, for example. And at least in Unreal Engine, you can choose how you want it to pop up. Probably in Unity as well. Of course, in Unity as well. But yeah, that bothers me as well. Let me look at the last game jams. Does Godot let you put your template in a zip and easily export when creating a new project? So okay, that's a good question, S. Here's what I've been doing. And I'm not saying this is the best way to do it, but what I've been doing is I have this one project, right? I saw a GitHub issue about nested play window. It might be coming soon. Right, I love that. I love that. It might be coming soon. It's open source. People are flocking away from Unity. Like, it might come soon. So here's what I've been doing, S. I have been just using the same template. So I have one project. I call it Jam Template 1. I open up this one project, and it's what you've been seeing me be in, and I create a new scene in that project, right? So I have, this is one of my game jams that I did right here. This is one scene. Here's another scene, another game jam game I made, right? Here's the one that I'm currently testing out. And so I make this new scene, and then I set, in application run in the project settings, I change what scene is my main scene. So if I'm making a new game, I'll set that new game to the main scene. And then when I go to export it, right, I choose whatever I'm going to choose, and when I export it, it's only going to export that scene. So for me, this has been working kind of well, you know, because it doesn't result in too many like files or something, because it's only exporting that one scene. Let me open up File Manager just so it makes a little more sense. But you see what I'm saying? So that's kind of the way I've been doing it, is keeping it to one project and then just making sure I change what scene it is. And I'm not saying there isn't a different way to do it, but this is the way I've been doing it, and I actually am finding it easier than I thought it would be. So, you know, do with that what you will. Whoops, did not mean to open that. I don't want to open this file. So here's like my export from one of the games. It doesn't have all of the project files, right? Like it doesn't have a bunch of crap that I don't need in it. It just has exactly what I need, right? And the game works just fine. And it's not like super bloated, like it doesn't have all the other stuff that isn't necessary. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know. That's just, I think that that's true. I think that that's true. I don't see why I'd want to test embedded in the editor. I don't know. I guess I'm just used to it. You know, I'm kind of familiar with it. Maybe for like quick things, so I could just like stay in here and be doing stuff at the same time, you know? But having always on top does kind of make it better. I guess, yeah, I don't know. I hear you. I hear you. Seems like it's not a big deal to me because I only have experience with Game Maker Studio. Oh, and that doesn't, that pops it open. Nice. Wait, I thought you used Unity, Super. At least for a little bit. $3D? Oh, yeah. I love 3D. If that's what you're referring to. I insist, personally, for myself. If the game runs embedded, you can use the editor scene while playing. Right. Well, you can still do that here, to be fair. Like, you know, you can make changes, but it's easier if it's embedded because I don't have to move a window around. And I don't have to worry about changing the size, you know? So, you know, something like that. Not enough to get used to it. Understood. Okay. So, I'm going to do a quick little game jam for myself. Oh, the Frogger thing. Yeah. So, that's... thank you for saying that, Medgard, because... which jam was that? Good Cookin', Changing Time? Because I want to look at what things came up in past game jams that made me, like, I wish I had this or this prepared for next time. You can only do inspector changes. Oh. Didn't realize that. That's good to keep in mind. Free stuff, limited movement. Maybe it was limited movement. This was 4 months ago? Maybe this was the one where I made the Frogger game. Nope. This I did G-develop on that one. Keep moving. Oh, maybe it was keep moving. No, it wasn't. Which one did I do the Frogger game? Trying to remember. Because I want to pull up that project so I can just see what things I would have appreciated having. Dodging pain. Okay, dude, there is a 100% chance that it was dodging pain. And that one was... yeah, Frogger in traffic. Okay, that was this one right here. Split screen or multiple monitors? That's true. I saw my game Dancer die. Yeah, Killa, you've been riding with us for a while. Yeah, Dancer died. That was one that I had to play in the next one because I missed it. Yeah, this was kind of before we had like regularly minimum 5 entries. Apparently this was quite a loader. Quite a loader, this one. So I had to, the reason why it's Frogger in traffic is because I didn't have time to figure out how to actually make the cars spawn in and move. So it's in traffic to excuse the fact that the cars don't move. So you just like, if you touch one of the cars, you start back at the beginning. So yeah, you know, Medgard, I think that makes me think, and if I was going to do Space Invaders, right, what would be the problem that would come up? It would be, I need to spawn in the Space Invaders. I need to spawn in the cars. You made it. I didn't have my viewport node situation set up right at this time. I wasn't good at viewporting, but yeah. So I think that is the right thing to work on. I still kind of want to jam something out just to like feel what would help me. Thanks, Megard. Probably more like 45 minutes, 40 minutes or so is probably what it actually was. Because I always like do like, you know, I chat, we do like a humble bundle thing, and that takes some time. But you know, that was the big win, I think, was that it resets you back to the beginning. So yeah, so I want to get a way to instantiate things, and that, you know, it raises some questions. Is like, well, what kind of instantiating? Because so that one works that way, right? For the keep moving one, right here. For this one, I tried to do a similar thing with the instantiating. There's the answer die. And this one didn't work out as I wanted at all. This one, I don't even feel good about this one in general. J. Jordan says, a stream that's at a reasonable normal time for me? Yay, I'm glad. I love to hear that. Welcome. So the game is supposed to be that you're supposed to like, it's supposed to be kind of like a Guitar Hero game where you press the spacebar while you press like a key while this sphere is in this zone, right? And so I kind of got it working. Basically, the zone is this line right here. It didn't end up being this whole section. So it kind of works, but you just have to know that where you're supposed to press is like this very small line right here. So that was this one. But with this one, you know, I was just instantiating one thing, right? Just one thing is scrolling across the screen. It deletes itself when it gets over here, and then a new one spawns in. So that's just one thing. For the Frogger game, I would have wanted to spawn multiple things. So if I'm going to set this up in the Game Jam template, I'm going to want to keep in mind being able to change it from one thing, 2 things, 3 things, or more. I'm just trying to think what would make it the easiest for me is like, I mean, maybe not. Maybe I could just have it be one thing and then I just like, you know, drop them in. If it's just like one instant scene, you know, that would do this, and then I could just put a bunch of them here and then they all go this way. And so that raises the other question, like, do I want to add settings for how they move, where they move? Do I want to add detection things, right? Because it's usually going to be an enemy or something that if you run into it, you know, something happens. So I might want to set up that somehow. So there's like different things to consider, different situations. Maybe I don't have to jam out a game here. Because since you mentioned the Frogger, I was like, wait, I do have jams I've already done. And I ran into problems where this would help me to fix things. Do some character movement system and your character gets stuck somewhere, you need to use a checkpoint system or restart the game/scene or manually type the coordinates. What was that a response to? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying, are you talking about split screen or whatever. In Unity or Unreal, I just changed the tab from play to edit while it plays and select my player and use them. Oh, that is nice. Oh, that's a great example. Yes, I've totally done that in Unity where like, yeah, the character gets stuck. I had like a platformer game and the character would get stuck because I made the platforms too like close together or something. And so I could just go and move that platform and then the character could go through. Nice point. Quickly change the itch size to the default Godot size. Oh, really? So you're saying hop into here. I never messed with that. Oh, viewport dimensions. Wow. Right, the default Godot size is like 1152 by something. 864 maybe? 1152, 648. 864 I feel like is what it should be. But Godot be doing it different. 1152, 648. Maybe I'm making up 864. 648. Nice. Good call, S. Less arm movement and maximizing screen space usage. Split screen, you sacrifice some to either the editor or the play test one. Right, and so like I kind of like the idea of it being optional, right? Whoa, this is huge. Oh, so now this is gigantic. And it's like cutting off the game. So that kind of raises a different problem. But now, I don't even think I can. Nice. And then when oh, that's pretty cool. It's very large. It's like way too large. But it does kind of work better this way. I think if I'm, rather than exporting a new version of the project, I kind of like this better. Nice call. Level building, you edit the scene while it plays and you see it. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Is it high enough? Yeah, totally. Enable full screen button. Oh, that's a good idea. Good call. S, looking out for me. I need to update the credits. So the thing for this game jam template is I do also want to have credits because, maybe this is something that I also put out there and like put in the description of every game jam. Like, hey, here's a template made by me, helped by the community. Here are the people who helped me, and I have the list. Medgard, I would say you have just helped me quite a bit here. With project setup, I guess. Godot console, just like ideas. What is project setup? I don't know. But I'm going to say definitely Dragon Blade, sorry. Medgard. Cool. If anyone else that I forgot, let me know. QTE, the indie game. QuickTime event, the indie game. Yeah, that's kind of what it was. Yeah, it's definitely a QuickTime event. Yes. It's not about the screen space for me. I have 3 monitors. It's about the editor tools at runtime. Yeah, totally. Goodbye, Jordan. I wasn't aware that there were big engines that did that, and it was popular. What does Super say? A split screen, you sacrifice some... I'm not sure what that's a reference to. That's okay. It is a very specific. I hate it. I don't like that resolution, but it is the Godot default resolution. My first contribution. Thanks, Frogger. Thanks, Frogger. Absolutely. Yeah, you spurred me on this whole tangent, and I don't even know that I want to bother jamming something now. Maybe I just have a bigger screen or something. Yeah, maybe. I mean, well, what's bigger, right? So my resolution is pretty high, right? But I think, what is my actually, that's my other computer. On my other computer, I have like 3000 by something on my resolution. On here, I want to say maybe it's 1920. Yeah, 1080 by 1920. Oh wait, that's the other one. Hold on, this one. 1920, yeah. But obviously, if it's like 640 by 480, right, then it's gonna be like bigger, but it's less space. But obviously, that should encapsulate 1152. So I don't fully understand what's going on there. All right, so instantiating things. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make at a minimum this, right? See what things come up that I might want to add in or not, and then I'll try jamming something out using it, maybe, and then see if it's sufficient or if I want to add in a way to spawn in multiple things. The other thing to think about is bullets, right? So if I want to actually interface with these things, how do we make sure the player can interact with these? I don't know. Oh, but that's the other thing. That's the other thing. So let me update this list of things. I want to say also, what if we do better instantiation? Okay, or better scene. Let's just rephrase that. Better scenes. So over here, I have a finish line, right? And this finish line, it's got like a semi-checkerboard thing, a quasi-checkerboard pattern. But really what it is this area here, this collision area. And it's got a script on it that is checking to see if the player area has crossed it or not. So it's got a little script on it. So what I ended up doing in the game jams was I just dragged that whole thing in here, right? And so I've got this like kind of awkward, you know, thing, but I might want it to be, and so I had to like get rid of the mesh, whatever. I might want it to be an instant scene and then have settings on it. So I can say hide, if I click on this, I can say hide the finish line checkerboard or show the finish line checkerboard maybe. And maybe I could even set it to like be a different size. I don't know. That seems a little tricky. I might have to resize it myself. But so that's the other thing I might want to do as well, is make these easier to drag and drop. The player even, right? Like I would love to have a drag and drop player. I've been making the player from scratch. So we could instance the player and then it could say first person or third person, right? So I've got the camera here in the player, which means it's going to be with the player. But what if I want it to be not in the player? Probably do want it to be in the player all the time. But then there's also first person versus third person. So I don't know. I might want to make those settings. But I think what I want to do is I want to make these instanceable scenes with settings. So I'm just going to do that really quick, which isn't that hard if I'm being honest. And then it's also like, what's a finish line? Like a finish line versus, you know, a checkpoint, or a finish line versus some other detection area. You know, I might want to make that. I also would like to organize it a little better. I feel like this folder structure is hurting me a bit because it's like I gotta go look for the UI scene and then drag it in. Maybe I'll say, so there's, it's just a little tricky to like figure out. I might want to get some better folder structure here. Main scenes. I'm gonna start playing some music. I need to like speed up my thought brain. So we're gonna put some music on. I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna start doing this instantiating thing, the scene thing, and then I'm gonna try to make spawning stuff. And that's gonna be my task right now. No more jamming something out until I have more to jam with. All right, let's do this. So I'm gonna just make the finish line. I'm gonna save it as a scene. Oh, we're faced with the folders. And the other thing is, if I reorganize this, I'm going to, you know, run some risk of breaking this, right? And that scares me a little bit. Maybe I just do this now. Why is test one its own entire folder? Did I do that? Oh, because it's in jam scenes. Right. Okay, that makes sense. We gotta do better. So get rid of jam scenes. Main scenes. But it's not just scenes in here. We have the character body script, the finish line script. You know what I think? I think what I need is like a separate scene that just has all of these in it, and I can just drag, copy and paste them. I think it's going to be easier than having the file system. It's just a thought. Then I don't have to worry about organizing it. I think that's what we're going to do. Okay. So I'm going to make this, I'm going to save this as a scene. I'm not going to worry about too many things here. I'm going to say game aspects. Game aspects. Oh gosh. Finish line. Save it. Done. So the finish line, we do want it to be visible, perhaps by default. If I had a script on here, we'll say at export, I don't know if we need a group or anything. Export variable, checkerboard visible. Or, good night, S. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for all your help. I appreciate it. See you later. Export variable, finish visible. We'll say finish line visible. And I guess that's different than finish line. Yeah, so the finish line's still there even if it's not visible. Okay, that's fine. Equals, we'll say false by default, actually. And then we'll say in the ready function, if finish line visible, then we want the mesh visible to be true. So if I go to test this scene here, right now the finish line should be not visible. So we test this, it's gone. It's still there because it stops the timer and shows restart. If I check it, play this, it's visible. Done. A little bit more customizable. Next one, player. Now what kind of settings do I want to keep in mind for the player? I don't really know yet, but I'm just gonna instance it, save it as a branch, and let it go. We're gonna call it player. I don't even know what settings I would want. This is why I need to do a test jam, so I can just see what things I'm missing, and I wish I had. Now one problem about setting this up is like it kind of defines what the player is, which in this case is a block, right? And the block has the block collision, which maybe I want like a capsule collision or something. So I just might have to keep that in mind, that I have to update the mesh and stuff. I don't know what's gonna make it easier to update it in the future, but it's something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. Okay. So that's really all I wanted to do there. Just make it easier to drag and drop these without them having... Oh, let's do the ground as well. Oh, yes, the ground. Ooh, the ground will be fun, because we can change the color of the ground. We can have that be export settings. That'll be a good one. Alright, so I'm going to save this branch as a scene. Call it ground. And then in here, I'll add a script for the ground. And this script, I want an export variable that changes the color. Now, actually, in the documentation, I remember seeing something about color setting for the export options. Colors. Not really much. Regular color, because it'd be nice if there was like a color picker. If that could be in there, I would love that. But I don't know if we can have a color picker. Maybe we can. Regular color given as red, blue, green, blue alpha value. I'm just not sure. Godot export inspector color picker. I might as well see if it's possible. A widget that provides an interface for selecting and modifying a color. Is this real? No, this is like for the putting in your game. Yeah, this is for putting in your game. No, I don't care about that. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do that. Well, it was worth a shot. I guess we could do a slider, and maybe it just like slides different RGB values. What about that? We make our own color picker. How about that? Because it doesn't have to be very complicated. All right, so I'm gonna say, although it does say variable, but you're just hinting that it's color. So I don't know, we'll see. Export variable color, what does that look like in here? Oh, it is a color picker. That was easy. Yep, you're right, Dragonblade. I just had to try it. It does. So if we hint that it's COL, it's already got it. Frick yeah. Frickin' frick yeah. Let's go. That was stupid easy. That was dumb easy. We're not even hinting. We're just saying color. Oh, okay. Duh, that's the variable name. Awesome. I love it. I guess we are kind of hinting. Because we're using the colon instead of equals. Right, so this would be the hint. And then if I wanted to set a default color, I would do equals. It is hinting. Right, and then I would set the value in here that I would want it to be. So like if I wanted it to be, you know, this or something, would that be enough? Is that too many? Is that too many arguments? It didn't like that. Oh, I guess I have to say, can I say color right here? Nice, and then it's white. Dope. And if I were to make this one 0, it'll be invisible. Right? The last one's alpha? Probably? Yes. Okay, cool. I love it! I guess by default, I don't want the ground to look like that. We'll just keep the color that the ground currently has. Then I just have to pump this into the surface material override. That would be the thing to do here, into the albedo. So we just got to get it in there. This is 0.13, 0.07. Just give it the default. 0.13, 0.07, 0.27. Alright, so that's our default color. And then we want to say in the ready function, mesh, we have to do surface material override. Get set surface override material, which is looking for an integer. No, it's looking for a material. So we have to create a material. Boo, I hate that. Sets the override material for the specified surface. If you've seen something in the engine as an input, it means you can make it for your scripts too. Yeah, totally. Totally. Yeah, I know. I just always forget, like, the way to do it. And, like, you know, I know you can, like, drag this, right? And then it, like, gives you, like, some clues as to what... Ooh, a clue, you know, how... Right, so this is surface material override, right? And then I could drag this in here, and it's going to say albedo color. Right, so I could say dot albedo color. Tincho, oh Tincho, Tincho came in a pinch, yo. Tincho came in a pinch, yo. Tincho came in a pinch, yo. Tincho came in a pinch. Yo, what's up? 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 Up, 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 up. Welcome, Tincho. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev and coming on through. Yeah, you're that late, but it's okay. To me, you're right on time. You came when you needed to come, and that's all right for me. So I'm doing game jam template stuff today. I'm working on stuff to help me make my game jam entries easier than ever. Love the song. Let's go. Radoslav, what's up? Good to see you. You slept your whole day. You look, it's just one of those days. I was really tired. I've been tired today. I've been really tired today. It's just one of those days. That's what tea is for. So yeah, so I'm setting up things here. Specifically, I'm just getting some of my things that I drop into the scene, like the finish line, set up to be easier to drop in and modify. For example, I'm setting up the ground right now For example, I keep saying for example, for instance, if I want to have a ground in my game, I would just drop this scene in, and then I want to be able to quickly adjust the color without diving into the scene. So I'm setting up an export variable right now that will allow me to adjust the color right from the inspector without having to go into there, so I can quickly assemble my games and stuff. And so I'm just figuring out how to get that color to change. And then I want to make a way for enemies or objects or obstacles to spawn in easily. Sort of like in Frogger, you've got cars that move. I want those to spawn in. Alien invaders, you know, enemies to spawn in, maybe something else spawning in. I don't know. So I want to set up that, something to make it easier for me to make different types of games while I'm jamming. I'm actually going to even try to jam something out here so I can find the pain points in this template. And that's what I'm up to. That's what I'm up to. Hope you guys are doing good. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. So I think we can say albedo color here. I'm pretty sure. So like Dragon Blade was saying, we can reference all these. Wait, did I just drag this whole thing in here? It serves me to override. Oh, okay, I see. I want to drag the color section, albedo underscore color. This might be enough. I might be able to just do this and not create a material if I'm lucky. And then we just want this color to be, I would like to call it something better than that. Ground color. Ground color. This is gonna work. I don't know. I just feel like this isn't gonna work. It might though. I hope it does. I hope I don't have to create like a new material, because I mean, I'll do it, but like it's just more work. Okay, so we're setting it to that color. Does it actually change the color? I don't know. Oh, I have the wrong scene set. Project settings, run. I'm gonna change it to, I'm confused what you were even trying. Really? Really? Okay. Alright. That might mean it's not gonna work. That's what that might mean. Pink albedo color? Yeah. By the way, I watched Unreal videos and read the docs, and now I know how to add water volumes at certain places without filling the whole map with it. Oh, nice! Yeah, I actually tried doing that in an Unreal live stream. Is that what you mean? Did you watch that one? I did try to do that once. It's tricky. Nice. Seems like you want to make the floor pink at runtime. Yeah. For example. For example. It's just, I just picked a color. Where's this scene at? Was it in test scenes? Which one is this? Is this main? Oh my gosh. Chaos. Okay, so this is the one. Open up this. Oh, but that's not... Okay. Oh, wait, we have an issue. Okay, oh, that's just it. We just have an issue. Trying to get a return value from a method that returns void. Okay, so this is useless. Oh, I spelled albedo wrong. I said alebdo. 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 Ah, yes. Alebdo. The almighty alebdo. Who could complain? Not the main problem. So I don't think this works. So what I'm trying to do is something that is wrong, which happens, guys, all right? I'm just tinkering. All I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to set up an export variable that lets me change the color of a mesh. That's it. That's all I'm doing. Very simple. Very straightforward, right? Here's the color. We can change it. There's the mesh. I want it to be different. That's it. That's all I want to do. Very simple. Very straightforward. But I'm trying to avoid, because I don't want to, creating a new material if I can avoid it. So I was trying to just find a way that we can update this without creating a new material. But I'm not exactly sure how to do that. So again, remember guys, I'm making a template, right? Something that I can, when I'm making a game, all of a sudden, right? Like for a jam, I want to be able to drop in the ground, right? And then I want to change that ground color. So that's why I'm making it be able to be changed its color at runtime, depending on what game I'm making. Does that make sense? Okay. So I have a feeling I'm gonna need to do this a bit differently. Let me see what albedo color, oh, it's nothing. Albedo color is nothing. So I think what I have to do, you're doing set, not get? Really? So we're getting it to then set it? Are you sure about that? And you need to give it the index of the material. Ugh. Okay. Fine. So we have to get the material that's already there, which will be 0 in this case. Use process? Hell no. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Then that's a hard no. But then if I want to set the albedo color, you know what I'm saying? Set texture, that's 2D. Albedo color, set albedo value. Okay, so I see. Oh, interesting. Why not create a master material template instead of overwriting manually like this? I don't know. Why not? Because I didn't think to do it. Because I'm just doing my best, you guys. I'm just here doing my best. Jeez, you guys are like, she's an expert. She should know to do this. Why is she doing this? She should know to do this. I'm just doing my best. The ready use is only once. If you wanted to change it over a certain period of time, I don't. I just want it to be at the beginning. So again, this is like a template that I'm setting up, right? So let's say I'm making a game, and I want that game to start out with a ground that has a certain color. So right at the beginning, I just want it to be a color. I know you didn't mean it in a mean way. I know you didn't mean it in a mean way. It's just my own insecurity, my own fragile ego. Okay? I know you didn't mean it in a mean way. There's a property called albedo color. I thought the albedo had a color property inside of it. Yeah, probably. It's all up to you, Lisa. Whatever you do, you got it. I know. I appreciate you. Trust me. Backseating is deeply welcome here. It's encouraged. I insist. Because here's the thing. It's just like, you know, sometimes I feel a little insecure, like, about it, right? And that's just me, because I'm still new to this. So, I mean, I even have a graphic for it. And I'm not saying I should have a graphic for it, but I do have a graphic for it. It's this. It's a road that goes two different directions. Why do I have this road? I'm gonna show you, because we can go either down one path or the other path in these live streams. The helpy path, where you guys backseat me to victory, or the hacky path. The hacky path, where I do my best. I do my best, and I explore things, and I try things that don't work sometimes, and things that might not make sense. But that's how I learn, right? Is by hacking things together and seeing what happens. And either one is fine with me. I like them both. They both are good. But, you know, sometimes I feel embarrassed because I'm not a genius. But that's okay. We all have to learn somehow. We want to instantiate the road. You want... What? No. Thanks, Medguard. So, get surface material. Good. And then we can set the albedo, right? That was a thing. So we want to say set albedo. I'm assuming this even works. Self-doubt comes with the territory. I think we all have a bit of that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, I love sharing myself here. I love sharing myself here and the struggle, because I think that's inspiring and relatable, right? To see someone who's not an expert out here. And that's what I want. I want to share that experience of not being an expert. An expert. But, you know, sometimes it's like, the reason why I don't do it this way or that way is just because I don't know. Because nobody has suggested it to me yet. So in terms of saying what you're saying, doing what you're saying, I mean, that would just require, to me, you know, I'd still have to set this up, right? I'd still have to set this up and still have those colors that you're referring to be referenced to a mesh. So to me, I feel like setting up what I'm setting up now could be the beginning of that, right? So if I set up a way to change the color of the ground, well then, you know, I could go up one level and create something that lets me change the colors for everything, right? But until I at least have a way to change the color of the ground, I would think I can't do the other thing. So, but you giving me that idea is super helpful, because now I even know that that's an option. I feel like I should even add that in my list so someday. Palette for all game colors. I love that idea. We're all exports of our parents. Yes, I was exported. That's hilarious. We're exported by our environments. Plato. Oh, Plato. Yeah, right. That's Plato said that. If not export, are you import? I was imported. I think both. I think it depends on the context. You know, like an immigrant or emigrant. Tincho says, yo, wait. Okay. I love how you and that guy I mentioned before are streaming at the same time and have the same number of viewers. Wow, okay. All right, cool. Nice. Game dev on YouTube, let's go. I've been compiling for 9 months. Compiling. Kilo multi-stream watching. Not everyone is an export of their parents. Some are imports. That's true. I think I'm an import. I think I would count as an import. Wait, am I understanding the analogy right? Compiling for 9 months. I am at runtime currently. So I think if I set the albedo, that could work someday if I'm lucky. Ground color. So we're getting the surface override material and we're setting the ground color. Does this make sense? Yes! Thank you, Radoslav. I gotta give you a credit. You just helped me solve that problem by telling me about using the get. We already got you in here. Formatting, timer, input, Godot console. I guess we gotta drop you in on Godot console. Thank you, Radoslav. That was helpful. I keep checking both from time to time to see how the progress is going. It's fun. I love that. Man. Because, you know, so much of the game dev streaming world is on Twitch. And it's nice to see more people on YouTube. And to see people who like watching game dev streams on YouTube, like what you're describing. That's really cool. I love to hear it. Hopefully YouTube makes it easier to browse live streams someday. All right, cool. So we got the color changing set up. So if I, for example, am making a little game, this little game right now, all it has, it's not really a game, it's just an example, all it has is the UI in it. But let's say I wanted to add a player. So I'm gonna grab the player here. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna paste it in here. Now we've got a player and it has a camera. So I'll play this scene. Move around. We got a player. It doesn't look like anything because there's nothing to see. And then I'm gonna put the ground in there so we're not just falling in infinite space. Paste that in. Check that out. I played the wrong thing. Play this. It's gonna look very similar though. Now we got the ground on top of the player, and I can change the color of the ground. Oh, I put the ground in the player. Ground, we can change the color to blue. Check it out. Very nice. We're still falling through the ground because the player needs to be above the ground. That would be ideal. There we go, on the ground. Now, something that I noticed too is that because I change it in here, we don't see it in Godot, and that just kind of has to be okay. So, you know, that's real. It would be kind of nice if I could see the update here. Actually, I think I can if I put tool at the top of the script, although I know Dragon Blade doesn't like that. At least in the past hasn't. But that might... Oh, it has to be at the very, very top. Above extends. And then if we come in here, No, that didn't work. Okay. Sometimes that works. I guess this isn't one of those situations where that would work. Very well. Well, it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. I knew you'd say that. I knew you'd say that. No, there is for the health bars that I was doing that were in the sub viewport, you had mentioned, why are you using tool? You don't need to use tool. But that's fair. You don't remember it, and you know what? I don't expect you to remember it. You deserve not to remember it. It's totally fine. Alright, so I don't think this is relevant to this situation. Whatever tool is good for it, this ain't it. Oh, and then it's like blue here, and I think that's meaning that it's supposed to be like updating or something, but it's not, and that's fine. It was worth a shot. Plugins, maybe. So, I mean, I can show you where I've used it. Probably. I can probably show you where I've used it. What I've used it for in the past. It should work if you put it in process. What? So what I used it for was I had a health bar that was a 2D health bar that was being rendered in the 3D scene via a sub viewport. And it wasn't showing in there unless I went into the script that was supposed to help it show, or maybe I put it in a different place. Maybe I need to put it like in here. What if I put it in here and I say at tool up here? And then it would show it in the editor without me having to play the game, the changes that were being made to it. Yeah, okay, that didn't do anything. Alright, never mind. I don't remember... So I don't know what that has to do with plugins or anything. I just know that that did work for that one situation. I've noticed a rise in game dev streams on YouTube in the past 1 year or so. Yeah, right? I love it. It does help. If Godot still supports C#, I might try it. It does support C#. It does. There are some bugs. That's true. The tool updates constantly then. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to do, but I don't think this is the situation where it works. Just makes the script run in the engine even if the game is not running. Right, that's what I want. That's kind of what I want, as I want to see this ground color. I can let it go, but it would be kind of nice if it would happen. So like, right, if I play this, the ground is red. But if we look in the editor, it's purple. And so I kind of was hoping there was a way I could update this export variable and see it change in here. Obviously, if I really wanted to do that, I would come into the instant scene, change the color here, and now when I come out, there it's gonna be. Which, you know, also works. Which also works. So now it's the different color. Wait! Wait, it took the new color. Wait a minute. Wait, it does work. Hold up. Wait a minute. It does work. Hold on. Maybe I don't not know what I'm talking about. Okay, but I just have to come in here and update it. Wow. So it's actually changing this. If I... This is totally working. I don't like plugins. I don't like plugins. I use them only if I have to. This is totally working. By the way. Yeah, it works. I just have to activate it a certain way. So in here, if I change this, nothing happens, right? Nothing is different. If I come to the ground and I save it and I come back, now it changes. I'm not even sure which one it is. Is it this? If I detach this script, does that stop working? So come in here, change the ground to whatever, this horrible color. Come over here, come back, doesn't update. Come over here, hit save, come back, then it updates. It kind of needs to refresh. We need to do more than refreshing it. I have to come here and I have to actually hit save. And then when I come back, it's different. It updates on save. Right, but only if I save it here. So if I come to this scene, I click ground, and I make it purple or whatever, and I hit save, it doesn't update it. No update. nothing is updated. If I come here and come back, doesn't update. Let's say update this one, and I come back, doesn't update. I have to go to the ground scene itself, then press save, and then come back, and then it changes color. So, hey, I'll take it. Honestly, I'll take it. It is a little confusing, but at least if I wanted to see this be updated based on this, I can. And to me, that's good enough. I'm quite happy with that. Oh, you're saying with the plugin, Tincho? I'm very averse to the plugin. I'm very averse to the plugin. I'm not saying I should be. I'm just saying that I am. Why isn't it doing these default colors? Yeah, give me my purple. Give me my purple. There we go. Nice. Change color and save directly. Yeah, I mean, if I save right there, it's not enough. So if I do it here, hit save, it's not enough. I actually have to come to the instant scene, hit save, and come back. Oh, you're talking about your game. Okay, I got you. Wait, what do you got? Let me see what you're saying. Sorry I missed all these messages. I was just like, it worked! It's probably a macro for interoperability with the engine itself. I remember what I said about tool before now. Oh, okay, good. There's a plugin about that. You said something about it. You can run the game without compiling the full project. Ooh, that sounds like a nice plugin. That actually sounds like a nice plugin. That's something I might be willing to try. Wait, what is that plugin? That's a plugin I might be interested in. You can find it in the plugins tab. What's it called? You can do that with @tool to update when you change the color by making it a property. By making it a property. You can do that with @tool to update when you change the color by making it a property. What does that mean? Try to change the ground color RGB values with time and set it again in process if needed. I don't understand why I would do that in process. That I don't understand. I'm having a hilarious bug in my game here, so I spawn a unit and instantly shoots itself. Oh no! Well, that's a fun bug. I'm here to kill. I go, oh, okay, bye. I guess you were here to kill. Can you add ragdoll and gore in your template? I could. I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I want practical things. I want things that like I'm not even at that level, right? That would be something that once I have, you know, timer, score, player moving around, the ground, finish line, checkpoints, I can spawn enemies. You know, I kind of want to leave some of that stuff to once I get the foundations of a game. Then add in some of the flair, you know? Maybe someday, though. I don't like that much plugins either, but sometimes when they're not invasive with the default workflow, I use it. Yeah, I feel that. That I feel. Link to docs in Discord to what I mean. All right. Real quick, I already have to use the loo. I have to use the loo. I've been drinking tea. I told you guys I'm tired today. And so I've been needing to drink some tea. So I gotta use the loo. I will be back in less than 1 minute. Do I have something to look at in that time? I don't know. I don't know if I do. Look at this, let's see, what do I have downloaded? Look at this version of Celeste that's in 3D. I'm gonna say, look at this. Look at this! It's Celeste, but it's in 3D. Something to look at. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I really will. Okay, there we go. I just need to put the BRB up. Less than 1 minute. I'll be right back. 3D remake is good. I enjoyed the 2D version. I just never personally played the 3D one because it just came out, and I don't know, I just haven't. But I really liked the 2D one a lot. Alright, and this video is from someone called Alpharad. Alpharad, what a name. Yeah, it's really cool, right? I do not think it's made in Godot. Oh, I should always show things made in Godot. That's a good idea. Celeste does have cool mechanics. It's fun. It's like a precision platformer. And then I guess that's like a Super Mario 64 kind of inspired version of it. Made by the original devs. The original, yeah, the original was huge. The original was massive. Problems referring to games. Okay, so we've got my ground color changeable. That's great, beautiful, I love it. Is there any other setting that I want in here? I do kind of want to, I'm kind of obsessed with this category thing. Oh, and then there's the thing that Dragonblade was talking about. I noticed you played a video on stream. Is your ISP not capping anymore? It is, but you know what I did, Tincho? I found a little workaround, which is that if I download videos on YouTube, so you know how you can like download them, so if you don't have internet, you can watch them later? I just make sure I download things that we're gonna watch on stream, and then I can play them. So that's my workaround, which doesn't give us any issues, because it doesn't run on the internet. I found how to execute async functions in Unreal 4.27 without external plugin. The external plugin is only for Unreal 5. Whoa. Oh yeah, Medgard knows some things. Medgard knows some things about Unreal Engine. Yes! Yes, community! I love it. Yeah, it's a good little workaround. I'm glad I realized that. Export category, and then this will be ground settings. Okay, ground settings. I don't think it's ever gonna need to not have the ground. Like, turn the ground on or off. Like, no, the ground's probably gonna need to be on. I think we want the ground to be on. Wait, did I do export category incorrectly? Why does that look like dog doo-doo? Export category. I want to see this not say ground.gd. I wonder if because of the instancing, that changes its behavior somehow. Like, what if I take that out? Wow, look, now I can do this. But if I add tool in there... Oh, there it does work. Weird. Okay, whatever. Oh, and then what Dragonblade was talking about. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. We got a lot of windows. I don't know much, but I think we got a lot of windows open. I'm gonna close a few of those. So what I'm also doing is checking out this tool thing that Dragonblade talked about. And then I do want to do instancing. I want to instance enemies and stuff in the scene. Running code in the editor. Interesting. At tool at the top. So this is what I'm doing to run that script. And then you're saying there's another way to do it. Wait, what's the other way? Running one-off scripts using editor script. At tool at the top. At tool at the top. Instancing scenes. Where's the part that you're talking about? You said it can be within there somehow? That code example was showing how to edit variables. What? Modify your process point. Now let's choose which code runs when. I don't think I understand. This? Function process, but this is... I don't understand what you're talking about. I understand what you're talking about. Cool. So, instancing things. How do I want to do this? I think what I want to start with is look at the editing variables category. Add and export a variable speed to the script. To update the speed and also reset the rotation angle, add a setter, which is executed with the input from the inspector. Oh, whoa! Oh, neat! I see. So we can actually add a setter within the export variable. Oh, okay, that's awesome. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Wow. Oh, I like this. Okay, let's try this. Nice, good find. Oh, sweet. So I just gotta drop this in here. And we wanna say set ground color. And I guess we're just literally, wait, it says new speed. What is this? Why does it say new speed? What the hell is this? I'm so confused by this. Pierogi Gon is not gone. I know Pierogi Gon is not gone, cause Pierogi Gon is here. Welcome Pierogi Gon member and patron. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. You get a song. Pierogi Gon not gone. Pierogi Gon not gone. Pierogi Gon not gone. Pierogi Gon's not gone. Gone. Pierogi Gon's not gone. You're welcome and I'm sorry for the song. Didn't quite get that note there. When you change the ground color, the set function will be called automatically with new speed. When you change the ground color, the set function will be called automatically with new speed being the new value you set. Those sound like words that mean something to me. So name it new color and set ground underscore color equals new color and update the albedo. Oh. Set new color. Ground color is the same as new color. And then update the albedo. That's amazing. And then we just run this in here. That's amazing. Unexpected indent. Isn't it indented on here? It looks indented on here to me. I can not indent it if you want, Godot, but I feel like you want me to indent it. I feel like it wants me to indent it, right? But you acting like, do we need to put like a pass in here? It's like, it seems to be thinking this is going into the function, the ready function, which is confusing. Why would it think it's going to the ready function? Ground color is the same as the new color. Ground color has changed the new color. Yes. Well said. Rogigun says, let's make games iterative approach. Oh, cool. That's your class you're teaching. That's awesome. Does it work without the albedo line? Let's see. Congrats, Rogi. I love that title. That's a good title. Is this like, maybe this is a feature that wasn't in this version of Godot? It seems like it is, though. This doesn't, oh, this is 4.2 documentation. This might not work in 4.1. It's possible that this doesn't work in 4.1. That might be the problem. Oh gosh, do I have to convert this to 4.2 right now? Maybe I should. Maybe I should. That could be the problem. It works in 4.1? You already checked? Well, dang. Well then, now it's quite mysterious, isn't it? Well, in that case, maybe we just can't do it. You have another meeting about the course tonight later, but in the last meeting we refined a lot and decided on a name. Congrats. Rogi's gonna be teaching game dev. I love it. Probably. You can change the docs version at the bottom on the left. Yeah, that said, it is possible, but it takes a lot of amount of effort and time. Wait, what does? Oh, Medgard. I was like, wait, Dragon Blade? You're saying that? No, that's what Medgard's talking about. Something else. You can change the docs version at the bottom, right? But I feel like it shouldn't matter. I feel like you have to make it a function. Right, but I guess we're trying to not make it a function. I'm missing the colon after setting the color. That's a fun mistake, because that's fixable. Set new color colon, variable speed, oh, we need it up here. Oh, little confusing, just because usually we don't have to do that. But I see, in order to have this be nested in here, we have to do that. I gotcha. Understood. Discord link is in the description box. On the line with the export at the end, there's colon. Yeah, I just realized that. Yeah, give Godot. I love Medgard and Radoslav. I love the conversation y'all are having, and I love that we're bringing you to the Godot side. Feels like black magic. All right, so now it works. Yeah, I know, right? That we can put code outside of a function. It does. So then what this is supposed to be able to do is update this in real time. Will this work? Okay, maybe we just have to save it. Oh! Yes! Awesome! Dang, Dragonblade! Thank you! What? That's amazing! That's amazing! Look! We created our own inspector. It's a party! Oh, it's definitely a party! It's party time! Oh, it moved me into the wrong place because I'm in the wrong camera. There we go. Boom, party time. Not really party music. It's more like chill. We're chilling. And we can change this color in the background with our own little setup. I love it. I love it. Amazing. Word of mouth. Word of mouth is the power. Word of mouth is definitely the power. Chillin' rave. It's a chillin'. I was like, let's party. The music is like, let's chill. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So yeah, so that's what we have here as part of this game jam template. So if I drop this ground in here, I'm gonna be able to just change this with our own color inspector that we created. I think that's awesome. I love Godot. Thank you, Dragonblade, for helping make this the best it can. I'm sorry I don't know how to help you dry your hair. Hair dryer? I hate being wet. Like, I hate being wet. Like, going swimming and, like, having to, like, dry. Like, being in a pool, fine. Being in, you know, the shower, fine. But, like, after the fact, being in the rain, well, that's pretty annoying. But generally speaking, fine. But then after the fact, when I have to, like, dry off, miserable. Miserable. I hate it. My skin is like, this is wrong. Why are tons and tons of tiny molecules evaporating off of me? Not good. All right, instantiation time. Awesome, amazing stuff. I just love it. I think these are all the components. So we've got player as something we can drag and drop in. The ground is something that can be dragged and dropped in. The finish line is something that can be dragged and dropped in. There's this spatial context thing that I added, so it'd be like, maybe I should add this too. Never dry your hair? I kind of avoid it myself. I just let it air dry. So this is just like a bunch of junk, like these like random polygons. So it's just easier to see when I move around that there's something. I'm not gonna make an instant scene for that. I don't know. Maybe I could, sort of like Radoslav was saying earlier, like add gore and stuff. Like this could be nice for like scenery, but that's something I'd almost in a game jam would want to do. Slowing drying hair is even worse for me. Slowly drying hair, yeah. The cons of long hair. It's quite cumbersome having wet hair. Okay, so instancing. That's what I want to work on next. Now that we've got some of this stuff in here. Basically, and you know what? I am gonna add the spatial context. I'm gonna add the spatial context. Maybe I do want to instance it. No, cause you know what? This I might actually want to be more easily modifiable, so I'm just gonna copy and paste it. Again, it's just some junk that's in the scene to make it a little easier to see that we're moving, because otherwise there's no reference points, and you can't tell if I'm moving around. Do you know what I mean? No idea how it works for me with dreadlocks. I mean, it's pretty much the same, right? So you can see that there's stuff there. Oh, that's the other thing I should add in is world environment and sun stuff, so we can actually, you know, appreciate colors and things. That's the other thing I should probably add in. All right, hold on, we're not done yet. We need to add environment stuff. It's pretty much the same, it just takes a while. It just takes a while. It takes a super long time because this is thick. It holds onto hair or water for so long because these are like thick bundles of hair. And so it's like a sponge. It just holds onto the water. It's a sponge, but you can't wring it out. It takes a long time. I put my phone behind me in my chair, so when my hair is wet, my phone gets all wet. You make it sound like you're doing that on purpose. Yeah, so that way my phone can get wet. I put it behind me. I imagine it's even more annoying when just plain long hair. It's all annoying. You can make it interesting by adding a terrain with randomly generated purlin noise affected by adjacent grounds on every instance spawned. Whoa! That would be interesting. You're not wrong. Alright, wait, I'm not done yet. I need to add in world environment stuff. That would also be nice to have, like, you know, change depending on context. So you know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna set it up in this scene here, though. So this is the one that I draw from every time. Let's add in a sun and an environment. And I'd kind of like to bundle these. Now the sun, when it says a sun, it's really just a light. It's just a light, right? And that's important, I think, just to remember. Like, I could just add this in on my own. But I guess it's sunnier because it's got the sky mode. I don't know. I'm going to nest the light in the world environment. And that's fine, right? Or with curly long hair. No, because my phone likes being humid. No problem with it. Your hair curls at the ends? Oh. Now I can actually see things, which is lovely. Things are visible. And I want to... Honestly, it would be nice to be able to change these. Be able to modify these. I don't know what I want to do. Like, do I want to, like, nest these in a node? I don't think I care. I feel like it doesn't matter. I think I'll just leave it like this. And then we can, like, instance this, save it as its own thing. Save this. If your phone has water protection, that's true. Better without it. Better without the water protection. I'm just gonna call this lighting or I guess we'll say environment. That's fine. I don't really like it, but we'll deal with it. Okay, so then in here, I'm gonna attach a script for the environment. And I would like some settings that we can change on here as well. I think that'd be nice. Water resistant without protection, interesting. Your cell phone is just a masochist. Make it suffer. Make it suffer. I've broken so many phones, guys. I break phones constantly. I don't even buy cell phones anymore. I just borrow other people's cell phones. I'm that person. Because I'm just gonna break it and I gotta shell out another $200-300. Okay, so if I want... Wait, why doesn't that have a script on it? Oh, do I need to save this? Save it. There we go, there's a script. So I'm gonna add an export in here that lets me change. Really, the only thing I'd want to change is like the sun, I guess, right? At export, we already did a bunch of this, so it shouldn't be too hard. Shouldn't be too hard to change the colors. I guess with the sun, really it's just like the light color is kind of the main thing. Which for that, it's not even albedo, it's just light color. So if I say export sun color, it's pretty simple. Variable sun color, and we can do the same thing that we got set up over on the ground here. It actually can just pretty much look the same as this. Right? I'm literally just gonna copy all this and paste it in. Put tool up here. You once you microwaved a phone and the SIM card and some other components were destroyed, yet the phone was functioning to some extent. It's amazing. That's amazing. I guess maybe it makes sense. Sometimes I just install Linux on it and make it suffer for around 40 minutes trying to install Firefox. That's fun. See, now that's just fun. Now you're just tinkering. Bro, I call it an exchange of ownership. Oh, yes, an exchange of ownership. That's fair. Pierogi says, I try to avoid getting my phone wet from my hair, but sometimes I just risk it. Live dangerously. How exciting. Anyone here tried to install Blender on their cell by installing Linux and then trying to install Blender? That sounds awesome. I mean, you know, your phone is just a computer. It's just a computer, why not? Why not? I love that. Sun color, probably want it to be white. Would probably make the most sense. New color, sun color to the new color. And then instead of ground mesh, we want to say directional light. And we might just be able to say light color. And then change this to sun color. That might be enough. But I'm not sure. We'll have to try it. Update this line. Bam. You didn't try that, but you bought a laptop and didn't have a good graphics driver, so it couldn't run Blender. Oh, dang. Oh, it didn't have a good graphics driver. It was in the microwave for less than 2 seconds. What? That's kind of beautiful. What a risk. Godot is on Android. That's true. It's basically the desktop app last time I checked. It was like literally the same thing except on my phone, which was a little appalling. I was like, oh, they just ported it. They didn't make any changes. They just said, let's just port it. All right. I've heard it doesn't necessarily function the same though. Okay, so there's this. And then you put it in the microwave. Why? Why? Like, honestly, I respect the, like, scientific inquiry of it all, but, like, truly, why? Why did you do that? Why have you done this, Radoslav? I'm quite curious why you have done this. My desktop PC has an ancient integrated graphics card. Couldn't run Blender either. But I wish it could because its monitor is larger. Lower resolution, but you can see better. Yeah, that'd be nice. You only work with a big tablet? Really? Oh, you mean Godot. I see. I was like, I thought you said I would only work on a big tablet. I was like, what? Test your game on a mobile. That's a good point. Yeah, for testing, that makes sense. So here we do have a sun color adjustment. Oh, we got some problems. Oh, the light color. Oh, wow, that's awesome. So if we do the tool thing, look, we get errors. This is actually dope. So you can, like, test things before you go to runtime. So I made up the function light color. That wasn't a real function, which makes sense. I probably need to say set light color or something. But that's kind of cool that it gives me the errors here when I set up that tool situation. I kind of like that. So let's see if we can find really what it would be. Maybe like set light color? I don't know. I'm not sure. So let's just pull up this documentation. See if we can sort it out. Not a lot of settings in here, if I'm being honest. Not a lot of settings. Still useful, but it could have been cheap and able to run Blender. I microwaved my phone because I thought it would charge. Oh, I see you're saying something else. Yeah, I should have looked into my laptop purchase more, but I wanted something cheap for work. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes you have to like make the mistake to know what to do next time. Okay, Radoslav says, I microwaved my phone because I thought it would charge. Wow. Cheers. Cheers to that. Cheers to charging your phone by putting it in the microwave. It's very daring. Sadly, it didn't. Because it was a Nokia smartphone. If it was an iPhone, it could probably work. I like the risky silence. It's science. Yes, I like the risky science. The Einstein of modern times. Please don't microwave electronics. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm buffering. I never microwaved another phone after that. Sometimes we have to put our hand on the hot stove to know not to touch it. Sometimes we just have to let our children make dangerous mistakes. Oh, that's amazing, Radoslav. What a story. Wow. Good for you. Why does this not have more things that I can do? It's a type of light 3D node. Oh, so maybe in here, light color. Here we go. Set color. Oh. I might have to, maybe have to like get it first, or I don't know. I don't know how to set it. I'm not exactly sure what the best way to do this is, but we'll just try set color and pray that that's enough. We'll pray to the great charging microwave in the sky. I'm gonna say set color, just set color. See what that does. It was stupid, not amazing. Well, at least I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it. Apparently, it might be. All right, let's see. If Rogi confirms it, that makes me feel more confident. Okay, let's see what we got. Editor. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're changing the color. Let's go. Let's go. Why not both amazing and stupid? Yes. Yes. Correct. Sometimes you have to do something a little stupid to be amazing. We got it. Dan, Dragonblade, you really like changed my life with this setting. This is super helpful. All right, cool, great, done. If you want to charge a phone, you need to put it in an electronic oven, not microwave. You're using the wrong energy. Wait, that works? Like a, what do you call it? A toaster oven? That works? What about melting? What about, isn't that what they say though? That heat is bad for electronics? Tinjo says, no. But yes. Just plug a potato into I'm like, y'all, there's also like wall outlets. I don't know. Those, maybe I'm weird, but dynamically changing the color makes it look like a disco ball. It does. It's kind of awesome. It's super exciting. I love it. And then for the world environment stuff, some of the settings that they give you by default are like, what are some of the things that they give you? They give you sky color, ground color, and sky energy. I never really used this other stuff. Oh, and then we could change sun energy and things like that. I think sky color and ground color would be useful. There's also something else in here that I often find myself wanting to change in the world environment. Namely, so we actually have to load into the, so we have to get the environment for this one. sky material. Oh my god, we're gonna have to get the environment, the sky material, and then we get to the sky, the horizon color. The horizon color is something I often want to change, but is like kind of a pain to do. And then, because the top color doesn't really do as much. So I kind of would like to be able to adjust that, and then the ground as well. Oh, there's 2 different ground colors. Right, there's the horizon where it meets it. See, like, this is kind of what I want to change, are these 2. This is going to be kind of a lot of effort. But man, would it be nice to be able to do it. We're being environmentally friendly. Oh, I'm sure that is, until the microwave blows up. Deadly science, I see. The only true science. You can export the environment directly. I hope so. Oh, wait, that would be pretty nice. Oh, I once wanted to make an automatic railgun, but couldn't even buy a battery powerful enough to power such a thing. Thank goodness. Like, you mean like railway spikes? Like, what do you mean what's a railgun? Like a gun that like has like a, not a railway spike, but like there's like a chute or something and things like, what is a railgun? What? Wait, but that sounds much nicer than doing all of this chaos that I was just thinking. I love that. All right, let me check the documentation. That sounds useful. Godot export annotation. Yeah, give me this. I apparently need this on bookmark. Environment. How do you know these things? Wait, I don't see it in here. I like believe you. Godot export annotation environment. I believe you. It's not a specific export. You don't even need to export it though. The world environment is the main node anyway. It will be accessible. Oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. Dang, you're a genius. Saving me. Oh, you're right. You're right. So I just have to click on here. I mean, it would like be less clutter, to be honest, if I could just like have the colors. Because otherwise I gotta click on sky, click on procedural, do all that. But that is kind of minor. I'm kind of doing a little extra. Make the environment a resource variable and export it. Railgun is a magnetic gun that uses force fields to shoot projectiles. That sounds awesome. To shoot projectiles, it uses high magnetic energy field to propel metal projectiles at high range. Even your naval forces have railguns on their ships. That sounds kind of cool, actually. That sounds very interesting. Yeah, so that's a good point, that it is the top level, and so it's all right here. So maybe I just need to get over it. All right, you know what? You convinced me. We don't need to do it. Great. Sweet. World environment. Done. Done. And I guess if I wanted to keep belaboring this, which I do, I could do sun strength. We could do like different settings in here for the, what does that even modify? Direction light 3D, energy. So we could just make it like a little more intense or whatever. Not that you can really notice it here, but that could be nice. I usually don't find myself wanting to change that much. Let's do energy. Let's do that. And then I promise I'll move on to something else. Probably, unless I forgot something. I'm gonna copy all this again, so we can view it live. Put this in here. Export sun energy. Now this is a slider, so I actually want this to be a range. I will forget to move on. I don't know that I'll forget. I might intentionally move on. It charges a capacitor. Or microwave the phone. It charges a capacitor enough to produce a high energy force field, then uses the force field to propel the projectiles at high speeds. Are you, like, do you have, like, a laboratory? My gosh, I feel like you need so many things to build that. At least safely. Sun energy, new energy. Sun energy, new energy, and then we just have to set it. Probably same kind of thing. Can we just say set energy? We'll see if that works. I don't think it does. I don't think it does. Let's see if I can find that. Light 3D. Light energy. Set param. Oh, it's just set param. That can't be true. What? What does that mean? Because this also has it, light indirect energy. What does set param mean? I'm confused. Does that mean just insert the name of it in there? I don't have a lab. I only gave 2 soldering irons. You might need more than that. Cheap and easy to make one? Oh, okay. Not dangerous enough. I mean, it's a property like the one you made. Oh. So if I say... that means I can just say light energy? What do you mean? What do you mean? That means it's a property. For dangerous enough railguns, there needs to be high voltage capacitors and enough magnetic rails to propel. Oh, property, right. I just wrote it as a function. Gotcha. I see. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, wow. You know, I do find like DIY to be really fun. Like, I just never get around to it. Guys, if you want to know, here's things you need to know. Oh my gosh. You're so into it. I love that. I'm starting to zone out on it. But I have a lot of respect for it. Oh, right. We don't want to say new energy. This needs to be sun energy. Right? Is that the way we did these other ones? Wait, did I just override it? Whoops. I didn't mean to override it. That was a mistake. We want to add it in addition here. And this would be sun energy. You're joking with the Einstein remark, but I'm not so sure anymore. The timer on the capacitors needs to be good too, otherwise it loses energy. Dragon Blade knows. Wow, you guys are smart. I love it. In the presence of greatness. No, maybe the phone thing was like right to try it. Maybe it was actually a genius move. Amazing and stupid and genius. Set color, okay, good. New energy, so we just have to adjust this. And if I want it to be a range, what is the range that is available by default? By default, we can go up to 16, at the lowest 0. So 0 to 16. I'm just pulling out of my memory here. But was it like export range? And then we could say 0, 16? Yeah, I think that'll work. Oh, we gotta make it float 0.0, 16.0. Oh, we gotta get rid of the color thing. And then change this to 1.0. Oh, and then add a colon. Nice. All right. Let's see if this works. Clicking on this. I think I need to save it, at least. So it's showing up here. Good, good. Come to the main scene. Showing up there. Let's see if it changes. Yes! Awesome. Let's go. All right. This template is looking nice. Okay, cool. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I won't make weapons of death anytime soon. If you have a list, please tell me I'm not on it. I prefer torture. Oh. Oh gosh. I'm one of the people who forgive easily. Oh, that's nice. That's good for a dangerous person. Alright, so I think for real, maybe, I've done everything I want to do. We got world environment, I can drag it in easy. We've got UI, I can drag it in easy. We've got player, I can drag it in easy. Ground, inexplicably a ground 2, that's a mistake. Finish line, spatial context, we don't want to worry about that. Okay. Thanks, Radoslav. Thanks, Radoslav! It's nice of you to say. I guess I'll just test dragging it in here just for the sake of completion. Look, beautiful. Works out well. Great. Test that scene. We see stuff. I can't say the ground color looks correct. Oh no, it is correct. Oh great. Yep, it's correct. Everything is good. We're in good shape. Alright, so next is the instantiation stuff. How do I want to set up that? Dear golly, I don't have a clue. Like, I could make it just one scene that... Let's start with that. Let's start with one scene that drops in stuff that gets instantiated. So, if I have... Whatever, this is my node that'll spawn things. Alright, so when I spawn it... I don't know, does it appear? I guess I'd want settings for if it has movement. Because then the other thing I'm thinking is it like a 2D game or a 3D game? I mean, I'd like them all to be 3D, but let's say it's like a fixed camera and you only move left and right. Oh, that would be a nice setting, would be to turn off moving forward and backward to keep it as like a 2D game. That would be something nice. What would be helpful too is if we could set the direction, like if we had like an arrow that would help me like know which direction they go. The things that spawn in, do they spawn in place and just pop into random spots? Or do they spawn in, you know, like from the top down? Do they spawn in left or right? Do they spawn in from the distance and come closer? There's a lot of questions here. It would be nice if all that could be changed. You're gonna convert a laser pointer to like a knife? That's amazing. A finishing line looks a bit weird. It is weird. It's very weird. That I just tried to like slap together by just dragging around texture stuff in Godot. This was in the hacky portion of the stream that day. So yes, it would look weird. It's okay. So the way that I did it was... No, English broke you. The way that I did this was... We have a gradient texture. I want to say it's a 2D gradient texture. Yeah. And then it's got these here, and then I have like triplanar. Help me make a proper one. This is Dookie in a bag on your doorstep. Like, nobody wants this. I only did it because it was the best I could come up with, dragging and clicking things. One of y'all gave me the tip about triplanar though. Was it Tincho? Maybe it wasn't Tincho, it was somebody else maybe. Radoslav? Olaf? It was somebody. Use laser pointer for hair removal if I can regulate its power well as well. That... You are a fascinating person, Radoslav. Be careful. You're gonna give yourself cancer if you're not careful. Did you make the checker shader using G shader language or the visual graph? Literally, all I did was change. So I set in UV1, I checked this triplanar to being on. So I have this like 2D gradient right here. I still haven't gotten into the shader graph stuff yet. I'm procrastinating it. So I took this, and then in UV1 we checked triplanar, and that gave it this nice pattern. If it works, it works. So the Dragon Blade's gonna help me make it better, apparently. So that's something. It wasn't Tencho? Okay. I don't know what's going on, but Kenny has some nice prototype textures for prototyping. Yeah, right, fair. Right, that's true. That's true. And you know, I enjoy making this stuff like on my own. It feels like the least I can do if I'm going to be making a template for the game jam. But that's true. Kenny does have some awesome stuff. I haven't used it much myself. But if you guys don't know, it's like a website with a bunch of free things that you can put in your games and use them, and you're good to go. I feel like the license is great, and it's just like really generous. Tons and tons and tons of stuff. Very, very useful website for sure. Good for game jams, stuff like that. Use a shader to mix checkerboard pattern with Perlin noise. Yeah, right. We could do that. We could do that. It will feel like you're on psychedelic mushrooms when you look at it. That sounds awesome, Radoslav. That sounds awesome. I need to do more like, it's quite a big menu to take a screenshot. I would love to do more artistic stuff like that one of these days. I don't know. I feel like they just donate. I feel like it's just donation. I think there is no monetization. I feel like I saw a tweet from them recently and they were just like, it'll always be free. I think they just do donations, which is quite admirable. Ooh, they got Kenny Club. They get exclusive content, so I would say there's some stuff here. Okay, no, there's some stuff. There's some stuff you can buy, but overall, it's pretty free. Dragon Blade was like, you're gonna get distracted from making the instancing. And then Dragon Blade was like, hey, let me help you fix that finish line. It's because you knew. You knew. Free and premium stuff, yeah. I think for the instancing, what I'll just start with is let's just spawn something in place. And then I'll think about adding bonus stuff in there. All right, what has Dragon Blade devised now? Oh, that is a long menu. Whoa. Whoa, that looks awesome. What? Patreon is a new premium service from the people for the people. Yep, I agree. I agree, it's quite useful. It's quite useful. I was gonna say, that's why it's fancy. Kenny's got their own club. I was like, oh my gosh. You got your own premium. All right, well, I guess we have to try it. I guess I have to let myself be distracted then. Rhomboid checkerboard, oh. Kenny assets are in the asset store of Godot too. Oh, can import directly. That's awesome. I didn't know that. Kenny knows how to build good, like, rapport with game devs. Like, giving that stuff out for free, like, we're just saying this person's name. Like, hey, Kenny. Like, that is some good advertising right there. Okay, so fine, let's fix the finish line. Might as well. I'm gonna save my chaos finish line, because I'd hate to see it get dyed. I'd hate to see it get dyed. Finish line trippy. It's the trippy finish line. I don't want to see it get dyed. I'd hate to see it get dyed. It doesn't deserve that. So wait, what did you create? You created a gradient 2D? That's what it looks like. Standard material. Albedo texture. Gradient 2D. See you later, Tin Show. Yeah, thank you for coming through. It was a pleasure. Take good care. Off-whiter saying goodbye. Yeah, I'm just gonna say goodbye. I don't know how to pronounce it. We're just gonna say goodbye. Noise texture. Oh, wait, really? Right off the bat. Wait, nuh-uh. Really? Oh, in the albedo, right. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Oh, it's down here in the color. Oh, color ramp. Gotcha, that's where the gradient goes. Gotcha. So you're dividing it in half. I can't remember how to get this to like be... How did you even do this? How did you even... Normalize on... Generate that on, no problem. Interpolate. I knew it was like a setting. I just forgot where. Set to constant. Oh, nice. Thanks. And then you just kind of guessed the center of it. Not that important. Raw data. Oh, there you did the size. I see. I knew it was in raw data. I knew it was in there somewhere. Oh, there it is. Okay. 20.5. 20.5. Know that from Krita. Yeah, it was offset, Radoslav. There we go. Beautiful. It has the same options. Nice. I love when things transfer over between programs. Unreal Engine 2. Standards are tight. Okay, so that should be that. And then for, you have something in here. Packed color array. Just default. Okay. And then down here, you've got in the noise, fast noise. So another fast noise in the fast noise. Well, noise I see. So noise texture, and then this is more, this is a little different. I see. So this is where we add the noise in here. This is awesome. Noise type, cellular. Open up cellular. Distance function Manhattan. Wow, how did you even know how to do this? Jitter 0. Oh, wow. I love these tools. I love that this is possible. I don't think I could have tinkered my way into this. I do not think I could have tinkered my way into this. Yeah, Krita's pretty cool. So it looks like an acid trip. Yeah, it does. I love psychedelic stuff. I do. Oh, fractal type. Fractal type. Where is it? Oh. It says something that I'm sure will make sense. None. Okay. Oh! Whoa. Now, is this because of the UV stuff? Why is it stretched weird? Wait, why is it stretched weird? Maybe I missed something. 512, 512. Size 2. It is the UV? To 0.5. But then again, I don't... Whoa. That was incorrect. Let's go. Oh wait, that doesn't look right. That looks very wrong. That looks incredibly wrong. What have I done? The triplanar certainly does something. It's because you scaled it. You know how to fix that? Oh, so if I wanted it to like stretch like tile all the way across. Well, yeah, right, triplanar might help with that. And then if I just make it smaller, right? Look at that. Oh, we've got these little triangles. Why we got these little triangles? Where are the triangles coming from? Does yours have triangles? Yours doesn't have triangles. It looks pretty good. It looks dang good. We just got those little overlap moments happening. That must be like the edges. Like where the next one would start. That has to be what that is. It doesn't wrap around. Right. It sure doesn't. Right, not properly. I feel like there might be a setting. No, this one doesn't do it. I mean, I can kind of let it go. I don't know which I like better, the trippy one or this one. I guess the other alternative would be to just not stretch it, right? So not do triplanar. And then make this less wide. See you later, Radoslav. Have fun watching some tutorials. I love that. Thanks for hanging out. It was a pleasure. Be safe. Be safe. Use the wall outlet if you can. Take care. Thanks for stopping in, Radoslav. Thanks for your help too. UV2 padding. Well, we're not using 2, are we? If I just shrink it down, it looks great. But I think that's where those triangles are coming from, is this right here. Which is kind of fine, I guess. But then, yeah, that's a little tricky. That's a little tricky. That's gotta be something. You're so close, Dragon Blade. You're so close. It's right there. Because even yours has that in it. On the edges. It's so close. I wonder if that's due to the texture. The gradient. Like if I adjust this. It's a little thick. It's a bit thick. But I don't think there's like really a better way to do that. To adjust that and it'd be okay. I mean, and then there's gonna be like a big gap right there, which won't look right. I'm okay with it. I think it still looks better than the last one. I think it still looks better than the last one. So we'll ride with it and then we'll be happy. I'm sure Dragon Blade is furiously trying to resolve it. I'm kidding, but I'm also not kidding. There we go. We'll settle with this for now. It looks way more finish liney. That's for sure. Okay. So we've got a new finish line texture. We're looking snazzy. I am going to do, lest Dragon Blade finds a way to distract me. Bless his heart for that. I don't actually know your pronouns. Bless their heart for that. I'm going to do the instancing. So what do I want to instance? I'm going to just add a... I guess I'd want it to be an area 3D, probably. Maybe not on the top level. We could do like a node 3D on the top level. For now. And I'll say this is, and that's the other thing, like, do I want to call them enemies? Maybe not. Maybe I keep it, like, generic, right? And I say, we've got this thing that instance is in that could be an enemy, or it could, we could check a box and it becomes a pickup, or it becomes something else, a little, I don't know, a visual thing, I don't know. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an enemy. We could just say it is a, I'm just gonna call it a spawnable. That's what we're gonna call it. In there, I'm gonna add a mesh, and let's make it a cylinder. Let's not put it at the center so I can see it and stuff. I'm just kind of imagining like a checker piece or something. Sort of vibe. Or a cut hot dog slice. And then I'm gonna give it a different color because there's just so many things that are just like weird colors. That would be a nice, honestly, that would be a nice thing to add in here. Heck, I'm gonna add the color stuff. Now that I know how to change the color of things and have it like update, like, dude, I'm doing that for everything for the rest of my life. Approximately, give or take. So I just want to add tool in there, pull that down, and we want to say, because this might be, the thing is we might change this mesh, right? It might not be a cylinder. So I don't know if this makes the most sense to do. Because this is the kind of thing that, like, you know, if it's a game about Space Invaders, I'm going to want to change it to different alien shapes. And I'm going to want it to have a different alien shape. If it's Frogger, I'm going to want it to be different car shapes. So I don't know if it really makes sense for me to set the color change in here. So I'm actually not going to do that. Because I think this is one that I'm going to have to jump into and make changes to. So, right? And like the thing is, if I make this a scene that's instanceable, keeping things abstract to a certain level, yeah, and like, you know, if I duplicate this and it's instanced, then they're all gonna be looking the same. So, you know, I don't think I can make this unique. Make local? That's gonna be interesting. I'm not sure what the best way to handle this is, because I'm gonna want to go in there and edit it. So I don't know. I'm gonna not worry about all that stuff just yet. I'm kind of not sure how I want to handle this. So let's just make it do the thing, and then I'll worry about all that stuff. I am gonna change the color though. Yeah, I'm gonna change the color, just because everything else already has that color, and it's just, I want it to stand out a bit, just a bit then. Okay, great, looks different, wonderful. I'm gonna move it in here, and we want it to appear. Now, what are the conditions under which it appears, right? This I might want to actually have in here as an export variable, where we can say, well, it takes this long, it spawns after this much time. Is its position randomized all over the place? I don't know. It's a little tough. You know, do I want them all to spawn in next to each other? I mean, it'd be kind of weird to have them spawning on top of each other. This is actually quite difficult to, like, make a template for. I kind of need, like, a specific thing that I want to do. So I'm gonna say, let's make collectibles that spawn over a certain area. And then maybe we can adjust the area that it spawns in. So just like collectibles on the ground that you can pick up and walk into, and you get them. And that's it. So I'm gonna need an area that they spawn in on. I actually don't know how to do this. I've done this in 2D. I'm not really sure how to do this in 3D. Probably isn't that different. We just want a random range and then plug that into position on the X and Z axes. So we need X and Z random positions, and it would just spawn those in. And then we can keep the range. Well, we can have the range be adjustable. Okay. Alright. Alright, wish myself luck. Good luck. Thank you. Do I know how to do the instancing thing? Maybe. I've done it before. I just tend to forget. Like, preload? Preload's better than load, right? I guess one is more suited to certain situations. I'm gonna say, let's go to the game I'm usually working on. Let me get the code from there. So I'm just pulling up the file that I have in my main game, where we do NPC spawning. Preload loads it before runtime. Right, yeah. I don't know, I have that set up in my NPC spawn. Let me open this. Oh, it's right there. I have it set up otherwise to do, so this is my script for the helicopters that spawn in the main game I'm working on. And here's the line down here. And so what it does is, I don't know that we need preload. I'm just gonna grab this. Oh, and then we have to add child. Right. Okay. So let's just do that, and I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Right, and so then we have the interval. Actually, I should just grab this whole script. I think this whole script is gonna be useful. We can just take out parts as needed. Okay, so spawn interval, they're all gonna spawn very quickly. Spawn interval timer, we want that. Timeout, connect it, yes. One shot true, yes. We do want to add it in there. We don't want to suppress it. That's the random range stuff. We want to keep that. And instead of spawn helicopter, we just want to say spawn. Because it's not a helicopter. Is that? And then spawn interval timer looks good. Let's get rid of the printing. We don't need the... We might want to add a limitation in there. That actually might be something we want to say. That is to say, it can't spawn too many of them. We could say spawn maximum. Or spawn... We could say spawn number. Spawn maximum. You know, however many that's supposed to be. And this could be a constant. Well, it could be a variable, but I guess I'll keep it a variable. We can make this exportable as well. So we can change that. I'm gonna say spawn number maximum, since I know I'm gonna be reading it. Something more readable. And then if spawn number is less than or equal to spawn number maximum, then we want spawn number to increase, and we want to create a spawn variable that spawns it as a child. Okay. And then we just have to get this path. So for the thing. So that's the other thing. Oh, right. Right. So this is just a script that runs the spawn. I mean, right. So this is like the spawner. This isn't really the spawnable. This is the spawner. The spawnable itself should be contained in here. Right. Spawner, spawnable. Two different things. Gotcha. Okay. So I can rename this easily. Cool. I'm gonna call this spawner. I'm gonna rename this to spawner. And then inside of here, I'm gonna add another node 3D. And this will be the spawnable. Or I guess we can just call it a spawn at this point. Put the mesh inside of that. And this needs to be a scene, so we do have to save it as an instance. So that's our spawn scene. And then this would be what we load into here. Not like that. So we're gonna go to game aspects, spawn scene, drop it in, and that's what we want it to instantiate. Now these are just going to appear on top of each other, right? They're not gonna be in different places. They're all gonna be in the same place. So I kind of like to test that a little better. So maybe we could say, if they could like move around or something, so maybe I'll put in like a process. So we gotta go to the spawn. What if I stay out here and I attach a script onto spawn and I say function process and I just say position Can I say position equals vector 3 1 0 0 plus equals, so it just like adds 1, so it should just be like moving. Whoa. Okay, so it's not moving. It's not what's happening. Why not? What did I do wrong? Oh, maybe I need to do like... Something was moving there. First of all, you did it too much. It must be much slower. Considerably slower. There it goes. Hey! Okay, beautiful. So it's cruising. Didn't quite spawn like I wanted it to. So there was like one in there already, which I'm a little confused about. Like, I guess the first one, maybe that's like the preload problem? I don't think so. Like the first one, like I don't want the first one to be there. And also, it's only spawning one. It's not spawning more. So I'm not sure what we're doing wrong there, but it's something. There's something wrong here. I guess I want to keep a print on here so I can see if it's happening. I'm going to say print spawn number. Spawn number, and just see if it's even spawning all of them. 0, 1, 2. So they are spawning, we're just not seeing them, which is weird. Oh, maybe because I need to set like a position for where they're spawning, because they might be spawning like on top of each other, which is a little confusing. So if I want to define like a position for them, I'm a little confused what's happening here. Let me look at something else. I'm gonna open up my other script that I did. So the keep moving jam, where I spawned that one in. You got to work, but it doesn't work rotated. The pattern will not rotate with the plane. Okay. Honestly, okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. What have you learned? What have you learned? Oh, great checkerboard master. So I'm just gonna look at when keep moving was, because I have it organized by date in my folders. That was on... Wait, was this the right one? I think it was. A month ago. I need something more specific than a month ago. January 19th. Okay. Documents, Jam 19th. A 1.5 minute long video in live chat on how to make it. What? Dang. Dang, you made a video? I'm gonna have to download it. That's impressive. That's impressive. All right, let me finish this thought. January 19th. We got this open. Oh, this is not the right game. Oh, that's the wrong game. Which one was it? It wasn't Keep Moving? What was the one? Dodging being aerial combat. Race to win. Changing time. Which one was it? I thought it was Keep Moving. Are we sure it wasn't Keep Moving? Maybe I'm mistaken. Hi, kitty cat. Hello. Welcome. I know you want to cuddle. Just for a little bit. Alright? Just for a little bit. Not long. Because mommy can't see from so far away. But I love you. And you deserve all the cuddles that you want. And I want you to have those cuddles. Okay? Alright? Sweet boy. Alright. Yeah, it is that one. Maybe I... Oh, wait. Maybe I just put the wrong image in there. Now I'm confused. Alright, I'm just gonna open it up in Godot. I don't know which one is the right one. January 19th, which I said 2023. I feel like that's a typo. I think that's supposed to be 2024. But we'll see. Oh, Travi. Oh, you're a sweet, sweet boy. Oh no, this is the wrong game. Yeah, that's the wrong game. Well, that's chaotic. It's chaotic of me to have that wrong. So I don't know what the date was. I don't know which one it is. Sure, let's try this one. Why would it be on the 15th? Now I'm just trying stuff. I guess I could look, you know what I could look for is the image. That's the Frogger game. I should really name these differently. It's very confusing. There it is. 5th. Oh, you know I should tag them. I need to tag them. That's what I have to do. So the 15th one, was it 5th all along and I just read it wrong? I just read it wrong. My eyes just see wrong. That says 5th. Oh, jeez. Well, let's tag it anyway. I'm gonna tag this one as... This one is... I don't even remember what this one is. This one is just race. We'll just say race. I don't know. This one is Frogger. Are you trying to play with my face? You trying to play with my face, buddy? Oh no, this one isn't race. This is the one that's Guitar Hero. This is the Guitar Hero one. QTE. Right. Alright, open up this. I probably could have just gone the project file or the Windows Explorer, but you know what? We're already here. Yeah, it's not very comfortable, is it? It's not very comfortable. He's like, well, can you make it comfortable for me, please? Can you please make it comfortable for me? I could, but I won't. Okay, here we go. So this one we have spawns. The cat sure does. The cat sure does, doesn't he? He's such a needy boy. Not that he shouldn't be, but he really is. Incredibly. Like, all cats want food. All cats want to play. All cats, well, most cats want to cuddle. For him, all of those are like maxed out, all those desires. He wants all of those things all the time, so badly. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Bless his heart. Okay, so here we're setting the position. So if I just say set position at the spawn point, it'll load in. Now this one's saying on timer spawn timeout, right? Good, good. Instantiate, good. And we just set the position. My cat ignores me half the time. You're lucky. We have another cat that ignores us. And then we got this one, and it was different. No, I hear you, because like it's really nice to have, you know, it's like a blessing. We're so lucky to have a cat that wants, it's like we hit the lottery with him in terms of companionship. 100%. Totally agree. Totally agree. And, you know, I take it for granted because I'm just like, oh, buddy, you know, not right now. Because I know later he's going to be begging for attention again. He's trying to play with my hair. See, it's like cuddles, playing. He wants both of them. He's like, oh, now we're cuddling. Your hair looks fun. Let's play. He can't help himself, can he? No, it's definitely a blessing. We got really lucky. He just showed up in our backyard. He showed up in our backyard. So this isn't really doing much. And I guess in the scene, the spawner and the spawn are like one and the same? I don't know how this is set up exactly. So this is just on the main scenes node. And in that scene... Oh, right, I don't have to put the thing that's spawning on the spawner. I forgot. Right, of course. Gotcha. Because we're spawning it in. It doesn't have to be in the scene. Okay, I just realized that. Alright, so set position. Okay, I think I know the things I need to know. Still not exactly sure why we're not getting a bunch of them, but many questions have been answered. Yes, leave on your own volition. Oh, he was like, okay, I got my fill. I love it. He's starting to get better. I feel like the longer pet the cat, I feel like the longer that he's here with us, inside instead of outside. No, the longer he's here with us inside instead of outside, the more he's getting used to behaving like without worrying that he's gonna lose it. Because he showed up at our door, at our back door, like, I don't know, 6 months ago, something like that. So he has, and he's pretty big, right? So he's probably 3, 4, maybe even 5 years old. I don't know. He's been living alone for a long time. So I think he still has that mindset of like, well, I gotta survive. I need food now because I may not have food tomorrow. I need to play now because I might not have a friend to play with tomorrow. I need to cuddle now because nobody ever cuddled with me. I need it. And so, you know, I think gradually he's starting to get less. Oh! Sorry. I just dragged up the volume slider. Rest in peace, everybody's ears. Welcome to the stream. If you're watching, and you may have been watching idly, and that may have just woken you up. Hello. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant to like just turn it down a little, and I just like blasted it. It's a party in here, apparently. Apparently we're partying. Didn't mean to party, but it's a party now, so here we go. Time will change that. Yeah, absolutely. Your ears are past tense. I'm so sorry. So, yeah, it is wild. And, like... And you just increased the volume? No! I'm so sorry. I was reckless in my behavior, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I need to put like a limit so it can't get too loud. But yeah, so like for example, with feeding time, right? He'll get so excited, so excited. He'll beg us, just like, please give me food. It's like we give you food at the same time every day. We're incredibly consistent, like exactly the same time. The other cat's just like, yeah, I'm hungry. But this one's like, please, please, please. But gradually, week after week, month after month, he's chilling out. You know, it's like almost feeding time and he's lying down. You know, he still kind of meows a little bit. He gets a little excitable, but gradually he's less desperate. So yeah, I think it will change with time for sure. Sorry about your head. I do apologize. I will be more careful, maybe. That's honestly the danger of having a trackpad, is it's like so easy to accidentally move it and then chaos unleashed. Okay, so I don't need to have the spawn in the scene, so we're gonna delete that. And so that's still gonna spawn in because the spawner itself... Oh, so the thing that was moving wasn't the spawn. So they're stacking on top of each other, but they aren't moving. Right, because I put the spawn thing on the instance, not within the instance. That's why. Still confused how you can live without a mouse. I don't know. I don't know. I do. I'm living proof. I'm living proof. I just prefer it. Honestly, and it's part like stream stuff. So I can like move around and like be in different positions and have like everything in one place. Because otherwise I'm knocking off the mouse, it's breaking, it's falling, it's like I gotta pick it up at the end, or it's like even the trackball. I don't know, I hate having two different things. I want to have one thing that's in one place, all contained. I can't explain it. Maybe it's some autistic crap, I don't know, but like I need everything together. It's too much to manage to have two separate devices. It feels hard for me somehow. I don't know. That's the best explanation I have, is I don't like having separate things. But I prefer the precision of a proper mouse. Don't get me wrong. Do not get me wrong. Like, this is not my preferred way to move around. I don't even know how you would, what would you even do? You know what would be dope? You know what I'd love? Is a keyboard with a trackball built in. That would be perfect. I'd be done. Like, nothing better I could imagine would be a keyboard, a portable keyboard with a trackball built in. That's what I want. But that doesn't exist, so. When I'm coding, basically work, where it's just code and that's it. I don't use the mouse at all, but like no cursor. But outside of that, I can't live without a mouse. Right, because you're not really using the mouse. Yeah. I guess I could like build this onto here if I really wanted to. Because I do have a trackball. Maybe I could. Now, I've never realized that would be perfect as if I just had a trackball. Maybe there's some way to build this onto it. I don't know. We need Radoslav in here helping us come up with genius build ideas. So I need to attach the spawn script to the actual spawn, and then they're gonna move. That was my problem. And then we should have something, probably. If I play the correct scene. There they go. There's my spawns. Hello, beautiful spawns. This cube is really hard to see behind. He really is the Tesla of the 21st century. Yes, Nikola Tesla, not the car. Where is Radoslav with the welder? I know, right? Radoslav has a soldering iron. Soldering iron. I actually know how to weld. I took a class and I was certified for a short amount of time as a stick welder. Because I thought it would be fun to learn. I've never used it outside of that class, but I thought it would be fun. I wish I had a welding machine. That's when it hit me that like, oh, this was maybe a waste, is because I don't own a welding machine. I don't have a welding machine. So that kind of got in the way. I need to like actually own one before I can even use it. Theoretically, I know how to mold cast metals. Nice. I just want to be able to do handy things. I want to be able to solve problems. I don't think I could weld plastic. That wouldn't work. A soldering iron even would be a little too much, because this is just plastic. What I need is a 3D printer. If I wanted to do that. Mold casting at uni? That sounds useful. That sounds useful, potentially. Like melting metal into like shapes. I know how to put one Lego block on top of another. Nice. Dude, people do amazing things with Lego blocks. Amazing things with Lego blocks. I love watching Lego YouTube. Like, not like people who like, whatever, build the pirate ship. No, I'm talking about like people who make like a assembly line that builds, I don't know, stuff. I think I saw one where like they made like an assembly line, like a factory machine that makes creepers, like Minecraft creepers, and it spawns creepers. Oh, that was pretty cool. Kai! Hi, Kai! Hello, Kai. Hi, Kai to you. I say hi to Kai. Kai is here. I say hi. Kai is a YouTube member. And so we gotta sing a song. Hi to Kai. 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 Oh, hi. Oh, hi to Kai. Welcome to the stream. Hi. Welcome, Kai. Good to see you. Hope we're doing well. We're talking about Legos barely, but just a little bit. The problem is getting them apart. Oh. Oh, the casts that you make? Yeah, I can see that. You're welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Lego Factorio. Something like that. Yeah, it's really cool. There's some amazing YouTube channels where they make wild builds out of Legos. Really cool stuff. Yeah, that was a really specific one, the creeper thing. So, like, that should be easy to find. Lego Creeper Factory. Very specific. Creeper Army built by Lego Robot Factory. Brick machines. I don't remember Brick Science. What? Are these two different channels? I don't even know which was the one that I watched. I have no idea. I don't remember them exploding themselves. So I think it was this one. I think it was this Brick Machines one that I saw. But this is awesome. Oh, I see. This one, they're just building it and it explodes itself. This one is the factory. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, this one. Super awesome. Hey, what's up, Abo? Let me know if I'm pronouncing that wrong. So normally I do work on a game about an alien invading Earth. But lately I've been taking a break from that. Not a big break. I do that on Wednesdays still. But I've been, instead of doing that on Thursdays as well, I've been working on a game jam template. So this isn't really a game right now. Right now, I'm just making a template to help me make games more easily. So it's got like a score, a timer, it's got a finish line, it's got a player built into it. And so the idea is if I'm making a game in a short amount of time for a jam, I'll already have a score, a timer, and I can come into like the UI and I can say hide the timer. So I've set it up in this way that I can just hide the timer. If I play the scene, now the timer's gone, right? So it's just like simple generic stuff that I could build any game on top of. You know, we could hide the score and show the time. The timer also can have different settings. So like right now, it doesn't start counting unless I start moving. So I start moving, then it starts. I can do other changes. I can say that it starts automatically and it counts up. Maybe I change the timer length to 2 seconds. I don't know. So this is kind of what I'm working on, is just setting up a template to make building games quicker. But I do have a game that I work on typically, and it's all right. It's coming together. It's like an endless runner game. But right now, this is what I'm working on. Thanks for stopping in, though. What are you working on? What you up to, Abo? So yeah, so we've got the spawner at least working. So that's nice. They spawn in one at a time and they move a direction. Fabulous. I love it. Very good. And so the spawner, it kind of raises some questions. Like, do I want to set up settings on the spawner, or do I have to come in to each individual spawn and tweak it, right? Just like I had that UI. Still learning Godot? Nice, nice. Honestly, me too. So am I. I started learning Godot like 2-3 months ago, like very recently. And I'm doing it in public. I'm doing it totally out there in the open. But I think I started about 3 months ago. Medguard 2, we're all noobs here. We're all noobs here. Let me see. Godot, we're all learning. Well, right, at what point have you stopped? I mean, really. 5 months ago. I can't believe I've been saying 3 months ago. 5 months ago. Okay, I started Godot 5 months ago. Wow. 36 live streams. I've done more live streams in Godot than I did in Unreal Engine. Wow. And wow, that's not even counting like the Monday streams I do sometimes. That's awesome. So yeah, I guess I'm getting better. Didn't finish a specific project. You didn't? I mean, it's hard to finish things. We have to be kind to ourselves, of course. We have to be kind to ourselves. I'm still working on finishing something, and so the game that I'm working on normally, I am trying to finish it. But you know, it's bigger than I wanted it to be. It's bigger than I wanted it to be, but that's okay. I'm enjoying it. I'm gonna get through it, and I'm gonna finish this game. It's hard though, you know. We really have to push ourselves to do it if we want to get the full experience of game development. But that doesn't mean we can't take our time. The game I'm working on right now, this is just like a little debug level, all right? I'm still working on it. But it's like this endless runner game. You're an alien who's invading Earth, and you have to like snatch humans and send them back to your home planet. But I've been setting up this way to like destroy buildings. It needs a lot of work, but you know, for me it's like a learning project and something just to see what it's like to try to build a whole game. But this is what I worked on yesterday. It was getting these houses to explode and fall apart. You know, working on the attacking has been a thing. Obviously the animation needs some love. It's a big, long process, but I'm having fun. So usually I'm working on this, but I've been taking a break on Thursdays. Wednesdays I still do it, but on Thursdays I've been taking a break, so that way I can work on my game jam template. Because I also do a game jam on this channel every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. So tomorrow I'm hosting another 1-hour game jam. Which means I'm going to want to have a nice template to use. Let me switch this. So there's more objects in the game. I do still have all these debug numbers floating around. Medguard says, I've been busy with a single project for 2 years. Switched engines and everything. Game dev takes time. Just keep going. Yes. Exactly. Hi, kitty cat. Oh, the kitty cat demands attention. The kitty cat demands attention. I don't think these houses are set up to work yet. But, you know, so the game is also about, like, bumping into things, and injuring yourself, so you have to, like, manage your limbs, and you're gonna get hurt. So if I, like, break my legs off, you, like, fall to the ground. I don't know, it's, like, a game idea I have. Things like that, whatever, you get the idea, it's a game. It's a game. It's a game. It's not really a game. It's a game in progress. The idea is going to be you can destroy things. Oh, I do have NPCs as well that can spawn in. I don't know why I'm showing you this. Just so you know. Just so you know. I'm really working on something, guys. I am. It's about how hard you get it. It's like Rocky said, it's about how hard you get it and can get up. Whoa. It's about how hard you get hit and can get up. Right. Anyway, it has a lot of work to go in it. It's not really set up to demo well. That's something I should do one of these days, is set up like a version of it that I can actually show off. Thanks. Yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. It's coming along. It's coming along. Thanks. You know, I'm still working on it. Still working on it. All right, buddy. I love you so much. I love you so much. But this time, I really just want to learn Godot. I want to get better at Godot. That's kind of my first priority. And then I want to make this game complete and then have that experience of saying, okay, what do people think about it? What's the feedback? How do I adjust it to meet that feedback? But then I have a secondary goal of just learning the engine, and so doing the game jams really helps me with that. Can I make online multiplayer game in Godot? Heck yeah, you can. We were even talking about that earlier, that there is some, funny you ask that. There are some ways you can set that up. What were they saying? Namaka? Was that what it was called? Coincidentally, today you can. Oh yeah, right. So W4 Cloud Dashboard. W4 Cloud is here. So there's some stuff. Namaka. Right, that was it. I couldn't remember what it was called. So that was something. And then Namaka helps you do it. But like... game dev. It's a word. It's a word. There you go. That's a little bit of info. I don't know if that'll help you. And then you know who else has good stuff? GWiz has some really good tutorials on setting up online stuff. So check out some GWiz tutorials too. Yeah, Nakama. See, GWiz has got Steam multiplayer, stuff like that. Check out some GWiz videos as well. Godot's built a multiplayer system, which is only peer-to-peer. True, 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 true. True, 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 true. Alright, so... spawning in this stuff. Right, so I've got the spawns, and so it raises some very important questions. Where do I want to set up the settings for it? I mean, in here we have the interval timer, so we can set how much time. As far as the starting position goes, I don't know that I want to do that here. But then if I want to drag in a spawn, if I want to edit a spawn, I have to come into the file system every time to do that. Right, I'd have to open up this scene and adjust the spawn. So that's a little tricky. So I guess I'd almost want it to be maybe off to the side or something like that. So that way I can still keep it in the scene. And then the spawner position matters because wherever the spawner is, that's where they're gonna come in. So if I move the spawner way back here and we hit play, then they're gonna spawn. Oh, wait. That's confusing. Oh, they're spawning at the origin, I guess, because that's what's set up on here. What if I move this up, then they're gonna spawn further back? Okay. So it's not based on the spawner position. So spawner could just be anywhere. Honestly, that would make it a lot easier. If it could spawn from the spawner position, that would be easier. Because then I could just drop a spawner in. Yeah, we should do that. Okay, so I'm going to actually set that up. It's tough, because I don't really know what's going to make this easier for me. I'm just kind of doing my best. So let's try that. So that means in the... And that's the thing, though, is the spawner's not going to control that. I'd have to set all these settings up on the spawn itself. And if I drag in a spawn here to my scene, then that's just going to be a thing that moves on its own. So it's a little tricky, just in terms of like quickly being able to jump in and edit it. I feel like it's a little tricky. You know, I could always just drag it in and do that, or just always have the spawn scene open. You know, I could use signals. I feel like this would be good for like an auto load script. I think that's what I want to do. So that way I don't have to access the spawn. I mean, I obviously am going to have to do that, so that way I can change what it looks like so it doesn't look like a cylinder or something. That'd be kind of cool too, though, if I could just like design a mesh over here somewhere, whatever, it looks like a car or an enemy, and then just like somehow set it to be the thing that the spawn looks like. That'd be kind of dope. I think I'd rather set up an auto load though. But then for everything that I do, well, it's a project-wide thing. That's not a scene-wide thing. I can still export a single scene. I mean, when you export it, I feel like it does export the entire project. Now that I think about it, it has to, right? It has to export the whole project. I'm just like thinking out loud, because this just raises some questions of what makes this actually easier or not. Maybe the spawner itself could be auto load, and we could send signals in here. What's like is auto loads, if they're too complicated, that's like bad, right? Auto load Godot disadvantages. Like, is that gonna like drag every performance down and everything? Main disadvantage is that it bundles a bunch of unrelated signals. Losing instance slowed down game. Having many of either class names or singletons may slow down your game. That's not that bad. That doesn't really convince me not to do it. If you only have static functions, otherwise something to be aware of is that many may slow down your game. Singletons because you're adding nodes to the scene tree. Right. So I'm thinking, yeah, let's make a messenger. I think I will make a messenger. I think that is for the best. So that's what I'm gonna do. So I have do I have a management folder yet? I do. Oh, we have a messenger. Is it already set up? Auto load, it is. Is there anything in here? There is. Oh, we're already using it for game over and add point. Okay. So then let's say signal. And specifically, what do I want to change right now? The thing is I'd have to do that for every little thing. If I want us to be able to say that the spawner position, so wherever this is, this needs to be broadcasting its position all the time. I guess it doesn't have to be all the time, because we don't necessarily want to change the spawner, unless we do. What if I do want the spawner to move, depending on what kind of game it is? Then I might want it in process. This is hard. Let's just do it in ready function for now, and if that comes up, then I'll deal with it. So I'm gonna say, in the ready function, broadcast your position to a signal on the messenger. So the messenger will have signal spawner position. The problem is, though, different spawners are going to have different positions. That's the problem. So it's broadcasting its position. It needs to check, well, am I a spawn of spawner A or spawner B? Which spawner do I derive from? Which almost makes me think we do want to put the spawn in here. This is complicated. This is like very complicated, actually. At least to me it is. I'm not really sure what I want to do. While I think about it, let me check out Dragon Blade's checkerboard video. I need to mull this over. I need to just like ponder this for a second. Because I'm just not sure what I want to do, how I want to handle this. Dragon Blade helped us put this checkerboard together earlier, and it has a few like triangles in here because the pattern doesn't loop properly. And Dragon Blade made a video on how to do this differently. This all looks the same so far. This is a nice little tutorial. You could upload this. I hope you do, Dragon Blade. So far all the same. Triplanar. World triplanar on. Cellular. Fractal none. Wow, it's like a cow print. That's awesome. Noted. Distance function Euclidean. Oh, wait, that seems different. Finish line. We want the UV to be triplanar, world triplanar. And then on the texture, you had it set cellular Euclidean. And wait, I actually need to go back a little bit. No, wait. Noise texture, color ramp, new gradient, constant, we got all that. 0.5. Interpolation, constant. I'm surprised that you put it to triplanar and there's not like tons and tons of them. Cellular, that's the same one we have. Why are there so many? Not because of the size. Oh, maybe it is because of the size. I guess I'll just do it over. I guess we'll just do it over. We'll just start from the ground up. I scaled the UV. I thought I scaled it back down. Say it's 111. Oh, I guess I do need to scale it. All right. Maybe it's just because of the size. Like yours is smaller and mine's bigger. I don't know. Right, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Okay, so noise texture, new gradient, constant, yes, yes, yes. Ice cream, so good. Fast noise light. UV triplanar, I went back too far. That's okay. World triplanar, yes, yes. Change that to cellular, and then fractal none, yes, yes. Euclidean, jitter 0, return type cell value. Jitter 0, return type cell value. Nice. Frequency 0.001. Oh! How do you even figure this out? Oh, look at that! Oh, it looks beautiful. I don't need it rotated. I don't care. This looks awesome. Yo, this looks fantastic. Nice. Whoa! That's actually really trippy that it rotates that way. That's cool. No, that's cool. I love it. Nice work. Thank you. Wow. Good video. That's a good video right there. Look at that checkerboard. That's a sweet checkerboard. Proper finish line at last. Thank you. Wow. Did you just tinker to find that? Or is that something you just like looked up? Like, really nice. Very nicely done. Proper checkerboard at long last. So I think I just like stepped away from that last problem enough to forget about what my problem was, which maybe will let me reapproach it in a new way. So what I'm thinking I want this spawner to be able to be moved to different positions and spawn a thing from it wherever we put it. Now the thing is, I might want to change what is spawned depending on the spawner. But somehow I still want that spawner to have the same code that talks to everything else. So I think what we do is we do a class script. I think we have to say the spawner has a class script. And that way this code is always the same. And then we could have different spawns in there. That's kind of the tough part. Because if I drop a spawn into there, then that's gonna be in the scene, which I may not want. It's something I know for a long time, from a long time ago. I figured a while back when I didn't want a check pattern texture. Nice. Yeah, if it's in, to me, if you can build it in Godot, you might as well. So that first one that spawns, that's the one that's just in there by default, which I don't really like. I would like it to be like a deactivated one or something. So I guess if I want to update it, you know, if I add this in here and I say make local, that keeps the scene as a possible instance. So I can add a different instance in here. And that's something separate. I guess what I could do... But then that's just a separate one. It's hard because I just want to make it as customizable as possible. But like if I want the spawns to be different, I kind of need like spawn 1, spawn 2, spawn 3. And let's say, well, spawn 1 is different than spawn 2. And depending on the game, you know, I just design that differently. And then if I want the spawns to come from a particular position relative to the spawner. Gwiz has spawned. Welcome, Gwiz. I was just telling someone to check out your videos about multiplayer stuff. Welcome, hope you're doing good. I'm just sort of in brainstorming territory, trying to build a game jam template, or work on my game jam template to help me build games quicker. And something that I want to add in, I've got a lot of stuff in here, but something I want to add in is a spawner that will let me just make changes depending on what the game demands. And so it's kind of a mind flip to try to figure out, well, how do I set it up so that it's customizable? I don't know. So anyway, that's what I'm doing. It's a lot of like sitting and thinking and poking around. Because I don't even really know what to try. You know, this thing will spawn stuff and we'll get 5 red discs that shoot out right here, which is great and all. And if I wanted to tie those, I guess I could just start with that. Let's just try to tie the position of it to the spawner. I'm just gonna start with that, probably. So somehow this spawn script needs to look for the information about whatever it's in, whatever the node, but that doesn't make sense. But that doesn't make any sense. I don't think it's possible the way I'm trying to do it. I guess I would want to say it doesn't spawn until, so the spawning needs to be on the spawner. The spawn needs to spawn this is getting so confusing. It needs to not allow itself to exist until it's allowed to. Add variables for the objects to spawn, speed, spawn rate, etc. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want. Right. That's exactly it. And so the thing is like, I'm at the point where it's like, where am I gonna put that stuff? You know, like I could, and it's like, what if I want to spawn different things? You know, do I make a spawn like 4 different placeholder spawns and then I can adjust them and I can duplicate them? Or do you see what I'm saying? Like, well, yeah, and so that's what I'm thinking, is putting it on the spawner, for sure. But, you know, how I do that is sort of what I'm trying to figure out. So I think I need to say that... And so then the other problem is that I don't want it to spawn itself if it's in there. Do you know what I'm saying? Someone's screaming in your ear, so you missed everything I explained. That's okay. That's totally fine. No problem. because it's really hard to explain what I'm trying to do. It's not that hard, but it is. I'm trying to set up a spawn point, a spawner, and I want to be able to, in theory, duplicate this. Put a spawner here, have a spawner there. Multiple spawners, right? In all different places. And I want each of these to be able to shoot out spawns. And I want those spawns to be able to be different from each other. Not necessarily the same thing, but maybe the same thing. And I also want the things that spawn out to be relative to the position of the spawner, right? So if I say, let's just drop the spawn in the spawner, right? So what bothers me about this, so there's 5 things that are supposed to spawn out. All right, so if I hit play here, we're gonna see 6 things. That's this little extra one here. That's the 6th one. So it spawns the extra one because that's already in there. But that's not actually something that I wanted to spawn. It's just there, so it's there. So I think what I need to do is I need to have a spawner that spawns a spawner. Like there's like the spawn position container, and then the spawn itself needs to decide whether or not it's going to start doing its spawn. But do you see what I'm saying? Like it just gets really confusing, and so I'm just trying to like get my head in the right place so I can actually do it. And I don't really know other than just to try things. Like I could make this one local. Do you want to control everything, or just give it n points and n monsters and spawn a random monster at a random point? Yeah, any of that. I want all of it. All of that. I want to have, ideally, I have maximum control. Ideally. So I just gotta think. It's the only way. Gotta have a little think. If this spawn is here, and so it also raises the question of like, how do I edit it and it be unique? And again, with the game jam, you know, I'm willing to make these things on the spot if I have to. There's some things that are just too hard to automate. Maybe. But somehow the spawn has to be linked to the spawner, so it knows the position that I want it to spawn at. Somehow it has to know what that position is going to be. Make a script on the spawner that takes all the child nodes and call a function on them. And then you make a script that extends the node 3D, which will handle the spawn monster. Right. The spawner will decide the rate at which something spawns, and the child decides what spawns. Right. Right. So, like, this isn't necessarily the spawn, but rather... So detach this script, call this spawn controller or something. And then in the spawn controller, add the spawn. Attach my spawn script to that. And the spawn controller doesn't allow the spawn to actually happen. So I'm not using the spawner that's in here to actually spawn. This is just what we choose the settings for that passes it down. So I'm just gonna grab all that out of here. Make a spawn controller script extends node 3D. And then from the spawner in here, we would say, for example, let's say I want to change the interval or the color or the maximum number of the spawn, or whether the spawn even happens. So if I say spawn number maximum 0, it won't spawn. And then as far as the position goes, let's start with that. So I would say that this, you'd make the spawner controller a basic node, so it has no position, so the children don't care about where the controller is. Oh, good idea. Nice use of the basic node. I like it. I like that a lot. I assume this has become that. It just hasn't shown up yet. Well, we're not getting an error, so I think that's okay. Okay. Otherwise, you'll have to be careful not to move the controller, which could result in all the points moved. Ugh, terrible. Good call. Actually, this one needs to be a node 3D then, because right now the spawner isn't a node 3D. Right. Gotcha. Okay. So then this needs to pass. So we don't want to just put the spawn on here. And I'm actually going to rename this, if it will let me. Let me close this. Let me rename it. There we go. Spawn controller. Okay. Wait, but you did rename it. Delete this. Spawner, spawn controller. It shouldn't be a scene? Right. Right. I guess that makes sense. I've been wanting to make it a scene, but I feel like that doesn't make sense. That because then I can't like customize them, right? Or the spawn could be a scene, but not the spawn controller. Right. Gotcha. Okay. How would you place the points in a subscene without seeing the scene you want to spawn in? Right. Exactly. Wait, no. So the spawner would be where I do the position. This is the node 3D. The spawn controller would just pass on information. This is how I'm understanding it. The spawn controller would pass on information from the spawner to the spawn that's in here. But that doesn't make sense. So if the spawner says, and I guess I could just do that at ready. It would be kind of nice if we could do it in process too, but I don't know. Spawner position. Oh, you can't see it yourself? The idea is to work like the collision and shapes. do I understand what you mean. You have a parent node that does the thing, but has a child nodes that decide the behavior. Right. I know I'm misunderstanding you. I know I'm just fundamentally misunderstanding you. And I'm sure I'm gonna be like, oh, that's what you meant. Right, now I see that. But you've certainly gotten me to at least know what to try. You have a separate spawner controller node, which has children's spawn points. Spawner controller decides when something must spawn. Right, and I'm gonna say it also decides where, well, okay. Frank! Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. How you doing? Frank is a mod. It says Frank is a member, but Frank is a mod. Welcome. You got a PS4 controller? We are making games. We are making games. How you doing, Frank? The spawn point decides what is spawned and where. Now I'm confused again, because to me that was the problem. Frank is doing good. So like what should my structure look like according to what you're saying? Cuz I'm setting it up where we have the spawner in the scene. It has a position. It passes that position onto the spawn controller. And the spawn controller will feed that into whatever it spawns. So like down here, oh, we need to say this is spawn scene. So it's a lot of scenes. Say this is a scene. It's doing a spawning position. Kind of, yeah. So I'm trying to like create, basically I'm working on a game jam template. So when I'm making games, I have like stuff at the ready I can easily drag and drop in so I can build a game without coding it from the ground up every time. And I'm trying to make something that spawns enemies, objects, items, whatever. And one of those things is figuring out how I can just move it to a certain position and then it starts coming from that position. You know, I just kind of got tired of building everything from scratch every week when I do the 1 hour game jam. There was a point where it just wasn't helping me anymore. Wait, no, I made this. No, it exists. I just made it. What you talking about? I just made this. It's right there. It's right there. So then what I do is I try to add in here set position, and the position would be right spawn point. So we could say spawn point. This can look for, we can say on ready. Well, maybe not on ready. We actually should probably set that somewhere else. Maybe in the ready function. It's gonna look to its owner. Get owner. Specifically, and if it doesn't have an owner, obviously that would cause a problem. Spawner position would be the variable. And we'll say that we'll say spawn point is spawner position. Oh, so I do have to do this loop up here. Variable spawn point on the spawner. Probably should do the same thing. Spawner position. And then we just update this. Now, I'm not saying that'll work, but maybe. So if this does work, which I'm not sure it will, then stuff should start spawning from this spot here. The other thing I need to make sure is that our positions are good. Positions look fine. So what does this look like? What does this look like? Crash. Okay, cool, cool, cool. That's fine. Set position not found in base self. Okay. This is on the spawn controller. Oh, because, right, it doesn't have a position. Yeah. So I want to say that what it's spawning set that position. So I guess, oh, wait. This would be on itself. That's a little confusing. So the spawn would then need to, this is, yeah, I kind of see a little bit, at least not what Dragon Blade was, this is not what Dragon Blade was not talking about. Because I just want to set the position of that which spawns. So I guess I could say that, right? I could say spawn set position. Spawn point. Maybe. Possibly. Absolutely not. That's a negative. Script inherits from a native type node 3D, so it can't be assigned to an object of node. Oh. Wait, what? What script is that? This one sets a node. Oh, the spawn controller. This one is supposed to be a node 3D. I see. Yeah. I need to update that. Gotcha. Okay, try it again. Do over. All right. What is this script? Where is this script at? Main? Oh, this doesn't need anything. Get out of here. Okay, do over. Ooh, we got problems. We got problems. Invalid get index spawner position on base node. So this is on the spawner controller. Right. So I guess this can't look above it. Because I was trying to say check it here to check this. But there is no spawner position there. Well, that didn't work. Because I guess it's checking it in the instance, not in the scene itself. Yeah, right, I guess I'm lost again. Because, and so I think what Dragon Blade was saying was not to have this be an instant scene. What was Dragon Blade saying? Make a script on the spawner that takes all the child nodes. Make the spawner controller a basic node. It shouldn't be a scene. Right. Okay. All right. I'll make it local. And let's see if it works now. Wait, but it doesn't see it? But this is your owner, right up here. Your owner is this. Oh, I see. It's look, the owner is the wrong thing. My bad. Owner is not the correct thing. That's what my problem is. I don't actually want to be saying owner. So let me get the spawn controller back in here for now. Oops. It's getting confusing. It's getting confusing. Wait, this is supposed to have the spawner script. This is getting very confusing. Okay, spawner goes on here. Spawner script goes on this. And then the spawn controller scene, in theory, goes on here. We don't want to say get owner. We just want to say look at the node above it. How do you say that? GD script check node 1 level up. Is that just like $? To get a node 1 level up in Godot, you can use ... This code will move up 1 level in the tree. Right. Okay, so let's do that. $. Isn't it 2 dots? Dot spawner position. So let's try that. See if that works a little better. Hard maybe. Possibly not. Oh, okay, good. Okay, so it's running, but I don't think the position is correct. Because I put the spawner way over there. And it's spawning in the wrong spot. So it's certainly not applying the position to the disks. Which is a little surprising. So the spawn position is supposed to be the spawners, which is a node 3D, even though it looks like a node basic. It is a node 3D. So it's finding its own position in theory, which is right here. And we could even print it just to be sure. And say the spawner is right here. So it should say -6 or whatever. It does. And then what does the spawn controller see? The spawn controller print spawn controller at spawn point oops what was wrong with that? Is it because it's not like ready to find it yet? Doesn't make sense. What have I done? Invalidate index spawner position. Wait, How did it run before? Oh, maybe because I'm running the wrong scene. That's probably why. Okay, there we go. Spawn controller at 000. Oh, so the spawn controller is pulling out 000. Oh, because that's probably before it gets updated. That's why. Right? Because what I have set up here is spawner position vector 3. That's the one that it's pulling from, instead of the updated one. So I guess we have to figure that out. Okay. So I might not want to do that in the ready function because it just might, it's not ready yet. So I'd almost want to say, like after, I don't know, that seems kind of annoying. Like what, just wait a second? That seems silly. How would I make sure that this, I guess I could just also just get it, have it get its direction directly, its position directly. Like, why am I bothering with this variable? I don't know. Seems unnecessary. So we're gonna not do that. You see, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just tinkering. I'd rather tinker than not. So we'll say spawn point is just set to the position of the thing above it. Simple as that. And then run it. Nice, there it goes. Okay, that worked. There was one that spawned at first, right here. So there's that first one, which is not what I want. And that's because we have the spawn controller as its own scene that allows the spawn to happen, regardless of whether it's already at the right position. So I want to say that this doesn't happen unless that's where I get confused. That's where I get a little confused. But I don't think I need this in here. I think I can remove this. I think it just has to be separate. So if you're right, and so I don't need it to be a scene. I see that now. So if I make it local, I'm actually just gonna remove this. What do you need? I don't see the cat. I don't think she's down here. A missing cat? Terrifying. She's around. Not the cat that always comes here. The other one. She can be sneaky. So the spawn controller, don't make it a scene. I get that. That makes sense. So I'm just gonna delete this scene entirely. I don't think we're using it anywhere meaningful other than I have it open right here. Delete it. Add a basic node in here. Spawn controller. Give it the script, spawn control script. And that should be enough. And then it won't spawn one at the default position. They'll only spawn up here. Okay, this makes sense. And then I can come into my main scene, duplicate this spawner, and let's say one also spawns over here somewhere. Run that scene. That did not work, did it? Unless I'm in the wrong place. Why didn't that work? There is a maximum set on here. But it should be two different instances of the script, right? So shouldn't they If this spawn controller is looking at what's above it and looking for its position, why wouldn't it do 2 of them? That confuses me. I don't understand why that's not working. Because we have 2 spawners in these 2 positions. So we should see like 2 rows of spawns. They both have a spawn controller on it that says spit out things at this position. Why wouldn't it do multiple? I don't quite understand that. Confused. Post in live chat. I don't know if you've seen what I've done recently, by the way. And if you have, gotcha. But if not, I think I understood what you meant. And so, maybe. And I just had to like try the way that was making sense to me, which didn't work. So I've got a spawner here, and a spawn controller that's not a scene, and it's a script, and the script checks what the position of its parent is. And whatever the position of its parent is the spawn point. And then it will spawn the spawn scene at that spawn point. And so I'm able to move this around and it will spawn at that position. So if I move it up here, hit play, it'll spawn up there. If I bring it down so it's closer to the player, I hit play. Now it spawns right in front of the player. So I got that much working. And then when I tried to duplicate it, I ran into trouble. So I actually already have a duplicate in the scene, but it's not spawning, and I don't really understand why. It's exactly the same as the other, except it's just a different one. But this one doesn't spawn. So anyway, I thought I'd just let you know where I was at. Let's see what you posted. Whoa. Oh my gosh, Olaf, that's so many things. Whoa, Olaf, this is awesome. What? Right, so this is cool. This is cool. And I want to tell you, I have some very specific, so I don't know if Olaf's still here, but I have some very specific requirements. This is awesome. Thank you. Inspiring. I have one super specific thing that this is the only, there's actually, I looked like maybe 4 months ago. There's like 2 keyboards that I could find that exist that do this one weird thing that I need it to do. And that is being able to switch between 3 different devices. So there's this device, you can kind of see the little white light on there. Press this one, now this one's lit. Press this one, now this one's lit. 3 different devices. But it's not just that. Because this first device connects via a dongle. So I can plug in a USB dongle to my computer, and then this will connect to that. These other 2 connect via Bluetooth. And that's the unique thing that I need my keyboard to do, because my stream setup doesn't have Bluetooth built into the computer. And I need to, and it's faster to not use the, it's better on the computer. It's, you know, for this machine, it works better for me for now that I use the dongle. And then my other devices that I use it for while I'm streaming, I need it to be Bluetooth. And I've only found 2 keyboards that exist, at least the last time I checked, that can do that. And I've tried them both, and the other one is terrible. And this one works the best. So, this I find inspiring as what to work on. But technically, I can't use this for my stream unless it has those things. With that said, these are amazing. I have seen things like this. This is so funny. Oh my gosh. I love this. This is also a joy to see. I appreciate the experience of beholding all of these different keyboard types. And you know, honestly, maybe I'd use this for something else, too. Alright, spawner controller is a timer node. The timer configuration decides when something spawns. Okay. Spawn point decides what and where it spawns. The spawn point is just a node 3D with a mesh for easier editing. The spawn point is a node 3D. This is kind of hard to explain. Right, this is confusing. I'm glad, like, I feel affirmed that this is all confusing. And then the instanced scene is a spawn point with a mesh. I'm not sure why it's a timer. I guess why not be a timer? I guess that saves the trouble of setting up a manual timer, so that's fair. And then the node 3D represents the position. And so, how does it get the position? You want to periodically spawn something, so just reusing it. Yeah. Hey, Psychonic, welcome. How you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hello again. Stage 8 and add to scene at the location of self. Oh, I see. So, oh. Psychonic's doing great! Let's go! In the ready function, spawn points get children as array. Timeout, connect spawn at points. Function spawn at points. Whoa. You know, I've been a little tired. I've been a little tired lately. But I'm doing well overall. Dragon knows a lot about a lot of stuff. I will say. Dragon knows a lot about a lot of stuff. So I can back that up. Thank you, Psychonic. I've been okay. A little tired, but I'm alright. I might even not do Wednesday, Thursday streams next week. I'm not sure. I might need a break to catch up on some sleep. But I'm doing good. I'm good. It's almost the weekend, so I hope you'll get to relax a bit. Maybe. Maybe. I gotta do channel work on the weekends, unfortunately. But yeah, maybe. Dragon is definitely goated. Absolutely. Even just like the credits on anything that I do. You know, I keep like a tally of the contributions people make. Psychonic and Dragonblade are neck and neck. Honestly, I think there's at least one that Dragonblade might be missing here. Dragonblade's always at the top. Dragonblade's a real one. Although I gotta say, I'm confused. Function spawn at points. For every point in spawn points. This is big brain. I'm four loops I don't use much, so I'm still learning them. So for every point, I don't know what in spawn points mean. So for Yeah, this. I'm gonna need ChatGPT to break that one down for me. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and need ChatGPT to break that one down for me. Okay. It is. It certainly is. It's not written in Python, but I'm sure this explanation will be fine. The function, I mean, it probably is basically Python. This is called a for in loop. Basically, every member of the array spawn points will be assigned as the variable point for the current iteration. This function loops through a list of spawn points and invokes the spawn method on each of them. Yeah, they are. Right. The purpose of this loop is likely to create or initialize something at each of those points. Loops through a list of spawn points and invokes the spawn on each of them. What is the spawn? Oh, function spawn. Interesting. This is kind of hard for me to wrap my head around. I'll get there. I'm a little confused. I gotta be honest, I'm a little confused. Each point in spawn points has a spawn function. This loop loops over all the points. And calls the spawn function for each and every point. Each point in spawn points has a spawn function. What? Each point in spawn points has a spawn function. Also, I'm still kind of curious, like, what's wrong with the way I'm doing it. It's obviously wrong. I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong with it. So you see how spawn points is an array? Yes. I sure do. The for loop can be rewritten. Spawn point spawn, spawn point to spawn. Oh, so you have multiple locations here. Oh, interesting. So spawn point. So here's one spawn point, here's another spawn point, there's another spawn point. Oh. Okay. Spawn points is in an array. Okay. Spawn points is the same as getting the children as array spawn point? What the hell is as? When the timer ends, connect spawn at points. This one runs. For every point, which point is being defined in the for loop. I think that also, I'm very fundamentally confused by, because to me I'm like, okay, variable point, right? But this is not variable point, this is for point. But it's creating something like a variable. Point is defined in the for in loop. And it only exists in the loop. Okay. You can ignore that as part. That's just telling Godot how to handle it, so it gives code completion correctly. So it's like hinting? Sounds like something that I wouldn't want to ignore. But okay. Noted. And it can be rewritten, spawn at points, as just do all these things. Run the spawn function on each of these. Okay, so it's saying run the spawn function on everything that is a child of this node. Wow. Wow. It tells Godot that spawn points is supposed to house an array of the class spawn point, which is defined in the second code snippet. It's so hard to explain. Okay. So everything that is a child of this script that this node is on, or every node that this script is on, everything that's a child of that node, please run the spawn function. And it runs if the timer ends. I mean, what if I want different things to spawn at different times? You know? I guess I would make a different spawner controller, and then I'd put those things in there, so it'd be like a different timer. Okay. Okay, I'll build it. I'll build it. Because I told it that as array spawn point, it knows that there's a spawn function on the node. Otherwise, it would not know, but still work. If you want different intervals, you can make different spawner controllers, yeah. Okay. So I'll just burn down what I've done here. Because I don't need... Well, there is the node 3D. So actually, that would be my spawner. That's a spawner here. But you're making the spawn controller a timer. And then you're putting... Wait. What is this node 3? That's just the game. I see. That's like your scene is the node 3D. I see. So I have it inverted a little bit. You're saying make the spawner controller the top level. Change it to something like a timer. So we have timer stuff built in, even though I am not utilizing it yet. In theory, I could. And then the spawn point goes inside of that. And instead of the spawner controller checking above it to get any kind of position, forget all that. And so where's the spawn code? The spawn code is on each spawn point. I see. So I would want to get this out of here. This is the spawn function. Right, get that out of here. Right, there was my timeout thing. So on the spawner, drop this in here. I guess we can make it that we don't have to put any of the time stuff in there. I mean, the thing is I feel like it's gonna be harder to randomize it. If let's say I want it to be random, I guess I could just, I don't know. I feel less comfortable with doing it this way, but whatever, let's just do it. So this will just run spawning this. Yeah. I also feel like it might make sense. You'll feel better editing it in the future, right? You can give the spawner a class name here, so you get auto-completion to prevent runtime errors. Oh, I like that. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I've had problems trying to update a timer node programmatically. Especially if I wanted to have, but not necessarily. Maybe I just didn't try hard enough. So, you know, I'm willing to experiment with it. And if I need to go back to it, I will. Give the spawner a class name. Okay. So we don't want to set position here or anything like that. Spawn controller. Off work? Off kilter? Off balance? Off on your way? Welcome, Stormrun. Welcome back. So the spawner, the spawn point. So I want this to actually be spawn point, which I think makes more sense. And you're saying this can be a class. Spawn point. When I leave you, oh right, because the cats were watching. When I leave you on, I come back and my cats are so entertained they don't wait for me by the door. It's because of the cat sweater. They're like, oh look, another cat. Yes, right, yes, of course. This cat is very important and busy. We must stay focused. Okay, so on the spawn controller, let's just burn all this down. Burn it to the ground. Do over. I gotta hide my keyboard when I leave or they would be chatting. They did chat once. It was cryptic. And I knew it must have been them. They have messages they need to get out to the world. Very important. You put the class name above the extends? You can do that? That's wild. Can I find type spawn point in the current scope? Wait, what was spawn point? Yeah, this was a while ago. Not today. This was like a long time ago. But it did happen once. It was wild. You sometimes come back to Unreal Editor Open or some random TV show. They're changing the channel. They're changing the channel. They want to control their own destiny. Why does this not work? Array spawn point. And the class name in the other script is class name in the other script. Oh, so I haven't set this up in the other script. Oh, that would be why. That would be why. Because I haven't set up anything in the other script yet. That would be why. So I should probably do that. Should probably do that. Okay. Okay. Now we're good. Wow, I didn't realize that this was looking for another class name. Psychonic realized that. I totally missed that. That's wild. I'm gonna rename it because I have no chill. Rename it here. Oh, we can't put underscores in there? Okay, we can. I see. Okay. So it's gonna look at all the chill. So this is it. And so it'll spawn at this point. Now I need to set up the timer. The timer's 1 second. Not a one shot. Auto start. This won't work. If you lick salt constantly, you will never fall asleep. That's what ChatGPT says. Wow. Sounds like a reliable source of information. Yeah, wow. I mean, I would say if you do anything constantly besides sleep, you probably won't fall asleep. Attempt to call function hide in base null instant. So first of all, I didn't even have a capsule in here. So that would be why, but isn't it still something that could be hidden or not? How did you put a capsule on here? Oh, it's an instant scene. Right, I forgot about that. So this needs to, so we want to save this branch as a scene. Call this spawn point. And then in here, add, I forgot about the little spawner mesh. I don't know what I want it to look like. Do I want it to look like, I want it to look like a tube. It's a good idea to have the spawner be able to be like visible in the scene. I'm just gonna make it a tube. A blue tube at that. I gotta have some agents here. Dragon Blade is just coding this into existence, which is appreciated. I asked, can you live without sleeping? So it probably gave me a ridiculous answer. I love the conversations you're having with ChatGPT. If you ever share them again, share them in live text. That's where, in the Discord. That's where Dragon Blade is posting all this stuff too. That way it doesn't clog up general. I love seeing it though. But the live stream section, live text. Alright, so this has a visual component now, the spawn point. Is that enough to... No, it's not. Trying to assign an array type to a variable, an array type node to a variable of type array spawn point. Now, I was told I could ignore this. But I was also told that this would resolve an error, not cause one. What does this mean? What does this mean? And actually, if I get rid of it, I get an error. Trying to assign an array of type array node to a variable of type array spawn point. What? Oh, I don't even know. You did run this in 4.2. Ooh. Ooh. So I wonder what would be the feature. I mean, I could do it in this stream. I could move this to 4.2. I could do it. I could do it. I could close this right now. Right the frick now. And I'll just download a new one. Like, I'll do it. Like, I don't even care. Now's the time. Remove the casting. Basically the array part from both lines. Whoa. There, got you curious? Instead of saying point, just put spawn. Why? So what you're saying is don't upgrade to 4.2. Is what you're all saying. It'll just, the only thing is it'll just do some like weird stuff. Dang, but I should probably make a backup of this. It said point was an error. I don't know. Yeah. Actually, you know what I should do? I'll just back it up manually. I'm sure that will confuse Godot if I ever have to go back. This is messy. This is why I don't want to do this. I should have started this project in 4.2. That would have been ideal. Documents. Godot. I haven't created a repository for this yet. I want to, though. But do I really want to do that right now? No. We gonna make a backups folder. Oh, that's a big... There's a lot of stuff in here. There's 404 things in here. Dang. That's a lot of data. That's a lot of data right there. I don't know much. But I know that's a lot of data. Alright. So whatever, I gotta back up. Screw it, let's do it. Open it up. I'll even drag it or put it in my taskbar. So this is what'll happen when you go to upgrade. Is you're gonna get all these little warnings like, hey, this was made in a different version. Hey, you better stop. This was made in a different version. And so then when you go to run it, oh shoot. Get some sleep. Thank you so much, Dragonblade, for your help. We're gonna keep trying to figure it out. You've done great things, and I appreciate it. Take good care. See you later. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. It's always a pleasure, Dragonblade. Goodbye for now. I hope work goes okay. Dragonblade, everyone. Dragonblade definitely deserves a round of applause. Definitely deserves a round of applause. I'm sure I won't load it up in time. But you all will know that this applause was for Dragonblade. Okay. There you go. That's for you. That's for you, Dragonblade. Let's make it a little louder. There we go. Thank you for your help, Dragonblade. Thank you for your help. Thank you very much. All these white people, they're clapping for you. All right. So when I go to open this up, it's gonna be like, hey, we need to convert it. Screw it, let's convert it. Back it up. Back that ish up before you do this. The main thing that it's gonna try to do. Oh, I didn't do nothing. Wow. Oh, if you import meshes, I guess. In my other project, it had to do all this like reloading of all the meshes. Well, that was easy. I guess since I haven't imported any meshes, it doesn't have to like do anything. It is considerably slower. My God. Maybe just the first time it's slower. I don't know. Oh, we have the same error. It's not that it's slower, it's the same error. Every time I hear or say back it up, I think of a stupid YouTube song called Backing Up. Okay. Okay. I actually relate to that. Like thinking of something every time I hear something. We do have an error. I think it's the same error. It's the same error. So let's see what we were said. Remove the casting, basically the array part from both lines. From both lines. All right. Okay. All right. 4.2 had nothing to do with it. But you know what? It doesn't matter. All right, let's see what happens. Can we play it now? We can. It's spawning. I don't know that it's spawning from that position, but it is spawning. Because I put the spawn point all the way up here. But you can see they were spawning from the player. So what did I miss? What did I miss? Obviously we don't have Dragon Blade in the house anymore. Oh, we got people spamming live text? Alright, that means I gotta pull it off screen. Okay, so that's okay. That's alright. I feel like I have... Oh, we have a new... Is this new? Oh, all they did was remove the array stuff. Otherwise, it looks the same, right? I can't like fit them both in here without hiding something. Yeah, they look the same. Okay. I don't know. I'm not seeing this working. I know Dragon Blade isn't here, so we kind of got to be on our own now. So why wouldn't it work? So the way that this is set up is to... I'm a little confused to how it's set up. So it's adding this... I think it might be, because this isn't actually on what Dragon Blade set up for us. I think this needs to have a set position in it in order for this to work. So we want to say set its position to what? I don't even know. Because the spawner... I don't know. It's too bad we lost Dragon Blade. That was that was unfortunate. That leaves me in a bit of a pickle. That leaves me in a bit of a pickle. So let's just go over what it is, see if I can learn it. So this is the timer that runs every second. On timeout, it's gonna spawn things. So let me just see if this is working as I kind of expect, right? So let me make sure that much is working. Can you play it again? Yeah. I'll play it again. I'm gonna make the time much shorter. I'm gonna say 0.1 second. Let's run it again. They should shoot out pretty quick. There they are. Shooting out pretty darn quick. What are you guys doing? The particle spawn effect thing from yesterday? No. So I'm working on a game jam template. Basically, this is not connected to the game that I'm usually working on. I'm setting up a template so I can do game jams, especially the ones that we do on Fridays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 1 hour game jam. I want to have stuff that I can just plug in to build a game quickly, so I don't have to code everything from scratch every time. So this template has stuff like a timer in it. I can modify that, right? I can say the timer doesn't appear, and then I hit play and the timer isn't going to be there. I can change the behavior of the timer so it does appear, and maybe it only starts once I start moving. So now it's not going to start. Okay, it did start because we have auto start. Turn off auto start. And I made all these checkboxes here, so then I start moving, now it begins. So I have these different components in here. There's like a finish line, there's a basic player character, things like that. And the thing that I'm adding in right now is I'm trying to add in like spawners. So let's say I want to spawn enemies or items or something like that. I want to create a spawner that I can put into different positions throughout the level, and it will spawn different things from those different positions, potentially. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I worked on this last week. That's where I got most of the setup at. And then this week I wanted to try adding some new things to it. And this is one of those new things. And Dragon Blade was helping me set it up, and I was setting it up kind of my own way, and then Dragon Blade had a cool way that I was starting to try, and now Dragon Blade is gone, has left us with some great code. But now I need to figure out exactly how to use it now that they're gone. Comment the line that hides the tube placeholder. Okay. Just comment it. Just say, here it is. This is it. This is that line. And so this blue tube here represents the position of where the spawner should be at, right? And we have this spawn controller node, which has no position. It's just a timer, and it just exists. And within that is the spawn point, which is supposed to be the spawn point, which exists in here. And these both have some code on it, and ultimately I want this to spawn in things at its position. I feel like maybe I just need to say set position. Oh, and then you wanted me to comment this? Oh, you're saying take it out. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, because maybe hiding its position is getting rid of the position. I see. I see. Let's try that. And let me make sure it's so it's up here in the front. So basically I'd want to see it spawn in front of the player, not on top of the player. Okay, that didn't work. That was a great theory though. That was a good theory. So what if I just say set position, and we just say its own position? Like maybe it just needs to have that. Can you go to the spawn point scene? No, that didn't work. Can you go to the spawn point scene? I'm sure I can. Unusually, this is not at, or I feel like this should be at the origin. So we're just gonna fix that real quick. That shouldn't make much of a difference. That's it? That's the problem? It is centered, but it's still not working. I mean, that seems like a good thing. But it seems it's just spawning it at 0, 0, 0. It's spawning it at the origin. Now move it in the game scene. Okay. I think it's something else. I wish that was it. Gosh, I wish that was it. But it should be spawning up here. Over there, not down here. And I had gotten it to spawn at a position, but what I couldn't do was duplicate that. And I guess in theory, this would let me duplicate it. So we've got this timer. And this timer sets spawn points to what all of the children of it are. when this timer times out, it's going to run this function. This function is creating a loop that checks all of the children and runs the function spawn on all of the children. That's all this does. So the function spawn on each child. Can't sleep, hi from phone. Hello, Dragonblade in bed. Welcome. So it works. Dragon, we need you. It works, but the position isn't working. So it's just spawning at 0, 0, 0 instead of where I have it in the scene, which is up here. So like we could still, I mean, just for the sake, it actually isn't a bad idea to comment this out, just so we can appreciate where it's supposed to be coming from. So this blue tube is my spawn point, but it be spawning down here. It really do be spawning down here. So that's the only issue so far. It helps to speak out loud what you're doing. Rubber ducky, right? Rubber ducky coding. I was teaching my cats how to do landscapes at 3 a.m. this morning and ended up figuring out how to rotate my sky sphere. It took me 3 days, but so easy. I love that. Yes, talking it out. Can you delete the spawn point and copy it again from the file system? Yeah, we should try that. Are you setting the position of the instantiated before adding it to the scene? Setting the position, so here's, so in the spawn function that you provided, you had like some, I don't know, some printing stuff in there. Instantiate and add to scene, monster scene at the location of self. Instantiate and add to scene. Spawn position equals position. And so all I've got in here is instantiate it and add it. That's all this is doing, is just instantiating and adding it. But you're saying spawn dot set global position. So like spawn dot position equals position. And do that like down here. Set global position. Self global position. I can't believe you're typing this on your phone. Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Okay, let me try duplicating it. Nice phone coding. Let's go. You were right, Dragonblade, we do need you. Duplicate it. Put it somewhere else. Will it spawn 2 in a different place? Dragonblade 2, the rescue. It does! Dang! Multiple spawners! Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. This is, I don't know, I can't remember the last time I ever did a reprise. But we have to do an applause replies for you at this point. Like, what? What? We need a full blast applause replies. Reprise. I can talk. Let's go, Dragonblade! Calm down, everybody. Okay, very loud. Very, very loud. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Sorry about that. Okay. Yes. Okay, guys. All right. Okay. Anyway. Amazing. Yes. Let's go. It has been done. It has been done. Thank you, Dragonblade. So now that that is the case, I hope you get some sleep, but also... let's keep going. Why stop there? Why stop there? So we've got spawners we can put in multiple places. So let me think about this. How would I use this, right? If I'm making a game from scratch, I would need to make sure I drop a spawn controller in here. So I would just grab a timer, add a spawn controller script, and then we would just create different spawn point. Now, if I wanted to create a different spawn, I'm not using the exported scene variable. I'm not using the exported scene variable. Yes, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Instead of the preload, use monster scene instantiate. I will obey. Instead of the preload, because we're not using the exported scene variable. Right. Monster scene instantiate. Oh, monster scene. Oh, what is monster scene? I didn't even notice you did that. Spawn scene. Spawnable. Spawn scene. I don't know. I had to make some choices there. Wait, what is this? I didn't even notice this. It's the scene to be spawned. This is so you can select it from the GUI in the inspector. Oh. Wow. How did I just like gloss over that awesome facet? So then in the inspector, oh, this is how we have it spawn different things. Of course, new packed scene. What the hell is this? What is a packed scene? Open scene dictionary? Packed string array? What the hell is all this? The more we know. Pick load. Oh, so just ignore this. Okay. Gotcha. And then quick load. Oh, hell yeah. And so then I can create a new spawned thing. Oh my gosh. So if I wanted to create a new spawn, so let's say I just do a new scene. Yeah. So if I create a brand new scene, I say it's some 3D object, and I drop in here. Oh gosh, man, I don't know, man. I don't know if I might have been able to figure out some very basic possible version of this, but wow, without your help. And I love this. I love doing these like simple seeming tasks so we can all learn, and you can like, you know, it probably helps you to even find out that you know these things. I don't know. I love it. It's just, there's so much good learning here. Wow, and wow, I'm so thankful. Okay, cool. So there's this little sphere here, and I'll save this as game aspects. We'll call this spawn 2. Spawn 2, save it. And then in here, at spawn point 2, the thing to spawn, I would want to quick load spawn 2. And wow, look at that. We got a preview of it. So one's gonna spawn purple. Okay, it didn't. That's okay. Oh, because I see why. Because there's more to it. The spawn scene also has a script on it that tells it to move. So I would want to make sure I add that on here as well. So let's add the spawn script on there. And then I was gonna suggest more complicated stuff. Whoa, there we go. Purple and red. Dragonblade is the bestest. Awesome. Yes, we are spawning here today, y'all. So lucky to chill with you guys. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is dope. This is awesome. Cool. And so then I could make like a template for making spawns. We are in Spawn City. It's tight here. I love it. This looks awesome. This like looks cool. Okay, and I love how quickly I could just set this stuff up too. Very exciting. You can suggest. I honestly, I'm here for it. But you know, I also don't want to enable you not getting sleep. But I also am here for it. Cool. Amazing. So then the spawn point is just this separate thing that I just drag in, and we're good to go. And if I wanted to change stuff, so I could add in, instead of spawn scene, I'm gonna say spawn object. I mean, it is a scene, but I'm just gonna call it spawn object, just so it looks a little better in here. When we click on this and we see spawn object, what to add in there. Oh, I have to reassign it if I rename it. That's okay. Come in here, spawn object, quick load. I love it. Okay. Godot does so much more than I thought I could. That's what I love about it. I love that about it. It's like really, your limits are your imagination. You know? And it lays it out in a way that makes it pretty simple. Like, even though I couldn't have figured this out on my own, at least not this well, it's still pretty simple. You know, it's just a matter of knowing how to wield what it gives you to do those things. And that's what I love about it. So let's say I wanted to modify some settings. Of course, the time, we could just adjust this pretty easily. It's getting so much traction lately. It really is. It really is. It's like upward trend. Like, who knows? If it stays on this path, it could surpass Unity someday. It might. It might. I don't know. What does that mean? I just mean like number of users. I feel the same. I literally spent 3 days, or even like games. You know, it'll be interesting to see like percentages of how many games on Steam released in a given year are made in Godot versus Unity versus Unreal Engine, you know? I feel the same. I literally spent 3 days on just a simple connection. I already had all the nodes. Yeah. Yeah. Man, Unreal Engine really bogged me down sometimes. It was like, it was rough. Now, the other thing is the community. So I was using blueprints, right? The community, not just for Godot, but for programming in general, has, I think, opened up me being able to figure things out more quickly, because folks who are used to programming can come through the stream and be like, oh, I see, I know what programming is, I know how to help you, right? Or people who use Godot can come through and be like, I know how to use Godot, I can help you. And when I was doing Unreal Engine streams and blueprints and stuff, there wasn't as much help that would come through. It wasn't the same. So it made a big difference to have access to the community like using Godot is giving me. And that's not just true if you're streaming. Like, you know, if you're in a Discord server or you go to forums and stuff, I feel like there's an abundance of people who are willing to help and are able to help you, which is really cool. It's a lot of spawns. It is a lot of spawns. It does handle it very nicely. It does, yeah. Godot does handle these things quite nicely. In my experience, it's just a matter of tweaking a few things if performance starts getting low. At least as long as it's some simple stuff. That's a lot of spawns. I kind of see nodes like a puzzle. Yeah. If it is able to go somewhere, it will do something. If not, it will yell at you with an error. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of coding in general, really. The difference is nodes give you the pieces, and sometimes with text coding, you have to like figure out the pieces more. Unity community is mostly professionals who don't really hang out openly like Godot's community. Right. It's just not, it doesn't have the same vibe, right? Check live chat about the stats you asked about. Right, like literally, they must exist. List of Steam games using Godot engine. List of Steam games using Unity engine. Oh, Steam database. Nice. This is cool. Whoa. Okay, this is cool. This is kind of cool. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna try to put these up on screen at the same time. I'm gonna do my best. Okay, there's one. And here's the other. I mean, I love you can already just see it. You can already see it. That's amazing, because this is like just the statistics. Oh, this is pretty. There we go. Just about. Almost got it. There we go. Look at that. On the top is Godot. On the bottom is Unity. We have apps released per month. Top 1,000. Whoa. Apps released per month. 40 apps. This is so many more. This only goes up to 20 on Unity. Over here it goes up to 40. Godot is crushing it. Oh my gosh. Guys, this is damning. So this is Godot on the top. This is apps released per month on Steam. Godot versus Unity, according to steamdatabase.info. Like, is this, like, this is correct? This is correct? It's because of the top 1,000, there's a button to show all. Oh, so things that were in the top 1,000. The apps that made it into the top 1,000. How many of them did on a per month basis? I mean, apparently Unity is, if I'm understanding that correctly, which I may well not be, correct me if I'm wrong. But for, it's like Godot, so this means that there's more Godot apps in the top 1,000 on a per month basis than Unity ever had? Is that what this is saying? Based on these graphs, Godot has more better games than Unity. Ever! That's almost inconceivable. And then just like the meteoric rise. You know, how low it is for so long relative to this. Unity peaking over here. So for all of them, so where was that? Oh, click here to view all. Click here to view all. Click here to view all. Oh, I have to sign in? How dare you? How dare you? Oh, I guess I don't get to watch it. I guess I don't get to look at it. I have to sign in. I don't know my password right now. This is pretty amazing. Unity's send pics in live. Yeah, send pics. Wow. That's amazing. Who would win, tiger people or lizard people? Can lizard people be poisonous? I would say tiger people. It depends on the type of lizard. I have a lot of questions. Winning at what? A lot of questions. Thought it was your Godot versus Unity streams. It would look not dissimilar to that. Okay, here's all the entries for Godot, and here's all the entries for Unity. Out of all the games that have been released, shrink this down. Shrink it down just a little bit here. Squeeze them in. Oh, that's quite a lot more. That's quite a lot more. But that's not as helpful of a metric, is it? Because eventually, you know, Godot could grow past this, right? Like, Godot has more better games right now than Unity has right now. Even though more people use and know Unity, so there's going to be more numbers for that. But, you know, it's kind of hard to tell because it's sort of blocked. But Godot looks like it's going up every single stage, whereas on Unity, it's starting to taper and flatten out. Taking over Earth? What does taking over Earth mean? My vote is always tiger people. Has anyone had to deal with black clouds in UE? I have not. I cannot say that I have. Alright, so what do I want to do to improve this instantiation situation? So, like, right now, if I want to set this up in a game that I'm working on, I'm going to want to have the spawn controller in there, set the time to something that fits what I want, and then add this instantiated scene with spawn points. The spawn point scene we don't have to do anything to. This just stays as it is. We never have to even open that. But we always have to create a new spawner, which is pretty easy, right? Because I could even come in here, add a child node, and add a new spawn controller timer. And then just add a new spawn point whenever I need to do that. Super easy. Now, if I want to create the spawns, I would create a new scene and make changes there. So I guess really it comes down to setting up things that I would want to configure my spawn to be. Really, there's not much configuration I need to do for the spawn controller at all. It's pretty much all that I need. Where we start getting into configurations, then we want to actually be modifying the spawn itself. So like this much is kind of already done for us, thanks to Dragonblade. The next step to adding this into being more customizable is going to be modifying the spawns themselves. So I think that's what I'll focus on next then. And for this spawn, we'll start adding special configurations in for it. So that's pretty awesome. So for this, maybe we could do direction, right? Man, Dragon Blade really saved me here. I was getting really confused. I wasn't able to sort of separate setting up the spawner from the spawns themselves. I think that's what was causing my brain so much anxiety and angst. Those are the wrong words. Anguish. That was what was causing my brain so much anguish, was like thinking about, well, if I want to change the spawns to this or that, and then I have to make them spawn at the same time, I wasn't separating those. But Dragon Blade has effectively helped me separate those with a slice of their Dragon Blade. Has separated those two things. And so now I can focus on changing the spawns and not worry about the spawn controller, which is pretty cool. I mean, that deserves an entire section in the credits, I have to say. I must say. For the jam template. Spawner. Oh, you know who else helped? Oh, Psychonic Joe, of course. Alright. So for the basic spawn, I think I'd want this script to be added to any spawn, right? Actually, this already is. So I kind of want to even maybe give it a class script, right? So class name spawn. And then if I want to export something, for example, right now we have the position moving to the right. So I'm going to say spawn. There's some things I think about, like, do I want it to move? Do I want it to walk? Do I want it to fly? I don't know. I think I'm going to keep it kind of simple. You know, some of them might not move, so I might want to say spawn moving true or false. All right, so maybe we default to true. Pepe paid us a visit. Pepe paid us a visit. Pepe paid us a visit. And as a YouTube member and a YouTube or a patron who's paid YouTube. Oh my god, guys. Did I tell you I was tired earlier? Pepe paid us a visit. And because Pepe is a paid patron and a YouTube member, Pepe gets a song. Pepe paid us a visit. Pepe paid us a visit. Pepe paid us a visit. And I appreciate it very much. Pepe, thank you for paying us a visit. And for supporting Hyper Gamedev. There's your song. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that. And you're welcome. New Tenacious D beat just dropped. Wow, I couldn't care less about that. But I love that you do. That's exciting when like an artist that you like releases music. I love that. Usually I find out via Spotify. New release from... That could be. Sometimes, honestly, it kind of makes me nervous when new music from something I like comes out, because I'm like, oh god, what if I hate it? What if I don't like it? Oh no. Yes, I know what Tenacious D is, but I don't care. But yes, I care for you. I care for you that you get to... I'm so excited about not being excited. I'm happy for you, Pepe. Yes, Jack Black. What is... I don't know what Jabbles is. That... You've lost me at Jabbles. But yes, of course. Kung Fu Panda. School of Rock, of course. Another meeting. Pierogi's got another meeting. I love it. Pepe'd. Yes, Pepe'd. Exactly. Nice. Well said. J-Beals. Is that what that says? Your meeting just ended. Oh, I hope it went well. I hope it went well. Dragon Blade helped us get some good spawning stuff in here. It's one of those names like Luffy. Oh, gotcha. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. It's fandom. It's fandom stuff. I gotcha. You know, Pepe, I'm glad you told us, because you know what? Maybe I don't care about Tenacious D, but someone else in this chat might care about Tenacious D. That makes me wrong for just being so, like, I don't care. But I'm trying to keep it real. I'm trying to keep it real. Jack Black seems cool, though, as far as celebrities that I don't know and I'll never meet in my life go. Okay. Export spawn moving. So I want to say if the spawn is moving or not. If it has a direction, what direction is it? We don't care that you don't care, but we still care for you too. I want to say spawn direction. So much going on. I'm helping organize the capstone presentation event by making flyers for it, plus course proposal things. Creating a workshop I'm running in April, contacting people about vegan food. Vegan food for event. Oh, it sounds like a big deal. What the hell is a capstone presentation? Rogi is a teacher, or trying to be a teacher, and there's something called a capstone presentation. It's late, guys. My comprehension of things can only go so far. But I'll try my best. I'll try my freaking best for you guys. So for the spawn direction, I would want this to basically modify this vector. That's gonna be kind of interesting. That's where they put, where they put the capstone. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So Rogi is organizing an event about putting something on top of the pyramid. Okay, that makes sense. Seems like something Rogi would do. This will be tricky because I'll actually want this value to be different. This will be kind of fun. So I'm gonna say spawn direction. I don't know what this is gonna do yet. Is one of my streaming lights going out? That's not my favorite fact. I might need to replace a light bulb. It isn't actually a lot, just feels like it when you go for a meeting and the whole time people are asking everyone, please do this, please do this. Don't overcommit, take care of yourself. Capstone is a project that you do to graduate. Oh. Dang, you're getting... Are you okay, Rogi? Are you nervous? That sounds like a lot of work. Alright, spawn direction. This is supposed to be variables. And we do need to clarify what this is. I don't know, it's just gonna be a number. We're gonna say integer for now. And I'll work on it more later. Not nervous, it's all good. Okay, alright. Oh, wait, why is it not... Okay, there we go. I was like, don't I know how to hint? I thought I knew how to hint. Spring break starts tomorrow after work. Let's go. Spring break! Wow, I guess in the United States, it's spring break time. It's spring break time in the United States! Dang. Why is this flickering? That makes me nervous. I got a light bulb going out. I gotta change that. Pray I remember. Pray I remember. So if the spawn is moving, this is gonna be really weird. This is gonna be... I'm gonna enjoy this. I want to say that the position changes depending on whether or not... I mean, if it's not moving, so we could say if spawn moving, do any of this. So we can easily tell it to move or not. So we've at least got that much going. So right now, everything should be the same, right? Play it. And this is just the red one. The purple one, I'm not modifying yet. So the red one is gonna stop. If I change this. So I'm gonna come to the spawn here, and I'm gonna uncheck that it's moving. And if I play this, it's just gonna sit there, and they're gonna stack on top of each other. So if it's not moving, you know, obviously I'd want it to like spawn in different places, not necessarily on top of itself. So that's another thing that I'd want to set. But that would be set on the spawner in here, the spawn controller. So on the spawn controller, I would say, you know, if I don't want it, if I only want to spawn one thing, I would just probably say one shot. I guess that's kind of where this falls apart a little bit, is if I want to limit how many spawns this does. It doesn't really fall apart, but I would need to add that in here, right? So give an export variable here that says how many of them should spawn in. So I could say at export spawn amount. I don't know, because I kind of want it to be like potentially infinite or not. And then I guess I'd want to also be able to set up whether or not they destroy themselves, but that would be more so on the spawned thing. So that's just that. So spawn amount infinite. We could set that to true by default. Spawn limit. Nice. That's nice. That's nicely worded. I like that. Spawn limit. And we could set that, I guess I'd want that to be a range. So I'll say export range 0. This has to be a float, I think. Which isn't great. I don't really want it to be a float. Does the range have to be a float? Can the range not be a float? Godot export annotations. Is this the right page? It can't be an integer. Oh, okay. I over-scrolled. Infinite spawning. I want to make sure it starts with spawn. The reason why I'm doing that is because with the Godot export annotations, you can actually add in an argument. Let me dark mode that. You can add in an argument that checks to see what the prefix is. I don't yet really see the use of it, but just in case, I'm making sure I give everything a prefix. Knowing that Godot would do this, would have like prefix-based arguments, I'm gonna try to get in the habit of using prefixes. So that's why I wouldn't do it that way. Even though I like infinite spawning better. Yeah, this is really cool. I'm loving these export annotation stuffs. And so we can set a range in here that'll give us a slider. An int or a float. Oh, okay. Great. Yeah, now you know. That's the new way to go. That's the new way to go. Oh, so we just make it an int. Okay, I don't know. For some reason, I thought it was going to complain. Okay, so export range 0. I mean, I don't know what maximum I'd want to set it to. I don't even know if I want a slider. I don't think I want a slider. Do I want a slider? I could just type in a number. I don't think I need to put a range on here. As fun as that would be, I don't think we need to. Spawn limit, we could say as a default, I don't know, 15. And so this, we would ignore this. So if spawn amount infinite is true, then we'd only want the timeout to matter. So I'd want to say if spawn amount infinite we actually needed to keep track of how many times it's fired. So variable spawns spawned. I want to say spawns spawned +1. That's not going to work in the ready function though. So you have to put this elsewhere. Definitely not going to work in the ready function. Oh right, we do it in the function. Sorry, my bad. It was just a little brain farty fart. If spawn amount infinite, I guess we'd still want it. Can we interrupt in here? Is this allowed in a for loop? I never use for loops, so I don't until now. It is allowed. Spawn infinitely? Ooh, I like that. Nice. It might be better to just, I don't know. I don't really know, because I'm obsessed with finding a better wording for that variable. You are. I guess I could just say spawn infinitely. Okay. Spawn infinitely. Let's go. Much shorter, much nicer. I like it. Spawn infinitely. Thank you. Thank you. You helped make this a little better. You helped make this a little better. Tell me you didn't. Might already have you. I would say this is project setup, Godot console. I'm gonna say this is formatting. That's probably formatting. I feel like we already got you on that. We already got you on that. That's pretty funny that you already had that. If spawn infinitely, then just do it. Otherwise, we want to say add spawn limit, increase spawn limit, or decrease it. Is this how a for loop is gonna work? Am I doing this right? I have no idea. Love me some formatting. Hell yeah. I don't know if I'm doing this right, and I'm willing to just find out. So I'm guessing this will subtract 1. I don't think that's how that's gonna work. I don't think this is gonna work that way. No, it is, because every time it... No, this will work. No, but this is doing everything in here. Right, but that means you would want a different spawn controller. Okay, no, this is fine. All right. So I might want to do multiple spawn controllers if I want things to spawn differently, potentially. Okay, this is fine. So then beyond that, I would want to say if, and then I don't even just want to say point spawn. I want to say if point, or if spawn limit is less than or equal to 0, or is greater than 0, then allow the spawn to happen. Does this make sense? I don't know. I'm gonna set the spawn limit to 3. Was it a late start today? No. My stream? I started right on time. I started right on time. Why? So that's gonna be that. So 3 of them should spawn. I'm gonna adjust the time to be a little slower so we can see it. And let me see what happens. Okay, the red one, we have it set to not move. That's gonna, I mean, whatever. It could be the purple one too. So this is fine. I think I just don't know the schedule and it feels later than it is. It does feel later. I feel like it's later too. You kind of tripped me out when you said that. Okay, that's not working. It's spawning many more than 3. Oh, because I set spawn infinitely on. Okay, yeah, that would do that. Okay, spawn infinitely off. 1. It spawned 1. Okay. Okay. Cool. How did that? Because is the for loop just making it? Yeah, I think the for loop is not doing what I think it is. Yeah. Okay, because the spawning is happening here in the spawn function. I feel silly. Okay. A for loop is not doing... Okay, I understand. I understand what I did. I understand what mistake I made. So we don't want to keep this from happening. I actually want this to be on the spawn point. It's a little tricky because I kind of have to divide these settings across these. I mean, if the spawn... Because we want to leave all of this here. So I'm going to get rid of this. Tuck that back in. Get rid of that. Get rid of all of this. We just have that run as it should. Everything is fine. No problems. It's gonna pump out a bunch every second. All looks fine. Now, on the spawn point, I want to say, look for that stuff in here. And so maybe I want to set up a variable in the ready function. Or let's set it up over here. Hi, buddy. Yeah, you want to cuddle, I know. I love you so much. I love you so much. Oh, you're such a sweet boy. He's such a sweet boy. He is. He only means well. Yes. Yeah, just sit there. Here, I'll make some... What if I make some room on the chair? Then I don't have to lie down. How's this? Is this acceptable? Does this meet your criteria? I hope so. I love you. I love you so much. Okay. Hi. So when the spawn function runs, I want it to check for something. I want to set up a variable called spawn limit. Travi reminds me of The Traveler on Netflix. Time travel show ever since you explained his name. The Travelers. I feel like I saw some kind of something for that. Oh, God, this looks like something I would never want to watch. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'm just like, looks like a cop show. It looks like a cop show. Oh, it is a cop show. It isn't very good. That is what they called him, Traveler. Because he went from house to house. And I said, your traveling days are over. Your name is Travi. So we got the spawn limit on here, and this is going to be just something. It has redeeming qualities, to be honest. That's fair. They aren't really cops. Okay. They're cops, but they're not really cops. They're cops, but they're not really cops. Guys, I'm so stingy about what I watch. What I watch, what I listen to. I have a huge problem with consuming media that I don't want to consume. Like a massive problem. They travel to the past after they made an AI to try to save them from the messed up world. Okay. And the AI said, it's too late, noobs. Alright. Spawn limit needs to be set to that which is above it. Spawn limit. And then we say if spawn limit is, well, that we need not only that, but also variable spawn infinitely. Excellent name for it. I've had some problems trying to set up variables this way. I'm not gonna do it. I've had problems with this. I'm not gonna do this. What's the point? we'll just fetch it from above. So it has the cop action loop, but they are like imposters in the world because they are from the future. So no weird ownership of violence happening. That being said, it still has cop show vibes, which is you. Yeah. Alright, I guess that's fair. They chose to be cops in the past. They could be anything, and they chose to be cops. Okay. If spawn infinitely then just proceed with the spawning code. Oh, I guess we should set this first and then have it add it. If it's not spawn infinitely, then I want it to add, oh, so we need to say spawns spawned oh no, spawn limit. Right, subtract 1 from spawn limit. But can it, so I don't think it can subtract anything from above it. So actually we do need to set up this as a variable in here. Otherwise, we won't know how many above it there are. Right? So I would want to say spawn limit. I do actually want to do that. Now you're tempted to watch it again because this was pre-knowing anything about the world when I watched it last. I'm glad that you could find a way to want to watch it. I remember liking it because the future people were repulsed by cow's milk. And I was like, yeah, vegan. I'm glad that that's like something that can connect you to the show. I have a problem where I will discount media immediately, you might say. If there's like one thing I don't like about it, two things. There's a threshold. I've never calculated it. I don't care to. But once I get like a bad taste in my mouth, we're done here. I'm out. But I often envy a more carefree approach to watching things. And consuming media. Really anything. Food. I'm a very picky person. Incredibly. When it comes to what I take into my body or my mind. Very picky. That's nice though. You deserve to be happy about people hating cow's milk. Cow's milk is pretty nasty, though. Piggy is good, usually? Sometimes. I think there's a point. Alright, so spawn limit. I want this to... I don't know if I'm going to make this work this way. It might not work. But I guess I'll try. So ideally, this is going to update to what the spawn limit is set at. And then I want it to subtract 1 every time something instantiates, if it hasn't been set to spawn infinitely. And then it can... Well, I mean, I still want it to spawn. I just want it to spawn and do that. But before that, we want to say if spawn limit is greater than 0, then let it spawn. I don't know if this will work, but I will try. I have a feeling it might not update it correctly. 1, 2, 2. Almost. We might have to say greater than or equal to 0. Almost. That almost worked. It works better than I thought it would. 1, 2, 3. Done. Blammo. Spawn limit achieved. So if I set that on my spawn controller, let's make it infinite. Spawn infinitely, spawn limit. I want to make changes to that. This will be infinite now. If I uncheck it, it actually might cut it off. It does! Nice, let's go. That fish... That fish is hilarious. It's like a shocked face, but it's just a fish. Which is also like a fish's face. That's a good one. I like that one. I don't know if I added that one on the Discord, but I should. I don't know, but I need to put that on the Discord. I've tried to put on the Discord as many of the YouTube emojis as I could fit. But there's still more that I could add on there. For sure. And there's a couple that I kind of wish I did add on there. But we only have so many emoji slots. We do have so many emoji slots. which is only so many emoji slots. Oh, it's not showing. I gotta make the window bigger to see the emoji button. Where's the emoji button? Oh, Dark Reader was hiding it. The goldfish. Oh, we do have the goldfish on here. Thank goodness. There was one I wanted to add that's like a volcano. That's like angry. I want to add that one. At least. Okay, so this works. I love it. So we can limit how many things spawn. Now going back to the direction stuff. So spawn moving true or false. The good ones. Yeah, the volcano. The volcano is the one I'm missing. I believe all of those are present on the Discord. Except for the volcano. I don't know how I missed it. I just like didn't see it. I just didn't see it. I just didn't see it. When I was adding them on. I couldn't appreciate it. At the time. We have the poop, right? Did I skip the poop? I said, no, we're not doing poop. I didn't put the poop. I feel like I chose not to put the poop. I was like, ew. Why do poop? Yes, I need to add the volcano. I think I still don't like the poop very much. I don't know, it's just... There's already a poop emoji. You don't need another poop. Danny Kaka gives you appreciation for poop. Ah yes, Danny Kaka. Somebody who is a friend of ours, who also streams. No other reason. It's nice. So I do have to, I guess I don't have to say spawn moving true on here. I could set some of the stuff up on the spawn controller. I don't think I could. Actually, I don't think I should. I could, you know, I could have like signals floating around. I don't think that's worth it. I think it makes more sense to just do it on the spawn itself. So when we're configuring a spawn, we have these options. So I even want to make sure, okay, this is called spawn. Okay, we're good. So spawn script right here. Spawn direction. I think this will be a lot of fun. If I want it to be a different number, if the spawn is moving, then give it a direction. We can already stop it. This one, for example, is stopped. Now, if I want it to move faster or slower, so I might want to say at export variable spawn speed. This number could be higher or lower. So I'm going to want to, I guess in the ready function, calculate some of this. So we'll say if, or rather just say spawn speed times something else. Spawn speed. My other internet's not looking good, which is fine. I don't care about my other internet, as long as this one's good. That's so weird. That's so amazing. Thank goodness we've got extra internet. I need to check my chat over here now. Okay. Wow, the other internet is dead. It has died. It has passed away and gone to heaven. Rest in peace. So I want to say spawn speed times 10? Something. Basically what I want to do is I want to say that this number is going to change, and we also want to say the direction. So either it's going to be like this. I'm sure there's many ways to do this, and my way is not the best way. But it's the way that I'm going to do it. Unless somebody gives me a better suggestion, then I'll do it differently. Spawn speed means this would be higher. So the lower this is, the faster it's gonna go. So I'd actually want to divide it. So okay, here's what I need. I need a variable for position X. Right? Huh? Don't put your math brain on what I said. You can put it on how you would solve this, but don't try to understand what I said with your math brain. What I'm gonna do... Okay, let me see if I can explain this to you. I will try. But I know you're gonna listen to it too carefully, and it's not gonna make sense. So this vector 3 decides the position of the thing that's spawning, right? So this is on the X. Yes, take notes. So this is on the X-axis, meaning it's going to move in the positive direction on the X-axis by 0.01 every delta second, right? So let's say I change the direction. I'm gonna set up some math to just make it negative, right? On the X, assuming that's how I set it up. Okay, so that's one thing. The other thing that I'll do is for the spawn speed is this is either I'm just gonna move the decimal point around. So it's either gonna be like that or like that. So that means it'll go faster. This means it'll go slower. Again, not saying this makes all the most sense and there isn't a better way to do it, but that's what my mind is interested in trying to make it work to get the thing going. So that's what I have in mind. I hope that makes more sense. So we have a position X, position Y, position Z. I guess I don't really need to make variables for that, do I? I can just say, no, I feel like I do. This is what I would do. I think it isn't actually hard. This is probably going to be great, whatever this is. You would make two variables. I would want to say direction vector and direction vector scalar. Oh god, I hate this already. Oh, come on. I'm not gonna be able to do this. Direction vector would always be at vector 3, 1, 0, 0. I'm gonna let you type that up. I gotta use the loo. Oops, I didn't mean to show that. Not yet. Not yet. You keep explaining it, and I'll read it when I get back. Thank you for all your help. It sounds really scary, and I'm terrified. I hope I can understand it. I'll be right back. Real quick. Less than a minute. Let's see if I can wrap my head around this. Let's see if I can wrap my head around this math brainery. What's up, Olaf? Rogi would make two variables. Direction vector and vector scalar. Direction vector would always be vector 3, 1, 0, 0. Then vector scalar is 0.01 or 0.001 or whatever. Okay. Then you do position plus equals vector scalar times direction vector. You know, this doesn't sound that undoable. I think you're just using words I don't understand. The scalar can also be negative, so that would take care of the direction for you. Oh. Negative 0.01 would make... I love you, Travi. Yeah, other mommy isn't here. It's just me, and I'm busy. Negative 0.01 would make it go left instead of right. Yeah. Is this vector normalize? I don't know. Since Lee's only wants left and right, I don't need to normalize the direction vector because it is already normalized. What? Lee's does not only want left or right. Lee's would just want, I mean, if you think about it, right? On each axis, we could say left or right on the x-axis, but on the y-axis, we could say up or down. Right? On the z-axis, we could say backward and forward. So negative or positive. Why is the first element of the vector a 1? Yeah, why? Yeah, why? What Midgard said. Alright, I will set this up. Direction vector and direction scalar. So this would just be the, I don't even, are these things I export? So this would be the same thing, like spawn direction. Vector scalar, this would be spawn speed, I think is what you're saying. So I think we'll just keep those the same. I could be wrong. Direction would always be vector 3 1, 0, 0. And then spawn speed would be whatever those options that I have in mind are. And then we could just set this to negative or whatever. I mean, a range would be kind of nice on this. I mean, there's only so fast that makes it worthwhile anymore. So I could do a range, and we could say negative, like on the lowest end, maybe negative 1.0 to 1.0. And then spawn speed could be by default at 0.01 or something. So then we get this little slider and we can adjust it like this to choose the speed. I kind of like what you say about it being scalar. I don't even know. It's a little, I mean, I see what you're saying, why this needs to be something else, because the speed kind of doesn't make sense. This is almost like the direction. So I don't really know how I would name these to make that be more obvious, but whatever. I could also just set like a Boolean that adds a negative or a positive. So instead of doing the range, it could just be like 0 to 1, and then, or it could be a range that doesn't have negative, and then I could hit a checkbox that'll just multiply that. So I don't actually need to export this one also. And then what was the other thing? Here. Then you do position plus equals vector scalar. Or spawn speed times spawn direction. That would be it? Wow, look how clean that looks. So we do need to normalize the direction vector. I assumed you only wanted left or right because of what was typed on screen. Okay. No, I just hadn't started yet. I wanted to do way more than that. Same thing, although technically it spawned velocity because negatives. I'm fine with velocity. That's a word I can understand. These days. Kind of. Although you just kind of helped me understand velocity better than ever. I won't nitpick about physics. I'll just nitpick about physics and then say I won't nitpick about physics. That's fine. Scalar is just a value between -1 and 1. A vector is a direction in 3D space, as far as I know. Right. Totally. That makes sense. That's a nice. There's some nice, easy suggestions. Scalar doesn't have to be in -1, 1. It can be any number. Oh. Unreal Shaders would like to have a word with you. I guess in game dev, things are always different. Sometimes, like, a program will use names for things that otherwise wouldn't be used that way. I have beef with Unreal because they ignored mathematical definitions. So wait, so if I wanted to do other directions, I mean, can't I just say spawn direction and it just... Why would I need to normalize it? I don't understand why I have to normalize it. Why can't I just say, like, make like a drop down or something? Programmers and naming things go together like spaghetti and cat food. First of all, let's see if this works. Spaghetti and cat food? You know some people actually like that, but I guess that's your point. Interesting. All right, let's actually try this, and let's see if this much works. Only when you use two vectors, you need to normalize them, so the output of the vector is 1. Oh, you're saying if we're going angles. Oh, that's right. Yes, I see. So I was thinking if I go like left or right, up or down, front or back, I don't need to normalize it. But you're saying if we're going on angles, right, then we do have to normalize it. That's a good point. I think it's better if the velocity is from 0 to 1, and then the direction can just go anywhere, even negatives. Ooh, I like that better too. I like that much better myself. I also like that. Diagonal movement. Yeah, I think diagonal movement, right, that would be where we have to normalize it. Or not have to, but should. All right, let's see if this works. So, spawn moving on. So we would want to export the spawn direction then. So that way we can update it. Here. So right now it's just X. So everything should be pretty much exactly the same. If everything works, it should be exactly the same. Looks good. Now let's make it spawn faster. This doesn't have as much gradation as I wanted. It's kind of hard to get this. This range does not quite move. Because really all of this is going to make it too fast. I guess I want this to be slower. Let's say between 0 and like 0.1 or something. So we just have a little more wiggle room here. So I'm gonna say make it way slower. So it should be a lot slower now. Oh, this one in the back. Yes, it is slower. Because we're not changing the purple one. The purple one is the default. Or it hasn't been adjusted. Much slower. Nice. If I want to change the direction, make this -1, is it going to go the other way? The red ones should go the other ways. Yeah, Rogi, thank you. Oh my gosh. Hell yes. Let me update that credit list right the frick now. What the heck? That's a spawner credit, if I ever saw one. Really, it's a spawns credit. Spawn movement. Awesome. Hey, what's up, Fati? A nice solution to always normalize the direction vector is length is always 1. And you can multiply it by a larger value than 1. Oh. Direction should be direction, nothing else, or it gets confusing. Okay. So, like, if I want to make it go, let's say I make x 0 and y 1. Will it shoot up? Hell no. And why didn't that work? Maybe I didn't press enter? Oh, there it goes. Okay, I just didn't press enter. We got it. We're good. Sorry for getting so... Why didn't that work? It did work. Sweet. Beautiful. So then if I wanted to do a different direction, so we say 0.5, 0.5, right? We're not normalizing anything here. I mean, that looks... Look at that. That looks great. What's to normalize? That looks fantastic. That looks good to me. We could increase the number of spawns as well over here. We could say spawn 10 of them. I must normalize. Wait, why? Why must I? It looks fabulous. Okay, you don't have to. Like, what? Like, what's gonna make this better? How is normalizing gonna make this better? Something else I should adjust is maybe camera stuff. We can always change that whenever. We kind of have to go into the inherited scene to do that, which is fine. Let's just get a better angle on this, just so we can like see things, you know, might be nice. Oh, so it's not just because it's like longer than it needs to be or something. It's like overly long. Unspoken rule. Right, because if we don't normalize it, then it's gonna be something. What you can multiply with a speed. Oh, so the speed is... Oh, so the speed is not going to be consistent, is what you're saying. It's a surprise to me as well that I've been able to show up here so often. Yowie wowie. Hi, Insane Alpha Beta. Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm glad that you've been able to come through. It's a pleasure. This rule is very spoken if I have anything to do with it. So then what I have to do is just multiply it by what? Did you say something larger than 1? How do I normalize it? Can I just like... I feel like somebody told me that Godot just has a way to do that for me. Right? Like, I can just say, Godot, just normalize it for me. Just, like, position. The normalize function. Right, right. Where do I put it? Spawn direction? Yeah. Done. Yeah, Godot does make it easy. So I don't think I'm gonna like get any kind of a different result. Maybe the speed is more accurate. I guess I could do it side by side with the purple one. And we could see one that is normalized and one that isn't normalized. So I could... Actually, they should have the same code on them, but they just have different settings. So if in here, so for this spawn velocity, we have it at 0.004. Set this one to 0.004. 0.5 direction. And then I just won't normalize one, which means I have to make it not a class script, which is fine. Oh, but then they're gonna be... Okay, that was actually a mistake. I guess I'd want to do that over here, right? I'd want to make that an export. So I'm gonna say @export. This is a lot just to test it. Variable normalized true. And we'll say if normalized, then do this one. Otherwise, run this one without normalized. So then we can compare it side by side. So this one, spawn 2, we'll say it isn't, or let's let spawn 2 be normalized. Or let's let it not. So the purple one, look, the speeds are different. The purple one is not normalized. The red one is normalized. And look how the speed is different. The red one is going faster, and the purple one is going slower. Whereas if I normalize them both, then they travel at the same speed. So we're getting an inaccurate speed value if we don't normalize it. Cool! That's cool! I gotta give Olaf and Medgard some props here for just helping talk this out. Thought T, y'all were here for this. If you don't normalize it, a squad of Godot indie devs wearing all black trench coats and sunglasses will storm your house. Dear God. Without normalized, speed isn't consistent. Right. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. I will not invade anyone's privacy, but I will certainly incessantly complain for all of eternity that it is not normalized. I get it. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. It's inferior to not do it. Not just the Godot users, every game dev user who uses vectors. I know that's right. I realized my basic node controller script in Armory 3D is not normalized. Hey, nice! Yeah, Armory 3D, by the way, y'all, is something that Olaf just told me about. It's something that lets you turn Blender into a proper game engine. And it's got visual scripting. It looks really cool. And Olaf's learning some coding stuff, making games using Armory 3D. I'm so glad you could learn transferable stuff here. That's awesome. That makes me happy. All right, wow, Rogi, you just hooked us up. You just hooked us the hook up. We got direction. We got speed. We can make them go any way we want. That's awesome. Wow. You guys have really carried me today. Blender had an official game engine plugin a while back. Yeah, right? I think this takes it to the next level. It's a toy for not math people like me. Right. Yeah, Armory 3D, check it out. It seems really cool. Based on what I was looking at cursorily. Seems like good stuff. There's a link. There's a little clickable thing. It seems very capable. And then it's got visual scripting as well. So you don't have to learn text code if you don't want to. And you can have your art tools right bundled up with your game dev tools, which is pretty dope. It's actually pretty overpowered. Like, I think if I had heard about this before I heard about Godot, or before I started using Godot, I probably would have tried this. And who knows where we'd be today? Who knows where we'd be today? But this seems like as far as people, especially coming from the Dreams community, people who are, who used the PlayStation 4 software game Dreams that is now discontinued, and I don't super recommend people learn how to do, but do play all the cool games people made on there. It's kind of like a game engine, but it's locked out of the PlayStation, so if you make stuff, it's gonna be stuck there. It's got visual scripting, it's got modeling, it's got music making. Blender doesn't have music making, but with this, it seems like a very powerful, similar situation where you've got modeling tools bundled up with the same kind of game engine tools, and it's got visual scripting. Armory 3D might be an underrated example for people who are migrating from something like Dreams. Truly. Like, I might even, if somebody's like, what do I do after Dreams? I might even say, check out Armory 3D. But I haven't really vetted it for myself. With trigonometry, you can improve the spatial language you speak in, and directions are even more awesome. God, I love trig. You're making me like trig. Your enthusiasm makes me want to learn more. Good night. Thank you for all the help. You just saved me so much tinkering. Thank you. It's not spring break yet, so I still need a semblance of responsibility. Fair, fair. It's a toy compared to Godot. Oh, okay, that's fair. There's tool overload when it comes to game dev at the moment. They're all really cool, but take so much time to use them all together cohesively. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Having all-in-one solutions is great, which I think Unreal Engine does super well. Unreal Engine's got modeling, rigging, and it keeps adding more things into it, and you can really you almost don't need Blender. I mean, you know, the modeling tools are not the most fun to use, but technically you could, which is pretty neat. Rogie is gone. Rogie is gone. For real this time. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Y'all are the best. Thank you so much. Yui is trying. Yeah, I appreciate that. Alright, so what the heck do I do now? Now that I can control the position of spawns, the speed of spawns, the direction of spawns, I think it would be interactivity of the spawns. What's the behavior of them? I mean, obviously it would be cool if they moved back and forth or something. If you bump into them, what happens? Are they collectibles or not? I think what I'd like to add in is them randomly spawning in at different positions. I think that would be interesting to explore, if I'm being honest. I think that would be interesting. Let me set its direction back to the default. We don't need to keep the normalized. just an option. Hey, don't want to normalize it? We got that. No, you know, I don't think that is necessary. I think we can let go of that feature. Some features were never meant to be included. Shame you can't run it at more than 20 FPS. Really? Dang. I'm surprised, because I know you used UE a lot, and there's some pretty decent ways to lower how much it uses on your computer. There's like settings. You must know about this. The like settings where you can have it, you know, show in the editor with like, there's like epic quality, and then there's like maximum and then lower and lower. You must know about that. Godot is very good for low specs. Like, I don't know if you noticed earlier, when I upgraded to 4.2, all I did was I downloaded an exe file and I opened it. I didn't install anything. It just like right out of the box runs, does the whole thing, and it's good to go. Definitely powerful. Near empty map is fun. Looks like, oh, I reached the end of the music page. What? How many more do we got left? 45 left. Let's go. We got 45 songs left. I love it. Show me the rest. Bump it. Once you add things, it gets heavy. True. Even if you know what you're doing. I see. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, I might not have gotten too complicated with my game. Pretty simple stuff. I was like making a tiny little thing. So the purple one should be pretty simple. It should just be on the ground, popping out. So what if I want them to get collected by the player? So we could set them up to be score bubbles. That'd probably be a nice simple thing that I could get working really easily. This camera position is upsetting me. I need to adjust it. It is not acceptable. So we're gonna adjust it at least a little bit here. Shugada bum boom boom boom. Alright, this is pretty decent. Okay, so collecting things. Let's just do that. There's other things too, like I'd love it for it to be like randomized. I'm going for a whole workday. That's me. That's me. That's what I consider this. I consider this my job. Not that I get paid in any livable capacity, but it's what I do. I have to literally I have to put a cap on myself, Stormrun. If I didn't limit myself to 8 hours, I would stream 12, 13, 14, 15 hours, which I used to. I used to just keep going until I got bored, which would never happen. So I have to literally say, okay, we're at 8 hours. I need to wrap it up. Hell yeah. It's like a portal working in tools like this. It's just a portal with infinite possibilities. I love it. It's my dreamland. So, game dev ADHD. Yeah. But like, for me, live streaming is everything. It's the entire part of it. I can barely work on any game dev off stream. Almost zero. Like, at all. But live streaming is my Adderall. It's what gets me to be here and stay here. Because I know that there might be somebody there. I know that, like, there's video record. You know, it just, like, gives me this extra level of pressure that I appreciate. And that I could not create without it. More advanced compared to Unity. Whoa, yeah, go on. Go on. I am ready to be convinced. GI, gastrointestinal. Gallows International. Give information get instability going inside. Glove internally. Gore is cool. Gas immobile. Global illumination. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I knew I'd get it eventually. I would have gotten there. You just had to give me a couple more hours. Shadow Atlas. Whoa. Unity. This is my Unity. A lot. The real-time global illumination of Unity isn't good. Fonte is somebody I have definitely not found to be incorrect often. For whatever that's worth. Okay, so if I want these to be collectible, I'm gonna need to make them like an area 3D or something. So right now the spawn is just a node 3D, and it's got a mesh instance in it. So I'm gonna add in an area 3D. This will get a little. This will be a little bit of effort here. I want to call it spawn area. Godot may really be taking Unity's place. Though some of those stats we were looking at earlier, there's more Godot games in the top 1,000 games on Steam than Unity has. More than Unity has ever had in the top 1,000. In a whole industry sector. Let's go. Let's go. Let's let the movement happen. Yeah, popularity. That's right. Well, and you know, it has such a foothold, and it has for so long. And so many people. I mean, when the runtime fee, you know, was introduced, and it caused all the uproar, I mean, people were just saying, what am I gonna do? Like, I can't close my studio. Like, or I do that. Either I close my studio, or we just press on anyway. And even though the runtime fee thing got resolved, which, whatever, you know, people in those positions are still like, well, we don't trust Unity, but this is what our company is built on. Like, we're gonna keep using it then, because what other choice do we have? So, like, you know, it definitely has a foothold in that way. So it'll probably take time for Godot to, like, fully surpass it. Yeah, the popularity is a big thing, for sure. But, I mean, unless Unity completely changes course, and I gotta say, it doesn't seem like they are. It seems like they're still making some mistakes here and there. It seems like it would only be a matter of time, unless everybody just is like, well, we're stuck with Unity. I mean, I think about something like Adobe, right? Like, Adobe has done a lot of things that people are like, oh my god, screw Adobe. This is so messed up. But Photoshop is still incredibly popular, you know? And like Krita or something isn't overtaking Photoshop. Getting too caught up in like a cult fandom where it's just like, oh, like Godot is gonna be the best no matter what. Like, maybe, but it's a really good point that Unity has just this overwhelming popularity that's going to give it at least the opportunity to make things right for itself in the eyes of the people. Or something. For the area 3D, I don't really need to put the mesh in there, technically. I just need to put a collision in there. I want the collision to be the shape of the disk itself. I didn't mean to just add a random collision in there. Create a collision, drop that in, there we go. And I want to say that this is going to check, so we want to connect below it, the spawn areas, or we'll say spawn area entered, and it's going to have to be the player. Connect it to, so this could be different, right? This could be an enemy that could hurt you. It could be something that you collect. I'd like it to be either of those things, potentially. I guess it could be like something else. I don't know. But we'll just stick with that for now. So we'll say connect, I don't know, interacted with, gotten, entered, collided, player collided. That's what I got. Function player collided. So if the player has collided, then different things would happen, right? So I would want to set up some kind of thing on here. So right now, we've got spawn moving, spawn direction, and spawn velocity. So maybe I'll add like export category, and we'll say spawn movement. I'll add a new category, export category, spawn properties, spawn type, something like that. I guess I don't know what I want to be first. I don't really care. Export variable spawn enemy. Export variable spawn item. You know, it could be like a collectible. I don't really know what. Could say collectible. Maybe we'll make that true by default for now. So now we got our spawn properties here. And so we'll want different things to happen. So if spawn is an enemy, different things will occur. If the spawn is a collectible, different things will occur. Namely, I guess I'd want it to go away. It'd be cool if we could even get like a particle effect. That would be sweet. But just to keep it simple for now, let's just say queue free. I'm gonna say get, is the top level. So I'll just say queue free. Just burn it down. Now it needs to actually see the player, right? So not only do we want player collided, but we need to check to see, is the player the thing that collided? Otherwise, if it bumps into something else that has an area, then that's also going to go away. So we also have to say, if area is set to player area, which I somehow have to communicate to it. Am I able to do that? I don't even know how to like type that actually. Because it's not gonna be in this node tree. It's definitely a way to do this. I'm just kind of blanking on how to do it. I don't think I can do it as a as a string. I don't think that's gonna work. Really don't think that's gonna work. It might not even let me do it. There's no way this works. That's not gonna work. Did not. Did not. There's some weird things happening here in general, actually. Invalid get index area entered. Oh, I spelled things wrong. If you want to check the name of node. Right. And so even if I know the name, I guess what I'm not sure of is like, okay, maybe that's what you're going to tell me. Is like how to properly, yeah. Maybe I want to say like name or something. Invalid get index area entered. What you talking about? It's an area. It's an area. It's got nodes called area entered. That's a little surprising. I guess I could just connect it. I don't have to do it here. Oh, did bot block it again? You can either use like dot. There you go. Area dot name. If area name is set to, oh, right. That is what it is. I'm not sure why it's not seeing area entered on here. I wonder if it's called spawn area and it's right underneath it. A little confused about that. Thank you, Thought T. Thank you so much. We're not even getting to that line in the code though. So I can't even put it into action. Appreciate it. I guess I could just do it this way. I like not doing it this way. But I could do it. Just to like make sure it works. So I'll just burn this down. Comment this out. So this will at least work. Let's see if we get there. Well, it's not crashing. It's not crashing. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong item. Maybe I did it on the red one, not the purple one. Oh yeah, I did it on the red one. There we go. Nice. Better solution, check the area by groups. Is a member of a group. Why is that better? So then the name doesn't have to be player area? That makes sense. The only thing is, right, so I would keep it constant in this case. In theory, I would keep it constant. Because the way that I have this template set up right now is that this player scene is instantiated. And so I would just drag this scene into my game and then keep all that the same, and it would already be named player area. And so I could, in the code, add it to a group. Yeah. Totally. And so the idea is, don't change the name. Right. I would just like never change the name. But you're right, I've had that problem where like sometimes, you know, I get the error and I'm like, oops, I forgot to name it player area. But my hope is that by setting up this like default player scene, I never have to even think about naming it. Just leave it the same. And so then the alternative, I guess I just have to put like a script on the area that adds it to a group. Because I know you can add groups over here. I find this to be pretty unpleasant to use myself. All right. I feel resistant to it but it's not because I should. I don't know, I guess I've just been kind of like training myself to make sure I do keep the name constant, you know? Because, like, what's the situation? I mean, I guess the situation where I wouldn't remember to do it is if I created a new player from scratch and I needed it to detect that. Then I would have a problem. I can see what you're saying. And like maybe for some reason I want, instead of the player, I want like a CPU to be in there. Or maybe like an enemy who collects collectibles before you can. Or something. Or like if a collectible hits lava, I want it to get collected. And so maybe if, you know, if it's in a group, we can have that group whether or not there's a player area node on there, still make it go away. Otherwise, I gotta go in there and I have to add a new line that says, also look for lava area or something. Okay, all right. I've talked myself into what you're talking me into. So if I'm gonna do that, I think I'm gonna need a script on player area. Yeah. So I'm gonna call this, I don't know what to call it. Even the group, you know? Like something that could collect stuff. Something that could be detectable. Yeah. And you know, for me, I need to like believe that there's an advantage. You know, I need to believe that doing it one way versus the other has an advantage. And once I see that, I'm like, all right, that's the way. Yeah, you know what? Let's do it that way. I prefer security where I can't accidentally mess things up. Yeah. And honestly, that's kind of what the template is about. So if I can protect myself, I might as well. Because this is all about, in the heat of the moment, making a game for a jam. I don't want to have to faff around with, why is this happening? How do I fix this? You know, just like, know that it's going to work as much as possible. As much as possible. I could say, detectable area. Primary area, detectable area. I'm just gonna call it detectable area. And then in the ready function, I'm gonna add it to a group if I remember how to do that. I have done it before in my main game that I'm working on right now. I've done it on, I think I did it on the cows, which is the obstacle script. So let me see if I can find that. Is there a string-safe way of referencing already existing nodes? Coming from Unreal, it's all built in. A string-safe way of referencing already existing nodes. So I don't know what string-safe means. You can check if that. Oh, yeah. Right. I have seen that. Wow. Nice, Thoughty. Thank you, Thoughty, for being so helpful. Man, you know, and when I was on Twitch, I used to have like this like karma system where when people were helpful, especially to other people, they would get like these like points or whatever. And it was pretty pointless because they're just like points. Like, what are they for? I don't know. But you would definitely be getting some serious points here. A lot of you guys would today. Y'all have been beautiful today. Where's the group thing? Oh, it's not in here? Okay, I might have taken it out. Looking with eyes are a function. Definitely a function. 100% a function. I'm trying to remember where I used it. but I don't remember. I don't even know if I'm gonna find this. Because I think if I used this, adding the group with the code... Oh, there we go. Add to group. Easy. Got it. So we want to say, add itself to a group, not meet. We're going to say detectable. Am I spelling detectable correctly? I'm not convinced that I am. I am, okay. So the player area is now a detectable area. And I'll even make it like a class. So they all are the same. Okay, cool. And then, actually, there's a place where I can optimize some of this for the finish line. On the finish line script, I have it checking if area is set to... Oh, we used the path. Oh, this was even worse. This was way even worse than what I had before. If area, what would I say, group is set to detectable. Let's see if that works. So the finish line, we'll know the finish line works because when I cross it, oops, that immediately didn't work. I must be doing it wrong. Invalid get index group. Oh, sorry. How do I check the group? If area is... Oh, so I don't even need to type group in there? No way. That's not what you meant. Are you saying literally use is? Because I don't actually know how to reference a group like that. That's definitely not right. Maybe I have to create the group. Oh, I think I have to create the group too. I forgot about that. Forgot that. We do have to still create the group. We can't just add it to a group that doesn't exist. You heard this for sentence before. Oh, I see. My bad. I usually check by type if a node belongs to a certain class. Also, can use scene unique name, typically with something like the player node, which helps avoid issues with referencing nodes. Scene unique name. Welcome, Joe. I might understand what you're saying. I think I also need to... first of all, this is not the way to do it. We can look it up, ChatGPT. But I believe I need to at least create a group called detectable before it can even meaningfully be added to such a thing. And then let's ask the ChatGPTs. GDScript, check if something is in a group. I don't know if it'll know this. It might. Yes, but I meant to check if it's in one. But thank you. Thank you for all the information. Is in group. If area is in group. Thank you, ChatGPT. We'll see. We'll see. Let's try it. Always several solutions. If the chosen one is work, then that is good. If the chosen one works, that's good. Yeah, I agree. As far as what Joe Schbo was saying, I think. If body is in... Oh, sorry. That's from ChatGPT. If area is in group detectable. then do this. See if that... Oops, I added a breakpoint. Get that out of there. It might be dot is member of. Whoa. It worked! It worked! You were kind of close, though. Is a group. Maybe a member of works, too. Just for fun. Maybe they both work. Oh, it doesn't. But it's something, because we didn't get an error in the editor. So we'll do the same thing, beautiful, beautiful, over here on the spawn. So now we've got it set to groups. Now I just have to remember it. I'm glad Thoughty has taught me this. Now I just have to remember to use it next time. I also really don't want to be connecting the signal this way, and that's just me being pedantic. If it works, right? Okay. So now when we collect these red ones, there they go. Beautiful. Is collectible. So that's if it's in the group, detectable. And if the spawn is collectible, then it will get rid of it. Well, we want it to do more than that, right? We might want it to add points. And I might want to also say, how many points does it give you? Right? So I think I would want a subcategory here. Thank you guys. Do I have... I don't think I need to add anything else on here. Export, I want to say subgroup, or really just group within here. And this will be enemy settings. I'm a little confused how I would actually organize this, now that I think about it. Spawn properties, spawn enemy settings, because I don't want spawn collectible to be in there. Oh, I see. I can't, like, stagger them. That's fine. So we'll just put this in here. And in enemy settings, we can say export variable. I don't really care about enemy settings. Enemy spawn, or enemy something. Enemy something. I don't really know what it's for. It's nothing right now. Export group collectible settings. And then in here, we'll say collectible points. Or we'll just, yeah, I guess we'll say that. Collectible points. Whatever, it could be like 1 by default. So we now have enemy settings, collectible settings, spawn enemy, spawn collectible. Or you know what I might say? You could have a text file with a thing you might forget in terms of scripting, like code snippets. That's true. Or a notebook. Whoa. An actual notebook in front of me? I would get lost. I would get lost! I feel like my ADD way would be to just bump into it later and be like, oh yeah! Like, let myself feel the consequence of having forgotten. Or something. But for me, like, I don't know if other people with ADHD experience this, but keeping lists is really hard for me. Because I'll keep a list and it's good for me for a little while. But then it starts getting so full that it's chaos and I don't know how to use it anymore. Or I start another list and I don't know how to follow between those two different lists. Right? I have so many different lists and I'm like, wait, which list do I need to check? And I forget where to go to check the lists. And so I'm just like, screw lists, never mind. And so I just have like a bunch of random lists that I begin and I never finish. I get overwhelmed by and I ignore. And I never know which one to look at or where to update things. So like often lists kind of fall apart for me because there's never like a main list that I always know is the one to go to. Because it's always changing. I don't know if that makes any sense. Starting to form into a programmer. I have become programmer. But if you have to look up the solution again, you learn from that too. Yeah, that's true. I also know thyself. And oh, I see what you're saying. You mean like, you don't mean look it up like go into my list. You mean like go do the research. I agree. I agree. I love repeating. I find repetition to be a great learning method, and running into problems and having to solve them again is one of my favorite ways to learn, honestly. So I've got enemy settings, collectible settings. We can set how many points they do. So if you do get points, so if the spawn is a collectible, we want it to update points. I probably want it to await a little before it deletes itself. I might want it to hide itself right away. But I might not want it to like fully despawn right away. I might even want to add export variable collectible despawn time. Oh, I know what I was gonna do. Kind of unnecessary. I was gonna say spawn is enemy. Spawn is collectible. Collectible despawn time. We could just say 1 for now. That's a little long. Let's say 0.1. Oh, I renamed this. Spawn is enemy. Spawn is collectible. I'm very honored by this Medguard. I know it was a joke, but still. If spawn is collectible... wait, that's not? Oh, there we go. If spawn is collectible... So I'm gonna add an await. Oh gosh, I always forget this. Is it await dot create timer? Await get node create timer? There might be like a node tree in there I'm missing. I always forget. I always gotta look up the await. I've got that on a lot of different things. Namely, this is another one, right? I just have to like look it up and eventually I'll remember it. Eventually I won't have to go look it up. Today's not that day. What did I use this on recently? Animating, oh, things blowing up. So actually, this should be on, oh, the hit point script. That's where I used it. Am I missing get tree? Is that what I'm missing? I know, but like where? I know that's what I'm missing, but I don't remember if it's before or after get node. Is it after get node? That's my inclination. But that's what I wasn't sure of. What the order was supposed to be. Oh gosh, I'm doing this terribly wrong. It's just like hard to remember. I think I have it on hit point script. Here we go. Oh, wait, get tree down. Oh, it's, I don't even need, oh, it's get tree. I see, you were saying instead of get node. Gotcha. That makes sense. Why would, I'm not getting a node. We just need to add it to the tree. That's all. Okay. And await doesn't need a dot. Ay. Right, so await is like if, or func even, or something like that. And then for the timer, I want the length to be, what did I call it? Collectible despawn time? Collectible despawn time. It says it's too long. It doesn't even show up in here. Okay. And so right away, though, I would love the mesh to disappear. This might also have a different name. Maybe if I was, maybe I could just say add a child, node 3D. I'm getting a little goofy here, maybe. But in here, we'll say spawn mesh. I don't know. Spawn mesh. Maybe this is where I should use groups again. I guess we can also, I don't know. I'm gonna say spawn mesh. We could do get all children. We could do the for loop. Ooh, maybe I'll use that for loop code that Dragonblade had constructed for us earlier here. Oh, I missed something. Fonty says, besides saying you don't develop outside of streaming, you've made a lot of progress in learning Godot. Thank you! Thank you! I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, you know, and that's kind of how I construct this. To do so much programming while I'm streaming that I must learn something eventually. I'm basically just like learning in public at this point. Thank you for saying that, because yeah, you were here when I first started doing Godot. You were here in that first Godot stream that I did. And yeah, this has been my journey. This has been my journey. Thanks for saying that. I really appreciate that. Thank you. There's still so much to learn though. And here's the thing, like I never did any real programming before. So I'm not only learning Godot, I'm learning programming in general, which I hope is inspiring to somebody. Because I know so many folks are just like, I can't learn how to program, it's gonna take me years. I'm like, I don't know if it will. I think it's possible. And if nothing else, at least there's proof here of somebody doing it. Everybody's different though. Oh, I was gonna get that for loop. And we want to say get all children. I almost completely don't know what I'm doing here. But sometimes just like wedging in things I don't understand can sometimes help me understand them. So I want to get the children of spawn mesh. Tell me more about get children. Include internal. Returns an array of reference to node's children. Right. So we don't want it to be this node's children. I want it to be the children of spawn mesh. And all those children, if spawn is a collectible, and it's been bumped into, basically what I want to say is all the meshes that are in here will be hidden, is what I'm planning to say. And that'll be before we actually despawn it entirely. So I guess I want to say for despawn in spawn mesh get children visible false? Is that what something working is? For every child of the spawn mesh, set its visibility to false? Is that gonna work? I don't know. And I'm actually, for now, I'm gonna not queue free, just so I can be sure that if it does disappear, That's why. And it's not the queue free. Yeah, it works! Hell yeah. Dragon Blade taught me something new. That's something I'm gonna be like, what was that project where Dragon Blade helped me use that for loop? Oh yeah, that one. Let me go back and find that and cut and paste it. I'm gonna be doing it. Thonti says, Godot is tough in the beginning, but once users get a feel for how it operates, it's much easier to learn new things in it compared to some other engines. Hot dog, I agree. I mean, from my limited experience, I think that I agree. That's why I'm happy to recommend it to beginners as well. There's a lot to learn from it. Yeah, there's so much consistency in how things work, right? Despawn dot visible false. Apparently I didn't need to do that. Unless I did something wrong. I don't know, I didn't need to. But thanks for looking out. And then this will actually delete it after a certain amount of time in case, you know, let's say there's a particle effect, right? So I'd want the despawn time to be the length of the particle effect so it can explode or whatever after a certain amount of time. And the particle effect doesn't just get destroyed because we freed the whole thing. So that should work quite nicely, but we'll still see it disappear. So that way the player gets that immediate feedback that it actually got collected. Alright, so then there's still the score problem, right? I wanted to increase the score. I don't understand how that works, but I guess I misunderstood what you're trying to do. So what, this right here? So what I'm trying to do is when the player collects a collectible, I want the player to immediately know that they got it. And to do that, I want it to disappear. And so I had just queue free, meaning that as soon as they collect it, it just deletes itself. Bam, it's gone. But instead of that, so that way it doesn't just delete itself, I'm having it hide itself, wait a little bit, and then delete itself. And the reason why I'm doing that is because, let's say I run a particle effect that happens when we collect the collectible. And that particle effect does pew, or whatever. If we set queue free, whenever queue free runs, that particle effect is going to be interrupted and it's not going to fully play. So this despawn time lets me delay that. Now by the hiding the for loop stuff, in my node tree, I'm setting it up such that, and let me pull it up over here too. I'm setting it up such that we've got this spawn mesh node. And in here, there's a mesh instance 3D. So let's say I've got something else in here too. Maybe I want this to be a different shape because, you know, I don't feel like making art for my 1 hour game jam entry because there's just no time. So I'm just gonna, you know, make it, I don't know, it's supposed to be whatever this is. Whatever this is, that's what it's supposed to be. And so now I have a couple meshes in here, right? And so I want the code to say for every mesh that's in this node, hide them when the thing is collected. And then after a short amount of time, literally despawn it. So this is when I say for despawn, I guess it's more hide, like a pre-despawn. But I guess I see what you're saying, because you're like, what's the point of naming this if we don't use it somewhere? Right? I don't know. I have no idea. I just did what I was told. So let me see if that much works. If this will make the whole thing hide. And I'm gonna comment this out too. So maybe just, because maybe you're right. Maybe I didn't do it right. Because that was only one mesh. Oh, it did do it. There we go. So I'm just saying set visible false everything that is a child of spawn mesh. Make its visibility false. I don't really know where else to use this. Where was this used in here? On this example. Point dot spawn. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea why I didn't need to do that at all. Why didn't I need to do that? Shouldn't I need to do that? I mean, if I remove this, is that gonna break it? Absolutely. I don't understand. Maybe because... I don't know. The only thing is that when you say visible equals false, you're hiding the top level node, not its children. Oh. Right, so why do the for loop? Why don't I just hide the top level node? Yeah, you make a good point. I see what you're saying. Okay. So, you know what? We're just gonna say spawn mesh visible false. You made an excellent point just now. Excellent point. There's no need for the for loop. Just hide the top level. Right? So then, over here, all of these things that are in here will go away because this hides. I don't know. I guess I was just excited to use this for loop, but I see what you're saying. The for part of it doesn't matter if we don't clarify what we're applying that on. Otherwise, I might as well just do what I've done here, which is just do the top level. Thank you. You have helped me. You have helped me. Joe Schmo, you have helped me. I know you already have before, but we gotta get you on this list more. Ooh, that rhymed. Joe Schmo, spawn movement? Spawner? That's kind of Godot consultant. We kind of already got you on there for that. We kind of already got you on there for that. Well, know that I especially appreciate your help. Alright, cool. Dope. So now we can collect it. It'll leave room for us to put some kind of particle effect in there. And score. Let's see if I can get that before I stop tonight. I think we can. Seems easy enough. Oh, let's comment this back in. And so when this happens, we need to communicate with the score, which is, yay, which is all the way, I think we have the messenger script. Add point. Yes, we got a messenger script for this and everything. Let's go. Emit add point. Yes. Oh, wow. Messenger add point. Emit. And then we'll say collectible points. It would be nice to do enemy stuff too, if I'm being honest. So this should add, I think we said 10. Oops, didn't mean to zoom that. 10 by default. So if I've done this correctly, it should add 10 points to the score. So let me make sure score is visible. Hop back to the main scene. Hit the UI. Come to the score settings, say score is visible. Score is visible. Okay, it's adding 1 point. It's adding 1 point. Alright, that's good. That's fine. Nice. Not working. Because I set it to 1. It's not 10 by default. It's 1. That'll do it. So let's set it to 10. It'll be perfect. Love it. Wait, it didn't do it. Oh, I did press enter. Enter. and then reload it. Let's try that again. Let's try that one more again. There it is, 10 points. Heck yeah. There's some other stuff I'd like to set up too, like, you know, when you beat the game, I actually need the score to stop. Oh, I want the score to stop updating once the game ends. That would be ideal. There's a lot of things I'd like to stop when the game ends, but to save myself the trouble of, let's say, turning off the spawners or whatever, maybe I might want to say you can't get any more points and score stops updating. As far as enemy things go, oh gosh, I just want to keep working. I want to do more. So the score script is here. I don't think we've got like anything on here. So this needs to check to see if score has been marked. How are we doing this on the time panel? Because this one stops it. If get owner. So it's checking variables that way. Get owner, timer for racing. Okay, so we'll do it that way. We'll say update score, but only if get owner I guess end game? Wait, no, that's a function? I didn't know that was a function. What does end game do? Is that in? That's not in. That's somewhere else. Oh, that's a I see. Sorry, that's something else. This is from the messenger. We want to say. Wait, how are we doing this exactly? How are we checking to see if the game is over? Messenger game over. Connect end game. Timer auto start false. Oh, so that stops the timer. I see. So we're just controlling that here in the UI on the top level. Well, I guess we could just say... I know what we can do. Over here on the score panel. We don't want to do any of that. So I want to connect this in the ready function. And I want to say that if the game is over, we're going to say stop scoring. So create a new function, stop scoring. And we'll say if scoring allowed, if scoring allowed, score new points. Create a variable, scoring allowed, true. I might even want to set that to false, so that way you can't score points before the game starts. You know? I mean, maybe that's something to even think about. And make a signal that happens when the game starts. That's getting a little extra for now. So we'll just say scoring is allowed right off the bat. Stop scoring. Update scoring allowed to false. And so if you try to get new points, it should be blocked. Let's see if that works. So I'm gonna collect some points. We got scores. I've ended the game. No more score. Let's go. Awesome. Well, I do kind of want to set up some enemy stuff. I also like the way here I have timer in its own category and then score in another category. I've spawn movement in a category and then spawn properties. Yeah, maybe I will. I was thinking I could do enemy and collectible in a different category, but maybe I'll keep them together. Ideally, if I clicked on or off, it would hide this whole thing, But I don't know if we can do that with the export variables for now. So that's fine. Okay. So, enemy stuff. Now, I don't actually have health set up. I haven't set up any health stuff. So for now, I might just want to say on the player, if you collide with an enemy, you just die. Game over. Not great, but you know, it's something. Maybe I'd not want that on the player. I'd want that on the spawn thing. So the spawn could be like, am I an insta-kill enemy, or do I take health away? Right? So it could be like enemy insta-kills. Right? We could even say that's true by default for now. And so if we've marked it as an enemy and the collision occurs, if spawn is enemy, then we want to end the game somehow. I don't even know how to do that, really. I mean, I guess we could turn off the controls and say that you can't move anymore. I'm a little mistrustful of doing that. I don't know why. It seems like kind of a bit of effort. Because that means for all of these inputs, for the jump, and if I add any other inputs, like a second button, there's so many things to add in. I don't know. I just need to add so much more stuff. I'm going to take that note down. I know it's another list. What did we get down? Different game type? Kind of. I mean, we're starting to get that. We do have some instantiation. I think we could do more. Or we could do like endless level. We have better scenes. And then we could also say, what was, oh, turning off input? Wait, there was something else. What was it? Oh my, the brain has deflated. I don't remember what I was gonna write down. Dang! It was something though. If I turn off all the input, I guess like, I don't know. I completely forgot what I was gonna take a note down for. Well, let's say that if you do die, I mean, there's stuff that I can think of. Pause menu, things like that. Hey, good night, Medgard. Yeah, of course. I appreciate you stopping by. Yeah, it's growing. We hit 1,000 subscribers. See you later, Medgard. Thank you so much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Good night, and maybe I'll see you next time. Thanks for stopping in. Good luck with your Godoting. Medgard, y'all. Definitely like some kind of built-in menu would be nice. Oh, I haven't saved this file. I just have this file here. I guess I'll put it in the game templates folder. To do. I mean, like, this is kind of like this little input section. We could just say, if really we'd want like the messenger, right? So I'd want to connect in a ready function. End game. I'm gonna put this right up here. Func end game. We'll just say game over. True. Create a variable. Variable game over false. and we'll say if the game is not over, if game is not over, then allow jump and allow movement. I know I could have done this not one by one, but I kind of prefer doing it one by one. Move and slide, I guess I want that in there. So actually, this should, even when we hit the finish line, stop us. Which I don't love that. I don't love that it stops you like so quickly. Like, that's kind of not that fun. Like, oh, we got to the finish line. Like, I don't know, there's something very kind of boring about that to me. But I guess I could always, I don't know. Something about that doesn't feel right. It could be more organized if you take the movement out into a separate function. You know, I actually started out with the movement in a separate function, and it caused me some problems. And so I ended up having to put it in process. Wait, was it you? You were the one who told me not to put it in another function. That was you. But that was different input. That wasn't movement. But what I really want is like, kind of wait a second. Well, I was trying to figure out how I could like have a button press be detected outside of the process function. And you came up with a brilliant way of doing it. And in the moment, it seemed fine. Wait, you've got me all confused. You've got me all confused, Thoughty. You convinced me so well. You were so adamant. What was it that you had suggested? It was... Alright, at the risk of messing up my internet, I'm gonna try to look at the old live stream. It was literally this same stream last week. And what ended up happening was when I got into a game jam and tried to use the input that was outside of the process function, it didn't work right. And in that moment, I was like, oh my god, Thought T was right. But maybe you're talking about something other than what I think you're talking about as well. Like, that's also a possibility. That was something else? Okay. I believe you. I completely believe you that that was something else. You remember now? For whatever it's worth, you turned out to be right. The input event. Right. I wanted the function to be called. So wait, we can have like a different physics process function? Oh, right. And it was during that period where like I zoned out and I didn't check chat for like 30 minutes. I don't even know if I can find it, but you remember. Here. If event is action, and event dot pressed. I don't see why movement would need to be in physics process, but I could be wrong. I mean, if you need delta, you can always pass it to another function by calling it within physics process. I'm just saying that you can take it into a separate function now, and then in the process, the conditional pause condition points to the function. Anyway, you remember what it was. Well, just so you know, it turned out that that event was too slow and it didn't work right for what I needed. Take it into a separate function and then the code becomes more readable. I'm not sure how to do that. My brain is a little too tired after 8 hours to know how to do that. I don't even know if I would if my brain wasn't tired. So like, I'm willing to try it, but I would need more guidance. And what I really hate is just how abruptly it stops when you get there. I find that so boring. Right, but like, what would I put in there? You're saying that function would be... Oh, I see what you're saying. The function is called by physics process. Wow. I see. You know, I never thought to do that. But that makes a lot of sense. Oh, that's kind of what I was missing. I was like, but it's not going to function... Minus the D. It's not going to function like a physics process. But it will. Because it'll be called by the physics process. I'm sold. Completely sold. Makes sense. Definitely more readable. I'm all for it. Although there's really nothing in here at this point. To be fair, there's nothing else in here. I guess if I wanted to add something into the physics process, the only thing that's, I mean, we can do it. The only thing that's in there is setting gravity velocity stuff. We have to pass the delta? Okay. Right, because otherwise it won't see this. But I guess it's still worth it, even if most of this... Because I guess if I add something into the physics process, all this won't be in there. I guess this is more readable. Yeah, I got you. And then in the physics process, we just want to make sure we call the movement function. Do I have to add the delta in here? Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, that's nifty, right? That makes a lot of sense right there. That right there makes a lot of sense. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Readable. Totally, because it's not lost in that big ol' chunk. Gotcha. Very nice. Works the same. Yeah, and that'll be a little easier if I wanted to like add a delay or something. It's tough because I might even say that. I might say, await. Can't we do like timescale? That'd be pretty dope. If we just like slowed the game down for a little bit. Like as like a finishing move. Oh gosh, I have no idea. Slow down game. Four years ago. It doesn't affect the music audio speed. Engine.timescale. That's made up. Either this is something super easy, or it's like ridiculous. How to slow the game down in GD script. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Turn on slow-mo in GD script. Never use timescale, but it is engine. Oh, capital E. I see. That was why. Thank you. Set timescale value. Controls how fast or slow the in-game clock ticks. Thank you. It defaults to 1. A value of 2 means the game moves twice as fast. 0.5 means half speed. Let's go. See what happens. Where was it? I got lost. Player script. So we want to set it. Actually, I need to go back here. Set timescale. That's what we want to do. Hell yeah. This will be weird. You just need to set once. I hope so. So I'm going to say if game over, and I'm going to take out this for now. God, so much easier than what I was doing before. This would have been really hard to set up before. Nice. Yeah, it's slower. That's awesome. I love it. Wait, am I doing it? Oh, right, because it's going to get set constantly here. Good call. I gotcha. We can put that in endgame then. So if game is not over. So what I'd want to delay is down here or up here in endgame. We want to say set the timescale here and maybe wait to set game over. So if I say await, will I remember it? Get tree. Create timer. Magic number. We'll say 1 second. Oops, not await dot. Await space. Slow it down and then stop the movement. What was that like? Oh! Not working. Maybe I didn't set this long enough? Or I did a wait wrong? Dot timeout. Oh! Thank you. Wow, that's gonna be the hardest part for me to remember. Oh my gosh. Did I do that over here? I don't think I did that over here. Look, I didn't do that over here either. Oh, thank you. You just saved me. Oh, wow. I'm gonna forget that many times. Right. We have to get the signal first. Wow. Whoopsie. Yeah. No, it's not. It's not actually doing the game over part. So we still got a bit of a problem. So I should set game over to true. I wonder why that didn't stop the movement. Maybe the await isn't working in this function that's only running once. That doesn't really make sense. I also want it to be even slower. So I'm still able to keep moving. Oh, there it goes. No, we're fine. I'm bugging. It works. Whoa. Oh, we restart. Restarting isn't changing the timescale. Whoops. That's a long second. Oh, because the time scale. It's because the time scale is slow. So the timer goes slower. Yep. Good catch. That's it. That's pretty silly. That's pretty freaking silly. It is interesting. And then so when I restart it, it's still slow. So I have to have restart, put the engine timescale back when we press the restart button. Which is interesting. I can't believe I spelled reset button this way. And then we want to say that it puts the timescale back to 1 when we hit restart. Wow. Cool. I mean, that feels a little better. I like that for sure. And so then if we hit an enemy, so we got it. That's why I set this all up in the first place. I would want to end the game. I guess you'll get hit, but we really want the player to like get killed, right? So like kind of disappear. So I guess I want to say not only end game, but something extra, which is the player, not only is it game over, but the player died as well. So like signal player dead. And then if it's an enemy, not only if it's an enemy, but if it's also set to be insta-kill, if enemy insta-kills, I know I could say and here, but I don't know. I'm not doing that right now. If enemy insta-kills, messenger player dead emit. Did I spell it wrong? Enemy insta kills. Enemy in, oh, it is spelled wrong. Enemy insta-kills. And then on the player, connect messenger, player dead, kill player. Funk kill player. Fun kill player. Funk kill player. And I actually just want to hide it. I just want the player to be visually hidden. So I'm just gonna say get owner. You know, we could do something else at some point, but for now, visible false. So it makes a little more sense. So on spawn 2, I'm gonna say spawn is enemy, not a collectible, and the enemy insta-kills. I don't know if I've missed something or not, but we're gonna find out. Yeah, I missed something. I definitely missed something here. If spawn is enemy, I wonder what didn't work. Emit player dead, which should at least hide the player, if I've done this correctly, which obviously I haven't. Run kill player. You maybe get owner isn't working in this case for some reason. We could at least say print player killed. See if that's running. It is not. Right. Yeah, I don't think this is running at all. Spawn 2. If enemy insta-kills, player dead emit. Let's see if enemy insta-killed. See if that prints. Oh, so it's not even running that. Is it because I did this? Like if I were to say is spawn enemy and enemy insta-kills, will it like that better? No. Because we know the collectibles work. So I'm doing this on the purple one. Spawn is enemy. It's not set to be a collectible. Enemy insta-kills. What have I done? Well, I'm a bit confused by that then. Maybe I've just done too much and I'm too tired to figure it out. I do see that this, oh, the function isn't connected. That's the problem. It's not connected. This needs to be an instanced spawn scene. That's the problem. That's why I didn't want to connect it using the node connection. I could make it an instance, but it's gonna be harder to modify it. But I guess I wanted to create like this template for something that spawns. I guess I could instance the spawn area and put this on new spawns. That way I don't have to instance the spawn. No, but that doesn't make sense. That's a bit tricky. Because if I want like a unique spawn, I would like something that I could just slap on to any old thing, and suddenly it becomes a spawn. But if I just have one spawn scene, I guess I just have to make a new spawn scene. I just have to duplicate it, and that's just the way that it is. Not even duplicate it, but like create a new instant scene based on a previously instant scene. The instance overrides the variable's value. So the problem is, it's not an instance. There's just a script that they both share. And so there is no spawn area on this one. So it doesn't even have something to connect on here. So, but if I were to make the spawn scene instanced, so that way I could just have a different spawn, they're not gonna look the same. The spawners actually are the same, but that which is spawning isn't the same. So these blue things actually are the same. Kind of. Yeah, pretty much, you got it. But like, you know, if I want to change the one it looks like, right? So if I were to make, so the red one is the one that is set up to be detected. If I were to instance the red one's scene and then have that be spawning out of this spawner, they would both be red. And if I wanted to make it purple, you know, I guess I could do that. I would just need to create like a new scene. So I guess that's fine. We just have like a default spawn. And I just have to remember, so spawn 2. So let's take like the spawn scene down here. I don't even have to instance it, really. I could just duplicate spawn. Well, I do want to kind of instance it. No, I don't want to instance it. I guess it's going to be harder to update things for the template. You know, if I change the structure of the scene a little bit. So it kind of gets a little confusing in terms of like, how do I change what it looks like while keeping everything else as part of an instance? I don't really know. So we have one spawner. This is a spawn controller. And the spawn controller is a timer. And what it does is it checks to see what its children are. And then it runs a spawn function on its children using a for loop. And so we have an instanced scene called spawn point. And spawn point is this blue tube. So it just has the mesh, that's a blue tube. And there's a script on here, the spawn script, that spawns stuff. And we can set what it is that it spawns on here. So we can set a scene on here. And so in the main scene, if I have these two different spawn points, so let's say I want to spawn something else. So I can come to this spawn point here, and I could move this to a different position if I wanted to. And the spawn controller will make sure then it spawns both of these in these different places. So I can have like multiple rows of enemies or something, or if I wanted to spawn items, I'd want to set up that too, where I could randomly spawn items in different places or something like that. And then here I can set the spawn object. And so I've got one of these set to the spawn scene right here, the red arrow. And then I've got the other one set to the purple sphere, or this one. And these are just two different scenes, no instances, they just are two separate scenes. And this one just has the sphere on it, that's purple. There is a script, the spawn script, where we can set if it's an enemy, if it's a collectible, etc. And we can change its speed and whatnot. But only on the first spawn scene that has the red arrow looking one, only on this one have I started to fill out spawn area. And even spawn mesh for that matter. So like I could just come here and copy these and paste them here. Thanks, Rio. I had help from the chat. I had a lot of help from the chat. I could just paste this on in here. Bring the mesh image right into there. And now it's gonna work. And that's fine. I could just do that. I could just do that every time, and that's fine. It would be kind of cool though if I could instance the spawn scene and then only change the appearance. And I bet I could if I bet I could. I bet I could. But I haven't yet. So if I do all that, you don't sleep? I do sleep. I'm going overtime. I'm supposed to stop at 8 hours, but here I am. That's how it should work. Oh, is it be instanced? And then maybe I could just like have the, yeah, you're right. And then what I could do is I could have spawn mesh be like updatable. Right? So in here, I could add a new export thing. Spawn movement, spawn properties. We could add in export just like we have over here on the spawn point. We could change this to a different scene, right? So export spawn mesh or whatever. And this could be a scene, this could be something else. It could be I don't know that I want it to be a mesh in particular. I feel like I'd rather it be a scene. Spawn appearance. And then I could just swap out the appearance. That kind of makes sense. Actually. And then I'd want to say that, well, the only thing is I have to make sure that it actually shows up in here. And it adds that appearance onto this. I guess I would instantiate it. Like in the ready function, maybe? So we would just do kind of like this. It's hard for me to grasp it from an outsider's perspective, but it's good that you're trying to put together systems in a more complex scene hierarchy. I gotcha. Yeah, that is very much what I'm trying to do. I love it. I enjoy it deeply. It's so satisfying to just have this. And I want to share it too, in case I don't know if people will find it useful, but maybe someone might. And if not, that's okay. Because, I mean, look, that's its whole thing, right? That's a whole other thing, is to figure out how to make it readable by other people. It's a long way away from that. So let me just retract that for now. But yeah, I am interested in at least learning how to do it. It's important to me. All right, in the ready function, that's where we're gonna put it. If it's useful for you, yeah. That's what matters. So right in the ready function, I want to say, take the spawn appearance and we'll just say spawn appearance instantiate. I mean, can't I just say like this? And not necessarily current scene, but I could say, could I say get tree spawn mesh? Add child. Expected identifier after dot. Oh, maybe get node. Spawn mesh. And then add the child on there. It's like a whole thing, right? Would you like to share it as a template later? I would, very much so. And it needs a lot, I mean, that's a whole thing, user friendliness, right? Like, how can someone use this and it not be like chaos to them? So like, I recognize that that's its whole own thing. But in theory, I would make this a repository that people who are joining into game jams can use if they want to. But I can't promise they'll understand it. But yeah, maybe someday it would be nice. You started working on a platformer template, but never got it finished. It's hard, and I think you need to like practice, right? You have to like find out what works for you, and then maybe realize, okay, so if someone else was gonna use this, how could they understand in some fashion what to do with it? And even if they wanted to make a change to it, could they understand how to make that change? Or would they just look at this code and be like, what the hell is this? You know? User friendly, yeah, so hard, right? So hard. And I mean, I've experienced this with that PlayStation game that I used to do, Dreams. There was a lot of sharing of assets on that platform, and it was kind of like, it was basically what I did on there, was I'd make code systems and I'd share them with people so they could plug and play them in other ways. That was like my main thing that I was interested in. And so I had a lot of experience, especially with people who weren't coders, people who were just like, just playing this PlayStation game that would let you build games, and they just wanted to like drop something in. It was like, that was like what I liked doing the most, was making templates for people. Because I would like find something useful for myself, and I was like, wouldn't it be nice if someone else could use this for their own project? And I would get more distracted doing that than working on my own projects. But it gave me an experience of dealing with folks who were just like clueless. The reality is, people who were using, you know, Godot are going to be more likely to know a little bit about programming. So they'll be able to decode it more. But it was nice to have that experience of working with folks who were just like, look, I don't do coding, I don't do logic, I just want to drag it and drop it into my game, and I want it to work. And so having that experience kind of helped me like think about user friendliness. But it wasn't easy, and I imagine it's got its own challenges here, because again, I want it to be something that if you are a programmer, maybe you're not looking at it and cringing too hard. You know, I don't know. A lot of people who would find such a template helpful. Oh, I like to hear that. Thanks for saying that. That's very motivating. Yeah, well, maybe I will. I would at least want to, you know, put it in the description box for as soon as possible, honestly. for the game jams I do on Fridays as a GitHub repository. That's how you started selling assets on Unity. Yeah, I love that. That's the same kind of thing, sharing stuff. I didn't know you did that, Rio. That's dope. In this case, I was a bit of a mercenary, like EA. Whoa, what does that mean? That's cool. A mercenary. I love that. That's a fun way to think about selling assets. Wow. By the way, I don't know if this is gonna work. So this, first of all, I have to actually set this to something. We have to have a scene that we set it to look like. If I create a new scene, I guess I really want it to be just a mesh. I mean, not really. Make it a node 3D. Doesn't really matter what it is. Add a mesh in here. And I'm gonna make it a torus. And I'm gonna make it yellow. Plus, especially, you know, with all the help that you guys have given me to make this, it makes me want to share it even more. Because it's like, it feels like I don't own this, you know? It's like a community thing. And it makes me want to share it even more. So it's like, hey, the Hyper Game Dev community made this for you! Okay, so there's this. I'm gonna save this. Sure, test scenes. This is test spawn 1. Open source essence. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Is that a real thing? Open source essence. Yeah. Heck yeah. I would definitely make sure it was a repository. Forkable, whatever. Spawn appearance. So this would be for the collectible, not the enemy. Quick load. Test spawn. So let's see if it adds that new appearance in there. I might be making a mistake somewhere. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Unsurprising. Non-existent function, get node in base scene tree. Oh. That feels like a little silly. Okay. So let me try that again. I feel like that's something kind of obvious that I just didn't realize. Argument 1 should be node path, but is node. Oh, okay. Node path, but is node. You mean put it, what do you mean? Oh, quotes. Really? It has to be a string. Okay, I gotcha. So I'd want to say, get this, can we copy path? Yes, we can. Paste it in. Just call it spawn mesh. All right. That's not gonna work though, is it? Almost. It's getting there. Cannot call method instantiate on a null value. Get node is relative, like the $sign. Right. Maybe I don't need to instantiate it, and I just say spawn appearance, and we're good. Oh. Invalid argument for add child. Argument 1 should be node, but is packed scene. Okay. I'm not exactly sure how to do this. And it doesn't, like, instantiate. You're saying instead of doing it like this? Where do I put that, Joshmo? This works. So this part works. The get node path part works. The problem now... That works. The problem now is it doesn't like that I'm trying to instantiate it. Even though it appears it's not appearing in the right place, and it's saying cannot call method instantiate on a null value. Is it because spawn appearance isn't set yet? Like right away or something? Like maybe say if empty or whatever, if is like check to make sure that it's actually something. If spawn appearance is not null. Yeah. I think so. So what if I say, as long as it's not null, then try to run this? Since it's seeing it as null. Hey, let's go. And it's a collectible. Frick yeah. Let's go! Oh, hell yeah. Dang. I love it when it comes together. I guess this is spawner stuff. Whoa, this is the wrong project. Spawner spawns. I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. There we go. Okay. Sweet. So now I can instantiate the spawn scene, and we don't have to have separate spawn scenes. Or I can save this. I mean, whatever, it is its own scene. So I can make sure they're always set to the same thing. In fact, I could even have a default set in here. I could say packed scene, but set it to this. Cannot assign a value of type string to variable spawn object with specified type pack scene. So how would I reference it? I'm not sure how I would reference a packed scene if I wanted it to still be changeable. More problems. Copy. Spawn mesh. That didn't help me. Preload before scene path. Oh. Oh, thanks. Wow. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a save. Oh, thanks, Joe Schmo. Oh my gosh. Nice. You knew exactly what to do. That's amazing. Thank you. So when I reset this back to default, it'll go there. Hey, Dark Rosen. Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing good. I don't actually want to change this too much. 3D game for tomorrow, then? Oh, yeah. Of course. Absolutely. I actually think this kind of doesn't make sense because I can't change what the spawn is if it's an instanced thing. It kind of doesn't make a lot of sense anymore. Do you know what I'm saying? Because, like, I can't come in here and change the spawn appearance to this, can I? That seems unlikely. I just stare at the lines of code and admire how beautifully colorful they are. They sure are. They sure are. I kind of have a bit of an issue though. I don't know if I can set it up this way. Because this has this instance thing. Nothing brain working. So if it's spawning something, I kind of wish I could set export variables to pop up here. That'd be wild. You have a funny idea, just in general, or like, oh, maybe I could say local to scene. What does that do for me? Like if I set both of these, it's kind of a problem. I feel like this isn't gonna work the way I want it to. But then I have to somehow have spawn point. Oh gosh. It's getting a bit overly complicated. All of a sudden. Do you guys see why? It's okay if not. So I know the game Lemmings. Instead of guiding the lemmings, you have to find a way to make them not succeed. Whoa, that sounds awesome. It's like a tower defense game. I feel like that's just a tower defense game. But as a platformer. Oh, nice. Oh, that sounds cool. That sounds fun. So like you're like moving their positions. Lemmings is a great game. Lemmings is an awesome, awesome game. Yeah, I love that game. I mean, I haven't played it in a long time. I really need to like put a button on this. You know, for spending that time figuring this out. I guess what... Yeah. I think I just have to like make a different spawn scene every time, no matter what. As cool as this was to kind of figure out how to set its appearance, I think for now I have to ignore that. Am I making a donut generator? Yes, I'm making a donut generator. I'm just trying to make any kind of generator, and if it happens to be donuts, great, good. I think for now, I need to make sure I set the spawns to be anything. This is something I gotta figure out maybe next week or the next time I work on this. I might take Thursday off, next Thursday off, streaming-wise. I'm not sure yet, but you'll know by checking the channel page if the next stream is listed on there. But I might take next Thursday off. I'm trying to get some videos edited for real. Not shorts, actual videos. I need some more time to do it. So if I set this game aspect, you started to play the Silent Hill games again. I never really played them, but I watched other people play them. And I very much enjoyed watching other people play them. Isn't it just an instantiation? Yes, at least. I've nested an instantiation in an instantiation, and it's causing some issues. Honestly, my brain is way too melted to even like explain again. I don't even know what to say at this point. So these two different objects. I think I just want to get this to be able to be an enemy, and then we'll call it for now. So we have this, which makes our score go up by 10. And then this one, what I want it to be able to do is kill us, insta-kill us when we bump into it. And that's supposed to be what spawn 2 is. So spawn 2 is set to insta-kill. It is an enemy. Oh, that was the problem. Was the node wasn't hooked up. Ugh. Okay, so this is the other thing. Okay, this is the actual last thing I need to figure out, guys, which is how to connect this in the ready function. For some reason I couldn't before, and I don't know why. So we have an area here, and above it, I have a script. And in the ready function, I want to say, reference the node below it, and find a signal that it has. Area, I don't remember what you're saying, why not to. Area entered. Area entered connect. And I mean, then this terrible, horrible name. But this doesn't work for some reason. And I don't know why. And the last time I tried to do this, did I get an error? Yeah. So I get this error that says invalid set index visible on node. Wait. Okay, this is actually something else. Kill player. Oh. Wait. Oh, this is something different. Oh, this is fine. I can deal with this. Maybe it is working. I don't know why it wasn't working last time. Okay, so that didn't work. I know it's not going to be good for naming stuff. But maybe we could just try it for now to make sure it works. I want it to basically hide the player when we collide with it. There we go. It worked. Debugger explosion, however. Signal area entered is already connected. What? Oh, I see. Yeah, I know why that's happening. Because the original spawn, I did it this way. But I would like to not do that, please. I would like to not connect it that way. And I'm actually going to rename this. I just want to get rid of this whole thing. I hope this actually works. I want a new one. Funk. Yeah, player collided. That's where I wanted to put it. Right in here. And then we'll say player collided. I don't know why this wasn't working earlier. Maybe I just like had a typo or something. I know we're doing a name thing. Not great. Will this work? For example, with the collectible? Yes. Okay, good. Cool. And then that kills us. Sweet. We become invisible. Good. Okay, it's working. Nice. And then we want to say not only is the player dead, but we want to say that there's a game over also. Player dead and game over. And player dead could do more. But for now, I think it's game end, not game over. By the way. Oh, it is game over. Okay, never mind. Good, it should be. Too confusing otherwise. Okay, so if I hit the purple ones, it should slow us down. We disappear, slows us down, restart the game. Let's go! Then we got collectibles. We got 2 different spawn types. Now, if I'm in the middle of a jump, oh yeah, it's auto load stuff, Dark Rosen. It's awesome. If I'm in the middle of a jump, we do keep floating for a while, which isn't my favorite. There's probably something in the physics process we can get rid of. I can see if I can teach you right now, Dark Rosen. Traffic cone and beach balls. Naturally, it's the game where you get traffic cones and you avoid beach balls. It's the most natural game ever. Why is there a sphere sitting here, by the way? What is that sphere? Oh, I know what that sphere is. Okay. Anyway. Alright, Dark Rose, and here's the best I can try to teach you real quick. So let's say I have 2 things that I want to communicate with each other. Let's say 2 scripts that are separate from each other. You know what? I'm even gonna create, well, maybe I won't. Like, for example, when the player touches this collectible, if it's an enemy, or let's say if it's a collectible. If it's a collectible, it's going to check for this class script called messenger. Okay, I'm not explaining this well. I'm gonna create it from scratch. I want to try to see if I can explain it to you. But I'm gonna create it from scratch, because otherwise I'm trying to like show you what I've already done, and that's not as fun. I'm gonna make something new. A whole new project. Or we'll do a new, I could have just made a new scene. I said new project. Period. But it helps me to try to explain things, so it's worth it. Alright, we got a new scene here. Let's say I want when we press a button. Let's add a script on here to this node. Alright, I'm gonna add a script to this node. Your project's autoload a script? Kinda. Whoa. Oh yeah, wait, why does this have... Why is there already something in here? Oh, because I already have something called Node 3D in this project? What? Yeah, I guess in this project, I already had a script called Node 3D, so when I went to add it, that's wild. Alright, we gotta try. We gotta do this over. Let's add a new script. New script is what we call this. Blank script. So, I want to say function process if input is action just pressed. I did. You remember, Thoughty. You remember. That is what I used it for. I forgot until we got there. I was like, what? We're kind of doing something a little similar. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been setting up all day today. Is like pre-made scripts. But I think I know what you're saying too, is maybe even something more general. No, you were right, Thoughtsy. So we'll say if we press UI select. Yeah. Well, Dark Rosen, that's what you're gonna do that? I remember you say you like to make it from scratch, but like, sometimes it's kind of nice to have something already there for you, you know? If that's pressed, let's do something simple. I'm gonna say, in the scene, let's add a mesh. When you add a script to a node, you can choose script type. Yeah. You might. Probably not. Alright. Oh gosh, can I remember how to do this? Maybe. So I'm gonna say on this mesh, oh gosh, get the override, surface override material, right? Oh gosh, I'm doing things I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, hold on. You know what? We're gonna do this in a control node, because it's gonna be easier. I know I'm not teaching this well. It's late and I shouldn't have tried to do this. What was I thinking? I don't have capacity to do this. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a pro. What am I doing? Wait, I still have to be able to get this, though. It's the same thing. Why did I think I could do this? Why did I think I could do this? My brain is total mush right now. Wait, maybe I can do it. We just have to get the surface material override in the mesh instance, right? Oh my gosh. You're a night owl, but it's 5 a.m. Maybe I should go to bed. Honestly, maybe I should go to bed. Yeah. Hey, honestly, it's good to take care of ourselves. It's good. 5 a.m. is rough. 5 a.m. is real early. That's real early. And what are you gonna do, Lise? Just change the color of it? Just make it bigger. Why am I trying to do the color? Good night, Thoughty. Thank you for all your help. I appreciate it. And it's nice to chill. And thank you for the encouragement and all the stuff that you shared. Good night. I hope you get some sleep. For everybody who wants sleep. Goodbye. Okay, obviously we don't have to change the color. So I'm gonna clear this. Just change the size of it. Why didn't I just change the size? Mesh instance scale. We'll say it just gets bigger every time we press the button. How about that? Add a camera in the scene so we can see it. Right? Totally doable. Not a big problem. Probably need to set which scene we're loading here. We got the panel in the way. Get that panel out of my face. No panel. Vector 3. Oh, right. So we gotta say vector 3. 1, 1, 1. So the scale gets bigger. Awesome. Let's go. Okay. So how does this relate to an auto load yet? It doesn't. It doesn't yet. So there it's getting bigger, right? So that's just directly right in here. But let's say I wanted to do it in a different scene entirely. So what if I make mesh instance . a new scene. I'm gonna save this as a scene. So now mesh instance is an instance scene. And in here, I'm gonna add another mesh within the mesh. And this one, I'm gonna make a sphere. And I want to try to make this one a different scale as well. So we've now got a scene nested in a scene. Let's pull this camera back a little bit so I can see it. Make sure we can visualize it. We gotta run this. So they're both gonna get bigger when I press this, right? They both get bigger. But let's say I want to tell the sphere to get smaller separately at the same time. I want the sphere to get smaller while the cube is getting bigger. Even though it's nested in there, it's going to be weird, but that's fine. So let's say I wanted to communicate to that other scene, that mesh instance 3D scene with the sphere in it. And I wanted to communicate to that scene. I could use an autoload to do that. So I'm going to create a new script. I'm going to call it messenger. You don't have to call it messenger. You can call it anything you want. I'm going to call it messenger. And then in here, we just want to say signal. We'll say scale. Signal scale. Now, I'm going to come to the project settings. And I'm going to hit auto load right up here. For the path, we'll click on the little folder, grab our messenger, and then hit add. And now it is set as a global variable. Make sure that enable is checked. Now it's a global variable that can be accessed anywhere. So, when the input action is pressed, not only do I want it to scale that mesh instance 3D, to be bigger, I also want it to emit a signal. So I'm going to say messenger scale. So you can see it has the little like Wi-Fi icon. Scale emit. And you can actually add arguments in here as well. I won't do that for now, but you could. So this will call a function. Well, it can call a function. This won't do anything. Right now, it's not doing anything. The signal is getting pinged, but it doesn't really matter that the signal is getting pinged because we're not connecting that signal to anything. So now I'm going to go into that mesh instance scene where we have the sphere in here. And let's say on that sphere, I attach a new script. And I want to say in the ready function, this is a weird way to do it, right? There's easier ways to achieve what I'm achieving, but hopefully it explains what the auto load does. So in the ready function, I want to make sure I connect messenger scale, and we have to give it to some function. So I'm going to say shrink. Function shrink. Okay, so there that goes, all good. And I want itself, the scale, to subtract vector 3, and let's say it does by 0.3, 0.3, 0.3. So now because we've connected it, it's going to run the shrink function. So in this other scene, on this other script, we're emitting the signal that exists on the autoload, which is a global variable that's accessible by any script in any of these scenes. And so we're emitting it, which is just letting the messenger know, hey, I've received this, the information is here at that time. In this case, that the button is pressed. And then over here on the mesh instance, since we're connecting that signal, it's going to run this function and then make that smaller. So let's see if it works. I gotta run the right thing. It is cool. It is cool. I agree that it's cool. And there you go. Whoa, it's inverting. Okay, maybe we don't want to shrink it that much. Let's say 1.2. Because then it kind of defeats the purpose. But yeah, that's basically how you set it up. And you know, that I'm not saying that this is the best way to use it, but it's a way to use it. And so now you have this signal that's being communicated across scenes. It's really, really useful. And it's something that, like, at least from using Unreal Engine, I found so much more difficult to set up. And I'm trying to remember, I feel like in Unity it wasn't too difficult, it was just like less elegant. So yeah, I really love it. I use it all the time. Very powerful. And that's how you do it. But guys, I think that's it for me. I feel like I've achieved what I wanted to achieve today. I feel like I achieved what I wanted to achieve. I achieved what I wanted to achieve. We added some new stuff to the jam template. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Oh my gosh, could I not have done it without you guys? I could have, but it would have been very different. Very, very different. We've got a way to instantiate things that spawn. Good night, Dark Rosen. Thank you so much for stopping in. We can instantiate stuff, either collectibles or enemies. Freaking awesome. I've cleaned up a little bit about, so that killed us. I cleaned up a little bit about how the scenes are set up. So it's just a little easier, in theory, to drag and drop things. We'll find out. We have so many settings, so many ways that the things that spawn can be modified. So many ways they can be modified. My gosh. We can change whether they're moving, what direction they're moving in. Let's put it in the other direction. And let's make it go faster. Let's make it go faster. So this is just one of them. I think the traffic cone one goes the other way and it goes faster, right? And so we can set all this up however we need to. We can move this into different places. We can have multiple of these. Major shout out to Dragonblade for helping me set this up properly. I could put this over here. We could duplicate this, get a new spawn point. No problem. Spawn something different. Spawn something else. We could spawn the hula hoop, the donut. We could spawn the donut over here. Why not? Why absolutely not? That's just spawning in one place because I didn't set any spawn settings. But we could set some spawn settings and make it spawn differently. It's cool! It's exciting. I love it. So yeah, much appreciation to everybody for helping me out today, getting this set up. We even got a better checkerboard thanks to Dragonblade. Dragonblade really helped us out, but so also did many of you. So thank you for that. Thank you for the company and everything. I'm gonna put this to the test tomorrow for the 1 hour game jam that I do at 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm gonna see how much this helped me develop a game, maybe other than a racing game. So we'll see. I'm excited. I'm nervous, but we'll find out. If you are watching this after the live stream, hello! Thank you for sticking it through this long. Why not subscribe? You've been watching for a while, or at least you skipped to the end, which says a lot. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. Thank you for doing it. And if you're still that person who's watching this after the live stream, you can tap or click in the bottom left to watch the last Game Jam template building thing that I did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one that I do. Or you can tap up here to see the Game Jam that we're doing tomorrow. See how I fared when I tried to do this. Good night, everybody, and I'll see you next time.